Hey, it's me, MLB. This is the completed book of Touched Hawk's X Shy Female Listener. Do enjoy. As far back as you could remember, you'd been told not to use your quirk, nor were you to tell anyone about it. It was a secret, and you just accepted that. Your dad had told you the story behind why you were never to use it, and it scared you so much that you just blindly obeyed. Whenever anyone asked if you had a quirk or what it was, you'd just tell them that you didn't know or that you didn't have one. No one actually believed that you didn't know, but the more they pushed for an answer, the more you would go quiet, so they'd eventually stop. You were a quiet, shy person to begin with who was prone to social anxiety, but having said this, you were extremely intuitive and empathetic. Often going unnoticed by people, like a fly on the wall, you'd hear and see everything, which sometimes made you want to use your quirk, so you would, secretly. It was a crisp winter afternoon and the sun was setting. You and your dad were on your way to the local corner store to grab some things for dinner. "This'll be a five-caller for sure," your dad mumbled as his eyes scanned down the shopping list that your mum had written for him, his hot breath causing a light fog to escape his lips every time he spoke. You smiled to yourself. Your mum had given him a pretty long list of random items to get, and your dad would always call her if he didn't know where something was in the store or if he wanted to clarify something that she had written down. And he would often rate the difficulty of the shop by the amount of calls that he'd need to make. "Garam masala? What the heck is a garam masala?" your dad muttered as he walked, still looking down at the list. "Make that a six-caller." You giggled softly and pulled the scarf up closer around your neck and lower half of your face, snuggling down into it. As the shop loomed ahead, you noticed someone sitting on a bench just outside the door, a takeaway cup in hand. It was cold out, so the person had a thick snow jacket on with fur hoodie pulled up over their head. They had their head down and shoulders slumped. Who would be sitting outside in this weather, you wondered curiously, watching them intently as you got closer. You saw them raise up a hand to their face and wipe an eye as they sniffed, and your heart broke a little for them. "Oh, are they crying?" you thought sadly as you approached. "I need to help them. I don't know their situation, but maybe I can give them a little hope," you thought as you neared them. Discreetly you reached out and touched the top of their hoodie and kept walking, glancing back as you entered the shop. You saw the person lift their head and straighten a little, and you smiled. A few more minutes later, and they had stood up and walked away, looking a lot happier than when you'd first seen them. The smile remained on your face as you looked back to where you were going, and your dad was looking at you. Your smile faded very quickly, and you pretended to pick up an item and look at the ingredients. Your dad walked over to you. "Did you just use your quirk?" he asked, with frustration boiling in his tone. "Dad, You looked up at him with pleading eyes. "Yin, I've told you not to use your quirk. How many times do I have to tell you?" he uttered in a low, angry voice. I'm sorry, they just looked..." "I've told you time and time again not to use it. You're going to get us caught one day. And then what? It's jail for all of us. Is that what you want?" he asked in a hushed, vexed tone, touching your shoulder as he spoke. You immediately felt remorseful. "I'm so sorry, Dad," you whispered. "I won't do it again," you said as you looked down at the floor. "I'm doing this for us," your dad continued. "All I ever wanted was a free life for us. Not one where we're constantly watched by the government." "I understand," you nodded glumly. "I'm sorry." "It's okay, beautiful. I still love you," your dad said, pulling you in for a hug. All of a sudden you felt relieved, light, forgiven. "I love you too, Dad. I feel so much better now. Thank you for forgiving my slip-up," you said gratefully. "It's okay, gorgeous girl. Now, let's get this food for Mum. I'm starving," he said brightly as he headed off down the food aisle. You let out a lightly troubled sigh as you watched him go. "Will I ever be able to live a carefree life, Dad? What about me?" You sighed internally as you watched him crouch down and scan the items on a bottom shelf. You had finished school and you were looking for work. Not being the most outgoing person, you just wanted a quiet job, preferably in a cubicle or small office where you could hide away and do your 8 hours, then go home. You had applied at 3 places and were awaiting a reply from one of them, any of them. The first place was at your local bank, counting money and stacking it. You knew the money counters got to sit in a back room and count money all day. It was a job that required a lot of concentration, so it was understood that you didn't talk to them while they were working. Perfect! The second place was at your district's local hero agency. They were looking for someone to do payroll. You were guaranteed a small office on the ground level at the back of the building where you could tuck yourself away and sort out everybody's pay and leave. No one paid attention to the payroll officer, so again, this was another perfect job. The third place was a district mail officer sorter, another job that required you to be away from people and tucked in a back room focusing on the job at hand, but you knew that mail workers in your area often liked to chat and gossip, so maybe this wasn't the most ideal for you. You were regretting applying for that one, actually. You knew the mail sorters didn't focus on their jobs properly because you were forever getting Mrs. B's mail. She was the lovely lady next door with a young baby. Very friendly, and although she talked a lot, you didn't find her scary at all. I hope I get the bank or the hero agency place, you thought, as you looked through some spices on the top shelf, looking for garam masala. I should be hearing from one of them soon. You heard your dad talking and looked over at him as you picked up the garam masala. Yeah, hi, hun. What's cornstarch and what aisle is it in? He asked, holding the phone to his ear as he squinted at the items on the shelf. Sorry? Aisle 4? He looked up and squinted at the aisle sign. Oh, I'm in 6. Okay, thanks, he said as he pulled the phone down from his ear and shook his head. Should have gone to Specsavers, he muttered. You stifled a smile. He's such a goofball. Yin, your mum sang as you and your dad arrived back home later that night. There's a letter here for you, and it looks official, she said excitedly, waving the letter in her hand. Oh, you replied as you took it from her, your eyes widening with excitement. It just came in today, sweetheart. Open it, your mum bubbled. You tore the top of it open and pulled the letter out, flicking the folded paper open and scanning what it read. Your face lit up, then fell. What's wrong? Your mum asked with concern. The hero agency offered my expression of interest for the job, you said softly. Honey, that's fantastic. Well done, beautiful. But why the long face? Your dad asked. I have to go in for an interview, you wailed, apprehension etched onto your face. Sweetheart, your dad chuckled, you really need to work on your confidence. Can I use my quirk? You asked in an even tone. You know how I feel about using your quirk, he said sternly. You need to build your confidence without it. You sighed. It'd be so much frickin' easier if I could just use my quirk, you grumbled internally. The next week you left the house, headed down the street to the bus stop, ready for your interview for the job position at the hero agency. Confidence, confidence, he repeated internally, hoping that by saying it enough times it would actually happen. You hopped onto the bus and found a window seat, quickly plugging your earbuds or headphones on so that you wouldn't have to talk to anyone. After getting off the bus at the other end, you kept your earbuds in and headed towards the hero agency. You walked up to the door and with a steadying breath in, pushed the doors open and stepped inside. Oh, I should probably take my earbuds out or headphones off so that I don't appear rude, you thought. You took the buds out and put them in your bag. It was a large building and you looked around in awe. Whoops, I shouldn't stand right here. I'm right in the middle of the foyer, like an idiot. You sidled over to the wall so that you could orientate yourself and decide where to go. Looking at the clock on your phone, you saw that you had 10 minutes before the interview, so you had time. You looked to your left and saw the front desk and made a beeline for it. Hi, you said softly to the receptionist as she looked up at you expectantly. Hello, how can I help you? She asked politely. I'm here for my interview for the payroll officer's job, you said quietly. The receptionist nodded. Down the hall to the very end, and it's the last door on your left, she said pleasantly, gesturing with an open hand to the long hallway past the desk. Thank you, he said softly with a polite smile, and turned to walk down the hallway. You had just started your long walk when you looked up and saw a group of people coming towards you. At the head of the group was none other than the second-ranked hero in Japan, Hawks, and he was chatting idly with the person walking beside him, so he didn't notice you. You froze. Oh God, it's Hawks! You panicked internally, your head whipping around to look for a place to hide. You looked at the approaching group again, and your heart went wild. He's so hot! If he even so much as looks at me, I'm literally going to die. You looked to your left and saw a door. In your panic, you sprang towards it and yanked it open, quickly stepping inside and closing the door behind you. Oh, frick, I just stepped into the janitor's closet. It was a small, dark space, and you put your hands out either side of you to touch the shelves. It's so cramped. Oh my God, I'm feeling so claustrophobic. You tried to calm your beating heart and listened for the approaching group, praying they would pass quickly so that you could hop out and go on your way. You heard the voices getting nearer, and you took a deep breath in and out through your nose. Just a little longer and they'll be gone. Your heartbeat was ringing in your ears. Almost past. Come on, Yin, you can do it, you rallied internally. Just then you heard the footsteps pass and you let out the breath that you'd been subconsciously holding for the last minute. Oh, thank God they're gone. You were about to open the door and peek out when you heard some footsteps coming back and stop outside the closet that you were in. Your heart sank. Oh, no, you panicked. Suddenly the door opened casually and you came face to face with the number 2 hero, Hawks. Yin XL stopped working. Yo, Hawks said casually as he kept one arm on the wall and one hand on the door that he had just opened. Playing hide and seek? He asked with a cheeky smile. Your face went bright red and pain ripped through your chest as your adrenaline spiked. You right, Hawks? A voice called from the hero's left. The affable guy lolled his head back casually and made eye contact with the person who had addressed him. Yeah, all good. You go on ahead. I'll be with you in a minute, he said with a laid-back smile. Could you just please go with them now? You screamed internally. It's not like I don't like you, but you've just caught me standing in the janitor's closet, and I want to die right now. He looked back at you, his sharp golden eyes observing you keenly. He didn't say anything in that moment and just waited patiently for you to say something, but the stress and embarrassment of the situation had stolen your voice, and you just stood there like a monument to stupidity in front of the hottest hero in the top 10 rankings. You hadn't noticed, but you'd started to tremble. Hawks noticed and stepped back, opening the door wider to usher you out. Come on out, he said in a friendly tone. I don't bite. Sure about that? You asked internally, while taking a step forward to escape your hiding place. Where you headed? Hawks asked as you stepped past him, avoiding eye contact. I have an interview, you croaked out, barely above a whisper, still staring intently at the floor. I'll walk you there, Hawks offered in an upbeat, friendly tone. No! No, you stuttered, trying to say that you'd be okay to get there on your own, but Hawks interjected. It's fine, he said with a dismissive hand wave, tucking the other hand in his pocket. I got time. The insouciant hero casually strolled beside you, happy to just keep quiet, which you very much appreciated. Well, here we are, he said as he gestured to the room that you had been told to go to for the interview. Thanks, you whispered with a blush on your face as you stared at your front. You thanking me or your shirt? He asked with a chipper laugh. You said softly, as you slowly lifted your head to make eye contact with him. He was so good looking up close, and you started to tremble all over again, a very shaky smile pulling at your lips while sporting that light blush. You're welcome, he said quietly, with an endearing smile that pulled you right in. You have really pretty eyes. Yin, you mouthed. Yin? He asked, just to confirm. You nodded. Wait, did I say my name out loud just then? How did he hear that? Nice to meet you, Yin. Good luck with your interview, and keep that head up, yeah? He said gently. Your heart melted. Hey, Hawks! Someone bellowed from the other end of the hall. We're headed out. You coming? Hawks dragged his eyes away from you and looked down the hall. Yeah, coming, he called, holding his hand up casually to let them know that he'd heard them. Then he looked back at you. Catch ya, he said with a wink, and with 2 strong strokes of his brilliant red wings he lifted up and floated backwards, then shot off down the hall, your eyes still glued to him. Fast and hot. Ah, Miss Lynn, come in. You pulled your gaze from where Hawks had disappeared down the hall to the manager who was standing in his office doorway. He was smiling brightly at you, and you swallowed thickly before stepping forwards. Thank you for coming in today, he said as he gestured for you to take a seat, walking back around his desk to his chair and sitting down. To be quite honest, there's not really much that we need to do for this interview, so as long as you have your credentials, you're hired, because you're the only person who applied, he said with a laugh, and you gave him a polite smile. Do you have your paperwork handy? He asked. 10 minutes later, you left the office with the job of payroll officer. You were stoked. No, wait, scratch that. Mortified that you were now working at the place where Hawks had caught you standing in the closet. Really? Why did that have to happen? You wailed internally as you left the building and put your headphones back on and then walked to the bus stop. Your first week at your new job went amazingly well and you were starting to relax. As the advertisement for the job stated, you had a small office to yourself and rarely did people want to talk to you. If they wanted to put in for leave or something, they'd just walk in, say hi, drop their request form into the in-tray box and walk out. It was perfect. At the end of the day, you had to take your reports and deliver them to your boss, Mr. Ligma, whose office was on the next level up, last door at the end of the corridor. Why is everyone's office so far away from mine? You wailed internally. It's a blessing and a curse. I don't want people to be close, but then I don't want to have to travel across the Pacific to have to get reports to them. It was now Friday afternoon, and you'd finished for the day. Okay, now just to get these papers to Mr. Ligma and then I can go. You grabbed the folders and made sure everything was in there before standing up and walking to the door. Gingerly you poked your head out and looked down the hall to the elevator. You could see the numbers above the elevator moving down to your level. Okay, I'll wait here in the office until those people hop out, then I'll walk to the elevator and pray that no one else comes and joins me. You pulled your head back and waited for the familiar ding of the doors opening. As the ding chimed, you heard jovial voices fill the hallway. Anyway, Hawks, so I'll talk to you tomorrow, one voice said. Hawks? Hawks! You screeched internally, spinning around and frantically looking around your room. I need to hide, at least until he passes, then I can go. You quickly ran to your desk and ducked down, scooting underneath the desktop and waiting for the winged hottie to pass your room. You heard his footsteps approaching, and then they stopped at your open office door. No, keep going, you screeched internally. Just then you heard him enter your office, and your heart sank. He walked around the desk and leaned down, peering underneath to where you had scooted under. Oh, hey, he said brightly. Playing hide and seek again? I thought it was my turn to hide, he joked. Your face instantly flushed, and tears of extreme embarrassment pricked at the corner of your eyes. It's okay. It'll be my turn next time, he said cheerfully. You crawled out, staring at the floor. How's your first week here been? He asked as you stood up. You nodded. Fine, you whispered. You heading upstairs to hand in the reports? He asked, seeing you holding onto the folders. You nodded again. I'll walk you there, he said in a casually happy tone. Oh, not this again, you grimaced internally. But last time he didn't talk, so I guess that will be okay. Okay, you said softly. He smiled. Okay then, let's go, he said as he shoved his hands in his pockets and strolled to the door. You followed him and stayed close as you got to the elevator. A number of people hopped out and you immediately shrank back behind him. Hey Hawks, they chorused. Yo, he replied casually, greeting some by name. No one paid you any attention. This is really good. Hawks takes the attention off me. I wonder if he did this on purpose, you thought, as you looked at his bright red feathers from where you were behind. He delivered you to the door of your boss's office and wished you a good weekend, then left. Monday afternoon saw you in the doorway of your office again, ready to embark on your journey to the boss's room. You did your mandatory sweep of the elevator, and the floor numbers were shifting again. Okay, I'll wait for them to hop out, then make a run for the elevator. You pulled your head back and waited. Catch you later, Hawks, a voice said. Your heartbeat went wild. Hawks again, you screeched internally, whipping around and running to the cupboard. You quickly stepped in and closed the door behind you. I hid under the desk last time, so he'll check there first, then hopefully he'll think he's missed me and he'll leave. You waited silently as you heard him walk in. There was more silence for a bit and you held your breath. Maybe he's gone. Then you felt something on your shoulder and you grabbed for it. What the heck is this? Is this a feather? You thought as you deciphered it with your fingers. What's that, boy? You heard Hawks say from just outside the cupboard door. You jumped. She's in the cupboard, he asked as he opened the door. You looked up at him in surprise and fear. Oh, hey, he said casually. This feels familiar, he added with a cheeky smile. I'm a bit sad, though, he said as he ushered you out. When's it going to be my turn to hide? He added, still keeping that cheeky smirk. You blushed furiously. I'm sorry, Hawks, he said sadly. You keep finding me hiding. Well, I'm happy again now because that's the longest sentence you've ever said to me, he said with a smile as he flicked his wings out, then pulled them back in behind himself. How did you know I was in there? You asked quietly yet curiously. I sensed you were there, he said with a nonchalant shrug. How? You asked, tilting your head. With my feathers, he replied with a smile. They can sense objects and people. I could tell you were there, same as the first day I met you hiding in the closet, he said with a chuckle. I'll be honest, I thought you were a spy at first. Me? You squeaked in surprise. Yeah, he said with a chuckle. I mean, why else would someone be hiding in the janitor's closet? You pulled a face and looked down. Hawks laughed. Don't sweat it, he replied gently. I did a background check on you. You're fine, he joked. You what? You squeaked again. He chuckled. Don't worry, let's get these reports to Mr. Ligma. He walked past you to the door and rolled his head back to look at you with those keen golden eyes. You coming? You followed after him and walked to the elevator. It was a comfortably silent ride up to the next level, and you both stepped out and headed down the corridor. You like chicken? Hawks asked suddenly. You nodded, and he looked at you. His face lit up. I love chicken, he said excitedly, pulling the cutest face you had ever seen. You smiled softly. He's so cute. I'm going to call you Chicken, he said. Wait, what? I like chicken, and I like you, so I'm going to call you Chicken. he said with an endearing smile. Sorry, come again, you thought? He saw the surprised look on your face and laughed. What, you don't like it? He asked with a smirk. No, it's okay, I like it, you said softly with a nervous smile. Okay, good, he said, looking down the hall. Well, here we are, he added as you both approached your boss's door. You just heading home after this? He asked casually as he reached up and scratched the back of his head while looking away. Yeah, you replied in your usually quiet voice. So you don't have anything on then? He confirmed. No, you said, quirking an eyebrow at his question. What's he driving at, you wondered. Cool. Come to dinner with me then, he said calmly. You jumped in fright and blushed furiously. No, Hawks, don't do this to me, you screeched internally. When you didn't reply, he looked at you with his sharp gaze. Too much, huh? He resigned with a chuckle. That's cool. Maybe another time then? You nodded, relieved that you hadn't had to say anything. Okay, have a good night, chicken, he said with a smile before turning and strolling off down the hall, his bright red feathers swaying slightly as he walked. You let out a shaky sigh. Oh, man, imagine going to dinner with the number 2 hero. That night your dad seemed troubled. He was jumpy and on edge. You okay, Dad? You asked him after he had jumped violently when the toaster went off. Yeah, I'm fine, he grunted, annoyed that such a small thing had startled him. What's wrong? You asked, not believing his words. He let out a troubled sigh and looked over at you. I think they've found me, he said in a quietly distressed tone. Your eyes widened. The government? You asked apprehensively. He nodded. I'm laying low, but a man came into work the other day and asked some pretty pointed questions. He even knew some of my relatives. Your guts twisted. What are you going to do? You asked nervously. I'm not sure, Yin, he replied, but if they do come for me, you're going to have to separate from me. You have your mother's last name, so they won't be able to track you down easily. Your heart ached. But, Dad... No buts, sweetheart. I don't want them to get you. I can handle them myself, he said with a weak smile. But just remember, never use your quirk. Your quirk, lexical translation, was one of the most powerful quirks of its kind. By merely thinking a word and then touching someone, you could evoke that emotion or feeling within them. There were endless possibilities with this quirk. Depending on the word that you used, you could bring someone up or tear someone down, but it all depended on what that person was thinking of when you applied your quirk. For example, if someone was thinking about how much they missed a loved one that had passed away, if you thought of the word relief or thankfulness and touched them, then they would feel those emotions towards that loved one, because that's what they were thinking of at the time. But if you wanted someone to fall in love with you, they had to be thinking of you at the time that you touched them with that word. This is where it could get problematic. What if they were thinking about their dog, a particular food, or someone else? Next thing you know, the person that you wanted to fall in love with you is all loved up about someone or something else. How could you tell if your quirk had worked? The person you used it on would say the word that you had thought of when applying the quirk, so you had a sign. Despite not being able to use your quirk freely, you would occasionally study up on the meaning of words just in case you needed to use them one day. The words needed to be emotionally geared too. You couldn't use words like run, tree, or sleep. Your quirk wasn't a straight-up brainwash quirk. These were some simple and harmless applications for your quirk, but some of your relatives decided to get greedy and used the quirk for means of gaining power and money. When it was discovered that they had used their quirk to gain their wealth, they were interrogated and imprisoned or forced to work for unsavoury people. The quirk was tagged, and everyone with this quirk was put on a special registry, a silent registry, for the government to use for their own benefit. Your grandfather had managed to give the government the slip and changed his name, keeping your family from being placed under surveillance, and up until now, everything had been fine. As long as you didn't use your quirk, you were fine. Your mother was quirkless, specifically chosen by your father so that he could keep the quirk bloodlines pure. In a way, it was a quirk marriage, but they loved each other, so it had worked out well. You were on the quirk registry, listed as being quirkless so that you would be safe from the government. You'd had the quirk test when you were 4, and all the results said that you had a quirk, but your dad had used his own quirk on the officers to make sure that they put down that you were quirkless. And that's why your dad didn't want you to use it. You understood all of this, but you still felt like you had been unfairly lumped in with your relatives who had done wrong. All you wanted to do was help people. You'd done nothing wrong. Why were you being punished for the crimes of your extended family? It wasn't fair. Being in hiding had worked perfectly up until now. Will I have to run away, Dad? You asked in a shaky voice. I'm not sure, sweetheart, but don't worry, he said as he reached out and touched your hand. Peace washed over you, and your worried expression faded. You knew that your dad had just used his quirk on you, and you smiled. He means well, you thought. The next day, as the workday came to a close, you prepared your reports and looked at the clock. Okay, time to get these upstairs, then I can go. You stood up and walked to the door, peeking out. I wonder if Hawks will come today. Wait, why am I thinking about Hawks? Do I like him coming to walk me to the boss's office? Well, yeah, I do, I guess. He's actually really sweet, on top of being hot. You looked out and down to the elevator as it started to come down to your level. Your heart started racing. Is this Hawks, you wondered? The numbers stopped moving and landed on your level, but the elevator doors didn't open, and you waited, watching intently while your heart pounded in your chest. Maybe it's an empty elevator. You slowly stepped out of your office and walked towards the elevator, your eyes trained on the doors. They still hadn't opened. You started to get excited. I think it might be empty. Oh my goodness, an empty elevator? You reached the doors and pressed up, and the doors dinged open, revealing a very smug Hawks leaning up against the inside wall of the elevator, like the chill hero he was. Hey, chicken, you found me, he said in a flirtatious tone. You went the brightest shade of red that you'd ever gone in your life and made a squeaking noise. Oh, sorry, did I scare the squeak out of you? He chuckled softly. Come on, I'm here to do my daily walk the cute shy girl to her boss's office. You just stared at him, not knowing what to do. He just called me cute. He just called me cute. He just called me cute. You dropped your gaze and stepped inside the elevator, refusing to look at the sexy, smooth hero as his sharp eyes watched you. For the next 3 weeks, Hawks met you each afternoon for the walk to your boss's office, and each time you found it a little easier to talk to him, even if it was just a sentence or two. You had stopped hiding as well, which he seemed excited about. It was late on a Friday afternoon, and you were waiting for Hawks to meet you in your office. Man, I'm hungry, you thought as you clutched your stomach. That'll teach me for skipping lunch because there were too many people at the shop and I was too scared to go in amongst them and order. You hung your head and sighed as your stomach grumbled again. Hungry, huh? A voice said, and you looked up in surprise, coming face to face with Hawks as he leaned down on your desk. Hawks, you squeaked. When did you get here? What's your favourite food? He asked, ignoring your question. You told him. Hey, after you drop your reports to Mr. Ligma, I'll take you out to get that, Hawks said with a lopsided smile. It's okay. It's a friendly gesture, not a date. I wouldn't push that on you, he said with a wink. What do you say? You waited up in your mind, looking at him for a bit as you thought. Come on, Hawks sung as he continued to lean down on the desk casually. What have you got to lose? He asked with a cocky smile. Oh, okay, you resigned softly. Hawks's face lit up. You won't regret this, he said with a smile. I know the best place in town to get it. Okay, you replied with a small smile as you stood up. Hawks stepped back from the desk and waited for you to walk around beside him. Let's go, chicken, he said with a flirtatious wink. You blushed again and looked down as the two of you headed out of the office and up to Mr. Ligma's room. After dropping off the reports, you and Hawks headed back down to your room to get your stuff, then you left. You felt a little nervous stepping out of the building beside him, and your steps faltered slightly. Stay close, chicken, he uttered as he stretched his wings out then tucked them in again. Oh my God, it's Hawks! Someone screamed, and you jumped with fright as you hung your head. No, this is so embarrassing. Everyone's going to look at us. I feel so uncomfortable, you thought, as the anxiety started to knot up in your stomach. Hawks noticed immediately and stepped forward and in front of you, one of his brilliant red feathers coming loose and floating in front of your face. You looked at it as it slowly rose up, and your eyes followed it. As you raised your head, you caught Hawks glancing back at you. Follow it, he whispered, as he jerked his head in the direction of the feather. You looked to where it had floated off down the street and quickly followed after it, pulling your jacket up around your neck more to hide your face. You quickly glanced back at Hawks, who was happily taking pictures with his fans and chatting to them. He did that to distract them so they wouldn't be looking at me, you thought with a grateful smile. You looked forward again and jogged a bit to catch up with the feather as it continued to float along. It led you down all kinds of roads and you wondered where it was taking you. Just then you heard the heavy flapping of wings and looked up to see Hawks descending from above. He tucked his gorgeous red wings in behind him and dropped down beside you, continuing to stroll as if he had been walking with you that whole time. Happens every day, he said casually, talking as if you two had been chatting for the past half hour. Sorry to throw you in the spotlight like that. He looked at you and his brilliant red feather returned to him. That's okay, he said quietly as he returned his gaze. Thank you for doing that. That was really kind. No sweat, he replied. You're a real shy one, huh? You nodded. Yeah. Always been like that? He asked as he strolled beside you with his hands in his pockets. Mm-hmm, you hummed in reply. Oh, that's okay. I do a lot of talking each day, so it's nice to spend time with someone who isn't going to talk my ears off, he said with a chuckle. Far from it, he replied dryly. Oh-ho! He laughed with one eyebrow raised at you. A sense of humour too? Why does it feel like he's ticking off a list of qualities? Well, here we are, he said suddenly, taking his hand out of his pocket and gesturing to a building ahead. And don't worry, I've already thought ahead, he added as you approached the door. What does he mean by that? Hawks pushed the door open and ushered you inside before stepping in behind you. Hey! The guy at the door greeted with a giant smile. What's up, bro? He said, reaching his fist out to Hawks. Hey man, how you doing? He said as he stepped past you and reached his fist out to the guy, bumping it against him before the two of them did an elaborate hand greeting. Just the two of you? The guy asked, after he and Hawks had finished their aggressive sign language. Yeah, dude, Hawks replied. Do you mind if we have the roof? Just want a bit of peace and quiet, yeah? Quiet, huh? The guy leered. I know how it is, he added with a mischievous smile. Nah, Hawks chuckled. She's a workmate, he added, winking at you. I am getting so many mixed messages here. I have no idea what's going on, you thought. You stayed quiet, and the guy looked at you with a smile. Lucky you, he added with a wink. Why the freak frack is everyone winking at me? Oh my god, my anxiety right now. I feel like the bloody caveman SpongeBob meme. This way, dude, the waiter said as he led you and Hawks to the base of the stairs that led to the roof. Head on up, I'll be with you in a sec. Sweet, thanks bro, Hawks replied, ushering you up first. Where are we going? You asked as you ascended the stairs. To the roof, Hawks laughed. I know the family that owns this restaurant very well, he added in his upbeat, friendly voice. They're a hero-based family, so they understand that sometimes you just want to have dinner without being mobbed by the fans. Okay, you said as you reached the top of the stairs and dubiously looked around. Oh, this looks romantic. Romantic, huh? Hawks said casually from beside you as he looked at the table and chairs that were set up in the middle of the terrace. You looked down at your feet. He said this wasn't a date, but all the signs. Just how I like it, he said with a smirk. Do you bring your girlfriend here, or? Your meek voice asked softly, then trailed off. Hawks glanced at you. Curious about my exes, huh? He asked slyly. No, I just... You choked on your words as the anxiety rose into your voice box. I'm kidding, he chuckled, stepping past you and walking to the seat before pulling it out and sitting down. I make it a habit not to date too much. Too much publicity if word gets out. I don't want that kind of attention, he added as he casually leaned back with one arm over the chair and looked at you. You going to come sit down? He asked with a friendly smile. Oh, you replied, not realizing that you were just standing in the middle of the terrace looking stupid. You quickly walked over and sat down, staring down at the table as your fingers dug into the sides of the seat. So what about you? You got a boyfriend? Hawks asked, his keen eyes watching you intently. Me? You squeaked, your eyes shooting up and meeting his. No way, you said as you covered your mouth. Got a crush on anyone? He pried, taking his visor glasses off and putting them down the table. You started to tremble a bit as your heart rate spiked. Why all these questions? You screeched internally. I'm messing with you, Hawks said with a soft chuckle. You don't need to answer that question. You silently let out the breath that you'd been holding and relaxed a bit. Stop doing that to me, you yelled at him internally, your brows knitting slightly. Whoop, got on your nerves, I see, Hawks commented when he saw the slight change in your facial expression. How can you tell so easily? You asked curiously. Hawks seemed to be able to read you really well. Good eyes, he said frankly as he tapped his face. I am carrying a lot of bird-like qualities, he added with a soft smile. Just then the same waiter guy came back carrying 2 menus. Yeah, I already know what you want, man, the waiter said to Hawks as he approached the table. You know me, Hawks said with a laugh. And what can I get the miss here? The waiter asked, smiling at you. She's dying for some of her favourite food, if you have it, Natsuo, Hawks said, leaning forward and placing his arms on the table. Sure thing, the waiter replied. You know, that's our specialty, he added with a grin at Hawks. I know, bro, that's why I brought her here, Hawks said with a laugh. Hi, Kay, the waiter called Natsuo replied. I'll be back. Thanks, man, Hawks replied as the waiter walked away. You two seem to know each other really well, you commented shyly. Yep, Hawks replied. He's the lesser-known son of the hero number 1. Endeavour's son? You asked curiously. That's him, Hawks confirmed. Natsuo Todoroki. Their family owns this restaurant. He's worked here from time to time, studying health and welfare. Great guy. Knew his older brother really well before, Hawks paused, and his face fell slightly. Then he continued. Never mind, he said with a sad smile. Let's leave that. You tilted your head curiously, but didn't ask any more. So, what about your family, Hawks asked. They still around? You nodded. Yeah, me and Mum and Dad. Then you remembered that you hadn't had a chance to tell them where you were. Oh, you gasped softly. I need to tell them where I am. They'll be worried. Send them a message, Hawks said in his laid-back voice. Better yet, send them a selfie with me, he said with a smirk. Is that okay? You asked. Sure it is, he said with a chuckle, pushing back in his seat. Come here, chicken, let's take a selfie. You got up and walked around the table to his side. You opened your phone to the camera and then held your arm out. Hawks grabbed his glasses and put them back on before smiling up big. You smiled softly and took the photo, then pulled it down for you both to look at it. I put my glasses back on so they'd recognise me, Hawks said with a cheeky smile as he glanced at you from the corner of his eye. You giggled. I'm pretty sure they'd recognise you anyway, Hawks, with or without your glasses, you said as he stood up. Hawks stared at you with shock and excitement as he walked back to your seat. You saw the look on his face and tilted your head with confusion. Why are you looking at me like that? You asked. You just giggled, Hawks said excitedly. The cutest giggle I've ever heard. You blushed furiously. Stop it, you whispered bashfully, your heart beating wildly. Hey, I like that pic of us. Send it to me, Hawks said suddenly with a grin. You want me to send it to you? You asked, just to confirm that you'd heard right. Yeah, he replied, like it was nothing, pulling his phone out. Here's my number, he said, starting to read the numbers out loud. You quickly grabbed your phone and punched the numbers in, and then opened a new message to him and sent him the picture. Got it, he said happily from across the table when the photo appeared in messages. I'm saving your number as Chicken. You smiled bashfully, secretly elated that you now had his number and he had yours. You sent the photo to your mum with the caption, Out to dinner with a workmate. Your mum replied almost immediately and you covered your mouth to stifle your laughter when she replied, Honey, that's Hawks, she sent back. You could almost feel the confusion in her message. What's funny? Hawks asked with a smile. My mum must be so confused right now, you said with a giggle. I told her I was out for dinner with a workmate and attached the photo and she sent back, Honey, that's Hawks. He laughed. She's probably thinking, that's definitely not a workmate. You both chuckled again, just as Natsuo returned with your meals. That was quick, Hawks commented excitedly, his eyes locking onto the dish of chicken as it approached him. Gotta look out for my best customers, Natsuo replied, giving you a wink as he put your dish down in front of you. Again with the winking, why? You thought. You smiled softly and he turned to leave, so you picked up a piece of cutlery and dug into your dish. How is it? Hawks asked with a mouthful from across the table. Amazing, you said with soft awe. This is really good. Told ya, he replied with a smirk as he continued to chew on his chicken. Just then he stopped and looked to his right, halting his chewing as he listened intently. What is it? You asked when you saw he was focused on something. He chewed, swallowed, and sighed as he stood up. Sorry, give me a bit, he said as he pushed his hands into his pockets and strolled to the edge of the building, then crouched down as he folded his arms on his knees for balance. Don't go anywhere, chicken, okay? He called back over his shoulder as he glanced back at you. Okay, you nodded, still a little confused as to what was going on. I was meaning my food, he said with a straight face, then broke into a grin. I'm kidding, he said with a light laugh. I'll be back in a bit. And with that, he folded his wings in behind him and jumped off the building. Where on earth is he going, you wondered. Just then your dad sent you a message and you read it. Watch out for Hawks, he had texted. He's a hero. He might be looking for information from you about our family. Don't say anything. You sighed. Again with the paranoia. But I get it, honestly. But I'm just sick of being so secretive. You didn't reply, just put your phone away. As you put it into your pocket, Natsuo came back to check on you both and was surprised to find Hawks gone. Bird flew the coop? He asked with a chuckle. He said he'd be back. I just don't know when, you said shyly as you looked down at your plate. Yeah, I know he'll be back. He still has chicken to eat, and I know for a fact that he won't leave chicken uneaten, Natsuo said with a laugh. If he ever leaves chicken uneaten, he's either sick or it's not Hawks. Just then Hawks returned, alighting on the rooftop lightly as he flapped his wings once, then tucked them behind himself. "Sorry, had to take care of a villain," Hawks said with a shrug. "Hero work is never ending, huh?" Natsuo commented. "Yeah," Hawks sighed as he sat back down. "You weren't cutting my grass while I was away, were you, bro?" Hawks jeered playfully, throwing you a wink. "Nah, man, bro code. I'd never do that," the greyish white-haired waiter replied. "God, Hawks, why are you doing this to me?" you wailed internally. "I thought you said this wasn't a date, but it bloody feels like a date, and now you're sounding like a protective boyfriend." "Food's awesome as always," Hawks commented to Natsuo, upon seeing you getting a little flustered about the conversation. "Thanks, I'll tell the chef," he said with a grin. "Okay, I'll leave you two be," he added as he turned and left. "Good guy," Hawks commented as he watched Natsuo leave. "Friendly," you commented softly. Hawks glanced at you. "Sorry I ran off like that. I wish I wasn't so high up on the hero ranking. Too much work. I just want a quiet life." "Man, I totally resonate with that," you thought excitedly. You were about to agree but stopped. "He doesn't know anything about my family history. Best I don't say anything." "So what's your quirk?" Hawks asked casually as he bit into another piece of chicken. "Me?" you squeaked in surprise. I don't know. I don't have one," you said as you avoided eye contact. Hawks hummed. "You don't have one, or you don't want to tell me what it is?" he pried. You shook your head. I don't have one," you mumbled. Hawks eyed you and you raised your head to make eye contact so that you would seem more convincing. He smiled at you. "Okay," he said, and went back to eating. He gave that up too quickly, you thought. "I'll try and find out what your quirk is on my own," he said happily. "Makes it more fun," he added a wink. "No, Hawks, don't do this." You looked back down at your food, your stomach churning nervously. You'd completely lost your appetite, but you forced yourself to keep eating so you didn't look suspicious. At the end of dinner, Hawks insisted on walking you home. You continued chatting as you walked, playing small getting-to-know-you games as you went. Hawks seemed really keen to get to know you, and you liked it, but at the same time your dad's voice was in the back of your head, saying, "Watch out for Hawks." "Favourite colour?" Hawks asked. You told him. "Birthday date?" he asked. You told him. "Quirk?" he asked. You paused. "Don't have one," you replied. He laughed. "I almost got you," he said with a cheeky smile. I know you've got one, Yin. I'm determined to find out what it is." "Why waste your time, though?" you asked softly. "I've already told you I'm quirkless." He hummed as he gave you the side eye. "We'll see." Before long, you were on the doorstep and he rang the doorbell. "Thanks for tonight, chicken," he said with a smile. "I enjoyed your company." "Oh, thanks," you replied. Just then your mum answered the door. "Oh, my stars!" she gasped when she came face to face with Hawks. "Goodness gracious," she added as she clutched her heart. "Mum," you chuckled, "calm down." "Sorry, sweetheart, it's Hawks," she said, still staring at the handsome guy. "Well, hello, Mrs." he said with his signature quirky smile. "My apologies for bringing Yin home a little later than usual," he said. "Oh, not at all, Hawks. I'm grateful that you're looking after her," she said happily, still awestruck that the hero was standing on her doorstep. "She's a good girl," Hawks said as he smiled at you. "Guys, please," you said with embarrassment. Hawks chuckled. "She's a shy one, but I enjoy her company," he said truthfully. "I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow, Yin," he said as he stepped back and spread his wings before shooting straight up into the sky. "Hawks," your mum squealed at you. "Hawks brought you home?" "Yes, Mum," you said with a small laugh. "Can you please stop fangirling over him?" Your dad was the paranoid one, but your mum was a little more carefree. She obviously didn't see the issue with Hawks being the one to bring you home. Just then your dad appeared with a worried look etched on his face. "Has he gone?" he asked with concern. You nodded. "Yin, you need to be careful. I don't trust him." "You don't trust anyone, Dad," you replied quietly with a scowl. "And there's good reason for it, Yin," he said sharply, his cold stare digging into you. Your dad stepped forward, aiming to touch you, but you stepped back so he couldn't reach you. "You're trying to manipulate me again," you said softly, but with vehemence in your voice. "That's all you've ever done, twisted our emotions for your benefit." Your dad stopped, his eyes widening in shock. "He's changed you already," he said darkly, his face changing from shock to disdain. "Hawks has already turned you against us." "What does Hawks have to do with any of this?" you suddenly said loudly. "Yin," your mum gasped. "Don't talk to your father like that." "No, Mum," you replied in a soft yet stern voice. "We all are pawns to him. I can't use my quirk, but he can. What a hypocrite." You looked from your mum to your dad. shooting him an icy cold stare. "Go to your room, Yin," your dad said sharply. As you passed him, he quickly shot an arm out and tapped your shoulder. Immense guilt overwhelmed you. You burst into tears and glared angrily at your dad, who seemed surprised by your expression. "You made me feel this way," you sobbed. "I know this isn't how I feel." "Yin," your mum gasped with surprise. "What's come over you?" "I'm telling you it's Hawks," your dad growled. You turned and ran to your room, tears still flooding down your face under the influence of your dad's quirk. "I know this isn't how I feel," you reminded yourself. "Don't cave in. Don't go and apologise like you always do. Be strong. Do what you want to do, for the first time in your goddamn life." You fell asleep that night with a heavy heart. Your dad's quirk had worn off after about 15 agonising minutes, but all of those thoughts that swirled around in your mind while you were under the influence had well and truly cemented into your psyche and left you feeling a little worse for wear. It was lunchtime the next day, and you were starting to get hungry. Because you didn't sleep well last night, you were extra quiet and in desperate need of a pick-me-up, coffee, Red Bull, whatever your go-to is for an energy hit. "I'm starving, but the thought of having to go and order food from the takeaway store just has my stomach churning already," you thought. You sighed and looked up at the clock. "Maybe if I order a pizza from the app or something, I'll get them to deliver it to the front desk and leave a message for them that it's for me and hope the receptionist brings it down here." While you continued to mull over the best way to order food without any human contact, you heard voices in the hall. "You're down here an awful lot, Hawks," the voice said with a laugh. Your head shot up. "Hawks? But it's not home time yet," you thought with confusion as you looked at the clock again. "Hey, chicken," Hawks' smooth voice called as he entered your office. You gave him a shy smile. "Got your lunch," he said in his usual friendly tone as he pulled up a chair and sat down at your desk opposite you. "It's the same as what we had last night because, well, that's the only food I know you like," he said with a chuckle. "God bless this gorgeous flying ball of happiness and hotness," you thought. You couldn't speak. You were so overwhelmed by his kind gesture. "Figured you might have been too shy to go out and order, so I saved you the trouble," he said with a wink as he lifted your favourite food out of the plastic bag that he had carried and passed it to you across the desk. "Thank you so much," you whispered, your voice dripping with gratefulness. "Welcome," he said with a smile. He sat back and pulled out some chicken. You giggled. His eyes shut up and met yours. "You giggled again," he said excitedly. "Why the cute little giggle?" "Chicken," you said softly. "Yep, again," he said with a laugh. "Man, I love chicken." "Isn't that like cannibalism?" you asked curiously. "I'm a hawk," he laughed. "If I were a chicken and I was eating chicken, then yes, it would be cannibalism. But I'm a hawk, and a hawk is a bird of prey," he said, ripping into a piece of chicken with his teeth. You watched as he chewed the food thoughtfully, then swallowed. "And chicken is prey," he added with a smirk as he leaned back and took another mouthful. "Fair enough," you said with a shrug. "So, what's your quirk again?" he asked bluntly as he eyed you keenly. Your heart rate spiked and your face flushed with the fear of being back on that topic. "I told you," you whispered as he dropped your gaze to your lap. "I don't have one." Hawk slowly put his chicken down and leaned forward on the desk. You heard his chair squeak and you looked up, his golden eyes locking you in place as he stretched his wings slightly, making himself appear bigger. "Level with me, Yin," he said lowly. A lump formed in your throat and you froze. Your heart was beating so hard it pulsated your vision and you couldn't take a proper breath in. "You forget I'm a hero," he said in that seriously low tone. "I can get information that other people can't." Fear gripped you and rendered you speechless. Your heartbeats were almost painful now. You could feel the panic attack coming on as your breaths became more and more shallow. Hawks could see your distress rising and he backed off, tucking his wings in behind himself and sitting back to give you some space, but the damage had already been done and you burst into tears, shaking uncontrollably. "Whoa, whoa," he said softly as he got up and ran around the desk to you. "Hey, it's okay, I'm sorry." He reached out and touched your arm, trying to draw your attention to him, but you were hyperventilating so badly he couldn't reach you with his voice. "Damn, I was just mucking around. I didn't know it was going to happen like this," he thought as he instinctively wrapped his arms around you. Feeling his warmth, it pulled you back to reality, and he bent his head to your ear. "I'm so sorry, Yin, I'm so sorry," he whispered. "I didn't realise you were so sensitive to that question." No shit, Sherlock, you thought. He beat his wings gently to pull himself back, holding your body against his. Although he was the one who caused the panic attack, you felt safe in his arms, and slowly but surely you calmed down, your terror being replaced by embarrassment as you buried your face into his chest. "Oh man, the lack of sleep and what happened last night with Dad has me really touchy today," you wailed internally. After a few more minutes, Hawks spoke again. "Are you feeling a little better?" he asked tenderly. You nodded, still unable to speak. "I'm really sorry. I won't ask that again," he said softly, and your death grip on his shirt relaxed. I don't know anything about your quirk, or lack of quirk. I was just bluffing, but that was a dick move. I shouldn't have done something so cruel." It's okay," you whispered, not wanting to make him feel too bad because of the empath you were. You remained in his embrace until you felt better, and he slowly let you go, his golden eyes making contact with yours as you pulled back. You looked away while he cleared his throat and scratched the back of his head, looking away. "If you ever need me, Yin, don't hesitate to call, yeah?" he said as he continued to avoid eye contact. You nodded sadly. "Man, I'm really screwed up by what my dad has told us about our quirk. So much so that I have a panic attack when someone asks me about it. This sucks. I just want to be able to use it for good and not to have to be so secretive," you thought. "I know you don't say much, but if you ever need to talk, I'm here too," Hawks said gently. "Why me?" you asked, that burning question that had been nagging at the back of your mind. "Why you what?" Hawks asked innocently. "Why me? Why have you been wasting time in talking to me and being so friendly with me?" you asked bashfully, looking down at the floor. "Isn't it obvious?" he asked with a small chuckle. "It's because I like you, Ian." Your face felt hot, heartbeat going wild. "Oh," you replied, still looking down. He went and sat back down on his chair and kept eating his chicken, and you sat down too, staring at your food silently. "You okay?" he asked with a nervous chuckle. "Did I say too much?" You shook your head furiously. "No, I just don't know what to say to that." "You don't have to say anything," he said with a smile as he chewed his food. "I don't need a reply. I'm not good at keeping things in, so I just accept my words and just leave it at that," he shrugged. The rest of lunch went kinda awkwardly, to be honest. Hawks seemed relaxed, but you certainly weren't. You kept thinking about his words. Did he mean like me as in like me as a friend, or like me as in romantically? You glanced up at him and noticed that he was watching you softly, and you looked back down immediately. "I mean, he's looking at me a lot, but that could mean anything. How could he like someone like me? Nah, he's probably just being nice." As he finished his chicken, he cleared his throat. "Well, chicken, I hate to leave, but I have an important meeting," he said with air quotation marks. "I'll be back to do our afternoon walk," he added with a wink as he pushed his hands into his pockets. "Don't find a new walking partner while I'm gone, yeah?" he joked as he gave you a smirk. I wouldn't do that," he smiled. "I'll be back," he said in his upbeat, friendly tone, then left. You sighed and sat back in your chair. "Man, he's way too nice." Hawks made his way upstairs to the meeting. Pushing the door open to the conference room, he was met with the eyes of the president of the HPSC. "Hey, boss," he said in a slightly sarcastic tone as he sauntered in and sat down, kicking his legs up on the long table that was smack bang in the middle of the room. The president clenched her jaw slightly at his informal and somewhat unprofessional greeting. "Hawks," she said stiffly. "What can I do for you?" he said in a bored tone, taking his visor off and cleaning a speck of dust off it. "We need your assistance," the middle-aged lady said as she eyed the hero with her turquoise eyes. "Yeah?" he asked with a smirk. "What is it now? Found someone else who dares to defy you?" he asked in a sarcastic voice as he put his visor back on and stared her down. The president pursed her lips together, biting her tongue. She needed Hawks's help, so she couldn't afford to piss him off. "It's in regards to the family line that we've been tracking for a number of years now," she said calmly. "And?" he asked pointedly. "Well, we think we may have found the brothers' line that got away," she added. "The family that possesses the lexical translation quirk? What do you need me for?" Hawks asked, as he lolled his head to the side, still sporting that bored expression. "We need you to track him for us. Your quirk is ideal, and you've been designed for this type of work," she said bluntly. Hawks narrowed his eyes slightly and stood up. "What's his name?" he asked as he turned to go. "We believe it's..." and then she mentioned your father's name. She replied. "Believe? So you don't know for sure?" Hawks asked as he looked back over his shoulder at her. "That's what we need from you," the president said. "We need you to confirm that it's him, and if it is, we'll make a move." Yeah, Hawks replied, holding a hand up as he left. "I'm on it." The president's face fell as Hawks left the room. He was their best agent, but he was somewhat hard to work with. "I just hope we get these quirk users under control," she sighed internally. Back in Hawkes' office, he did some research into lexical translation and the wielders of this quirk, noting that a number of them had been jailed for various money-related crimes. Bit of a dodgy bunch, but he thought as he looked through the files. He typed your father's name into the search bar, and a profile of scarce information popped up, including a photo of your father and his work location. A number of agents documented their visitation of the business, with none being able to accurately identify your father as one of the men who had this quirk, but all were highly suspicious that it was him. It was also noted that the man had a wife and an only daughter, but both wife and daughter's name were unknown. Hawkes sat back and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Best I have a look around and see what I can find, he thought as he glanced at the clock. Whoops, not today though. Got to walk in to Mr. Ligma's office soon. He looked back at the computer and was about to close all the tabs down when he was struck with curiosity. Reaching forward, he typed your name into the search bar. Your name popped up and all of your information along with it. He read through the details and clicked through the subsequent pages. You were clean, no criminal record, and he laughed at himself for being so silly. She's far too shy. She'd never be able to break the law. Just then an article caught his attention. You had been involved in a bus accident when you were a teen, and it made the headlines. The interesting thing was that everyone on the bus was from a well-known quirkless school, but witness reports indicated that someone on the bus had used a quirk that made people feel less anxious. Someone else had mentioned that they had felt better after being touched, but they couldn't remember by who. He hummed thoughtfully and tucked that information into the back of his mind. He still believed that you had a quirk and that you weren't telling him what it was. The next page showed a full-body X-ray that had been taken just after the bus accident, looking for potential fractures in your body, but you had been cleared with a full bill of health. As Hawkes zoomed into the lower portion of the X-ray, he saw the telltale sign of someone that possessed a quirk, only a single joint in the pinky toe. He raised an eyebrow as he looked at the screen. This is interesting, he thought as he closed all the tabs down and turned his computer off. You packed up your things for the day and compiled the reports. You ready, chicken? A voice asked from the door, and you looked up into the smiling face of the winged hero. You nodded with a smile. Let's go then before Mr. Ligma gets his balls in a knot, Hawkes said with a light laugh. That's an odd expression, you thought. You walked up beside him, and the two of you headed down the hall to the elevator and upstairs to the next level. So, what do your parents do for work? Hawkes asked casually, still thinking about the fact that you had the signs of quirk possession. Maybe if I can determine her parents' quirks, I can find out what hers is, he thought. Mum stays at home and Dad works at... Then you gave Hawkes a fake place that your dad had always told you to use if you were ever asked. You parroted this, all too used to repeating the script that you had been fed for years. They got quirks? Hawkes asked again, in his chilled-out voice. Oh, I see what he's trying to do here. Find out my quirk by deductive reasoning from my parents' quirks, you thought. Nope, you replied. Neither have quirks, just like me, I guess, you lied, looking down and gritting your teeth. Don't ask again, don't ask again. Fair enough, he commented as he eyed you. He knew you were lying, or maybe you had a quirk and legitimately didn't know about it. Either way, he was determined to get to the bottom of this. Well, here we are, he said as he stopped outside Mr. Ligma's office door. Thanks, he said with a relieved smile. No problems, he said with a wink. I'll see you tomorrow, yeah? And with that, he turned and strolled off down the hallway. You sighed with relief that he hadn't pushed you on the quirk topic again and knocked on Mr. Ligma's door to hand your reports in. Hawkes made his way back up to his office and sat down at the computer, turning it on again and going straight to the Hero Access site for quirk registries. Yin Lin, he typed in. Now remember that your mother's maiden name is different from your father's maiden name, and that you're under your mother's maiden name. Up came your name and quirk registration. You were registered as quirkless. Lynn, he then typed, hoping to find your mum and dad. Your mother's name came up under Lynn, but it was noted that she was registered as quirkless, but your father didn't come up at all. Hawkes frowned in confusion. Something's not adding up here. I can find Yin and her mum, well, I'm assuming it's her mum, but I can't find her dad, and I'm pretty sure he's still alive. Why can't I find anything about her father, he thought. Well, best I pay a visit to the business that she told me that he works at. I'll ask him what his quirk is myself. He exited the site and closed his computer down, then stood up and strolled out into the hall, making a visit to your dad's fake workplace. You hopped off the bus and headed for home, not thinking about much in particular. As you walked up to your front door, you heard your mum and dad talking inside. You quietly pushed the door open and listened. "Honey, it's for the best. I'm trying to protect you and Yin," you heard your dad say. "But no, I don't want you to go. Isn't there another way?" your mum asked sadly. "I'm so sorry," you heard your dad say. "I don't know how long it will be for, but don't try and look for me. Even if I try and call you, don't pick up, because they might have found me and are using me to track you and Yin down." You crept into the house further, listening just outside the room that they were in. Your mum was crying softly. "Please don't go," she begged quietly. "Don't leave us." "Honey, if I can come back, I will. But for now, just be strong, okay? For Yin. Do it for Yin," he said sternly. Your blood boiled. What is my manipulative father doing now? "What about me, though?" your mum cried softly. "Did you ever think about how that would affect me? I love you, but you always think about yourself." There was silence, and then your mum spoke again. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I'm so sorry," she whispered. "That bastard has used his quirk on her again," you seethed internally. You stepped into the doorway, unnoticed by your parents because you were so quiet. An angry scowl etched on your face. When you saw them, your heart nearly broke. Your mum was sobbing quietly while clinging onto your dad, her fingers knitted into his top while he embraced her, his eyes squeezed shut as he bit back bitter tears. "You selfish asshole!" you screamed loudly at your dad, equal parts angered and devastated at how upset your dad had made your mum. When his head snapped up and he looked at you, your heart broke. He looked just as devastated as your mum, and a single tear escaped his eye. "I don't want to have to do this, Yin, but if I stay, we'll all be jailed," he said softly, understanding your angry outburst. "But why, Dad? Why? Why do they want to jail us for doing nothing wrong?" "You know why, Yin. We've been over this before. It's because of our relatives doing the wrong thing, and they tarnished our name. And we were supposed to be registered, but we gave the government the slip. They don't like it when you do that." "But we're innocent," you wailed, tears streaming down your face. "Sweetheart, we could go around all day on this topic," your dad said, slightly exasperated. "I'll be leaving tomorrow to go into hiding. The guy that keeps coming into work has asked one too many pointed questions, and if I stay there another day, I'm sure he'll have backup ready to take me in." "But what about Mum and I?" you sobbed. "I've told your mother to buy an apartment and move as soon as you both can," he said. "Don't stay here in this house too long." "Don't worry, sweetheart," your mum said to you in a broken, shaky voice. "We'll be fine." "At least we won't have to be manipulated anymore," you seethed, your tears now spilling with anger. "I know you're scared and confused, Yin," your dad said softly in reply to your harsh words, "but you shouldn't lash out like that." "Go to hell!" you yelled before turning and running to your room. You felt sick to your stomach. Why was this happening? Why did you have to be born into this family? You lay down on your bed and sobbed, dragging your knees up to your chest. Just then your phone beeped in your pocket and you pulled it out. It was a message from Hawks. Your heart leapt in your throat and you quickly sniffed and wiped your eyes so that you could read the message properly. "Hey," he wrote, "I'm sorry if this comes off as weird, but I just got a feeling something was wrong. Are you okay?" Oh my goodness, his feathers, they're in tune with me, you thought. "Yeah, I'm fine," you sent back. "Thank you for checking, though." "Okay, no problem, chicken. You text me if you need me, though, yeah?" he sent back. Then immediately another message. "Hawks out," with a kiss, complete with chicken head emoji and a red heart. You smiled at the message and did one of those weird hiccup laugh snorts and then closed your phone. You could hear your mum and dad talking from where you stayed in your room, and you flip-flopped wildly between staying there and going out to actually apologise to your dad and make things right before he left. From the way he spoke, it sounded like you may never see him again, and you didn't know how you felt about that. Your whole life had revolved around him, and having him out of your life, not controlling you or keeping you in check, was both relieving and terrifying. You were finally going to have some freedom. Oh damn, that scared the absolute hell out of you. For the first time in your life, you could call your own shots. You could feel the excitement and fear constricting your airflow. "Man, Dad, I don't know how to function without you constantly holding me back and dictating my life," you thought. You decided to make him come to you and stayed in your room. But before you knew it, you had fallen asleep, and when you woke early the next morning, he had gone, leaving your devastated mum crying alone, slumped over the kitchen bench. "Mum," you said softly in a worried voice. "Please don't cry. We'll be okay," you said, touching her shoulder with your hand. Instinctively, you went to use your quirk on her to calm her down, but then you stopped. "No, I can't use it. I'd be doing the exact same thing that Dad would do. What a hypocrite," you thought. You withdrew your hand, and your mum looked up at you, wiping her eyes. You didn't use your quirk on me. Why? She asked. Well, because it's what Dad would have done, and I don't want to do what he did. He used to do that to me all the time, and if I do that to you, then I'm no better than him, you said in a troubled voice. But how am I supposed to survive? She said. I'm a quirkless person in a world full of quirks. I can't survive out there. I need him. I need your father, Yin. He's my everything, she sobbed. Oh my God, she's almost brainwashed. Stockholm Syndrome? This is worse than I thought. Mum, you said sharply, pull yourself together. It's going to be okay. We're going to be fine. I need help, she sobbed. I feel so terrible. Please, use your quirk on me, Yin. What the heck did Dad do to her? It's like she's addicted to his quirk. No, Mum, you said softly. I know you're stronger than this. You don't need a quirk to regulate your emotions. Yes, I do, she snapped. Your dad gave me everything I needed. I was never wanting of anything. He kept me sane. He made me whole, she wailed. Whoa, who is this person? I don't even recognise her anymore. Mum, it's okay. We just need to get out of this house and into an apartment and you'll feel much better, I promise. Your mum ignored you and stood up, pushing off the bench and going to her room. You pulled your phone out and started looking for an apartment immediately, somewhere inconspicuous, cheap, and away from anywhere that would bring back memories for your mum. For the next week, you searched the real estate sites like a mad woman until finally you found a suitable place. Mum, I found somewhere, you said excitedly as you pushed her bedroom door open. Wine bottles, takeaway containers, and tissues littered her room, and you wrinkled your nose at the smell as you entered. The blinds were closed as well, and you suspected that they had been shut ever since your dad left. Mum, you called softly, squinting in the semi-darkness. We want you, your mum slurred as she rolled over in bed. Mum, are you okay? No, she punctuated. Go away. Mum, I found us a place. We can get out of here, you said with a mix of joy and pleading. We can move on. Dad will be... I don't want to move on, Yin. I want him back, your mum hollered. This was very unlike her and you cringed. Just then there was a knock at the door. Hang on, stay here, you said quickly as you spun around and walked to her bedroom door, looking out and down the hall. As you looked at the frosted front door, you recognised the figure on the other side immediately. Oh no, it's Hawks. You walked out and shut your mum's door behind you, then walked down the hall, straightening your outfit as you went. Hey, chicken, Hawks said in a friendly voice as you opened the door. I was just patrolling the area and thought I'd stop by, he said as he leaned his forearm on the door frame. Oh, okay, you stammered. Nice to see you. He smiled. Hey, listen, is everything okay? I stopped by your dad's work, coincidentally, and they told me he didn't work there. A pain ripped through your chest as your heavy heartbeats smashed against the inside of your ribcage. Yeah, he left, you said in a panicked, broken sentence. Hawks observed you for a second and then smiled reassuringly. Okay, mind if I come in? He asked. Hawks, I'm sorry, you said, tears of fear of the unknown welling up in your eyes. Now isn't a good time. You okay? He asked with concern as he reached out and touched your arm. Your bottom lip started to quiver. No, you said in a shaky voice. But please, I can handle myself. I think it's best if you go. I'm so sorry. I'll explain tomorrow, okay? Hawk's expression soft, and he nodded sadly. I'm only a call or text away if you need me, he said with a gentle smile as he stepped back and spread his wings. You call, and I'll be here at my signature top speed. You nodded and wiped a tear away. See you tomorrow, he said as he flicked his wings and shot up into the sky. You quickly stepped back inside and closed the door. We need to move ASAP. I need my mum back. I need to make up a story to tell Hawks. I just need to get myself together. You looked up the number of the agent who was overseeing the sale of the apartment and practiced what you were going to say to him 5 times over in your head before calling. The agent answered the phone with a friendly greeting and you panicked. Hello, I'm Yin, and I was wanting to look at the apartment you sale for have, you said, grimacing as you realised that nothing that you had said made any sense due to the panic at having to speak to someone. Pardon? The agent replied, confused. Oh, I'm sorry, you said. I'm interested in the apartment for sale on Suckma Street. Oh, yes, the one owned by Mr. Richards, he replied happily. Not a problem. When would you like to come and see it? He asked. I want to buy it, you replied hesitantly. Don't you want to inspect it first? He asked curiously. No, that's fine. Do I put a down payment or something on it? I've never done this before, you said honestly. Yes, sure. You'll need to come to our office to sign papers, he said. Then we can go from there. Okay, he replied. Thank you. Can I come tomorrow afternoon? Of course, Miss Yin. That won't be a problem. Just bring some ID with you, please. Okay, you said. Thank you, bye. And with that you quickly hung up your phone. Oh my god, that was so stressful, you thought. That night you rehearsed what you were going to say to Hawks. It wasn't going to be a straight-out lie, but just some half-truths to protect you and your family. The next morning Hawks waited for you at the elevator, anxious to see you and make sure that you were okay. Just as he saw you enter the building, he was called by the receptionist. Hawks, she called down the hall. Call on line 2 for you. Yeah, okay, he called back, making eye contact with you as you approached him. Morning, chicken, he said gently in his usual friendly voice. How are you going? I'm okay, thanks, you said softly, looking down at the ground. Hey, listen, I got a call, but I'll come down and see you in a sec, yeah? He said gently. Okay, you nodded. He walked past you, heading for the reception desk, and you watched him walk away. Those feathers were a sight to behold, and then you entered the lift and went down to your office. Hawks here, the winged hero said as he picked up the phone. Hawks, I'm coming around with updates on the case, the voice said from the other end of the line. Oh, it's you, Prez, the winged hottie said in a laid-back voice. Well, I don't have a choice then, do I? So I'll see you soon. The president of the Public Safety Commission sighed as she hung up. Hawks smirked. Boss is on her way in, he commented dryly to the receptionist. Show her into the conference room and page me when she gets here. Yes, Hawks, the receptionist said. I'll be at the payroll office, he had added with a smirk. Got some important business with the officer there. I see, the receptionist replied, quirking an eyebrow at him. Hawks didn't say any more and turned away, heading off down the hall to your room. Sorry about that, chicken, the golden-eyed dynamite said as he wandered into your office and plopped down in the chair, lounging back as soon as his backside had hit the seat. But that's okay, he replied, looking down at your desk. You okay? He asked, sitting up and leaning forward onto the desk. Your voice caught in your throat. Calm down, Yin, just say it like you rehearsed. Breathe, you thought. Hawks got up and walked around to your side of the desk, reaching out and wiping away a sole tear that rolled down your cheek. Oh, what? I'm crying already? How embarrassing, you thought. Hey, he said softly as he crouched down so that he could make eye contact with you. You're hurting really bad, Yin. Don't force yourself. Did he, your dad, walk out on you and your mum? You nodded, sniffing slightly. It's what you had intended to tell Hawks anyway. Technically, your dad had walked out on you two. Mum isn't taking it too well, you whispered. And what about you? He asked softly, gently taking your chin on the broad side of his finger and lifting your face slightly. Another tear rolled down your cheek as your eyes met his, your quivering bottom lip melting his heart. You're making me want to protect you with everything I have, he whispered, just under his breath as his gaze shifted from your left eye to your right eye, then down to your lips. Hawks, the receptionist said from your office doorway. Hawks pulled a face and let your chin go as he looked over at the receptionist, still crouching down in front of you. You were so embarrassed that you couldn't look at the lady who had just caught you two in an interesting position. You found me, Hawks deadpanned to the receptionist. That was quick. I'm sorry, I tried to page you but you didn't respond, so I came down. Boss is here then, I assume, he sighed as he stood up. Yes, she is. She's in the conference room, the receptionist replied, glancing at you. Okay, thanks, Hawks replied. The receptionist nodded and turned away, walking down the hall. Sorry, Yin. I have to go, but I'll be back, he said softly. You nodded sadly. Listen, he said as he placed a hand gently on your head. If you don't want to work and you need somewhere to hide, just come to my office. It's on level 3. My name is on the door, he said. Make yourself at home. You nodded. He removed his hand and walked out, leaving you with a cocktail of feelings swirling in your gut. Should I go to his office? I feel like I really need him right now, you thought. Hawks entered the conference room and made eye contact with the Hero Council President. Make it quick, I was in the middle of something, he said dryly as he walked over and sat down. He's disappeared, she said bluntly. What? Hawks jeered. Your cream of the crop couldn't catch him? He added with a smirk. Unfortunately, no, she replied briskly. We need you to find him for us. Did you have a chance to visit him the other week? Sorry, I didn't, he replied bluntly, resting his cheek in his open palm. It's imperative that he is found immediately. He and his family need to be controlled as quickly as possible before they cause any more trouble, she said as she tapped the table to punctuate her words. What have they done? Hawks asked. I know what their relatives have done, but what has this guy in particular done? Well, nothing yet, but this is a necessary preventative measure we must take, she said sternly. Hawks huffed. So this guy has disappeared and he's left behind a wife and a daughter, correct? He asked as he stood up. Correct, she replied with a stiff head nod. Interesting, Hawks mused. You wouldn't know this guy's address, would you? No, unfortunately, she replied. Good job, he replied sarcastically. Your boys are amazing. The president scowled but didn't say anything. I'll check it out, he said as he turned and left. Father disappears, leaving wife and daughter behind. Now where have I heard this story before? Hawks mused to himself as he strolled up to his office on level 3. As he neared his room, he smirked. So she did come after all. He opened the door and walked in. Hawks? Hey, chicken, he said in a jovial voice as he entered. You don't seem surprised to see me, you commented. Feathers, remember? He chuckled. Knew you were here. Oh, you said softly as he approached you. He stopped in front of you, and you looked up at him bashfully. He tenderly brushed a piece of fringe back from your forehead. I care about you, Yin. I want you to feel like you can tell me anything, he said. He's almost talking like he knows what's going on, you thought. Come and sit down a minute, he said, as he walked past you and sat down on the plush-looking lounge along one of the walls in his office. You turned and walked over, sitting down next to him. He placed his hand gently on your knee, and you could feel the heat rising in your face. He's touching me. What's your dad's name, Yin? I'll find him for you, he said as his smouldering eyes met yours. Oh, no, it's okay, you stammered. Come on, Yin. I can at least bring closure for you and your mum. No, he was a manipulative person. Although it hurts that he's left, it's probably for the best, you replied, trying to hold yourself together as Hawks gently stroked his fingers over your kneecap, his eyes watching you intently. I see, he said as he removed his hand from your knee. Emotional manipulation, he asked as he leaned back against the couch and took his hand from your knee, stretching his arm out behind you and resting it along the backboard of the lounge. Yeah, you sighed. It's hard to come back from emotional manipulation, Hawks said with a sigh as he cocked his head at you. Lean back, chicken, he added gently. You swallowed hard and slowly leaned back. Hawks's arm was across your shoulder with his fingers brushing across your opposite shoulder. Your mum must have been pretty put out, without his quirk keeping her level. She must be taking it really hard, he said, taking a stab in the dark with his guess and distracting you by running his fingers up your neck and tracing around your ear. Yeah, you replied, your subconscious mind telling Hawks the truth while you were heavily distracted by his alluring and suggestive touch. Ah, Hawks thought with an internal smirk. Hey, he cooed, as he took your other hand and gently turned your face towards him. Don't worry, okay? I won't tell anyone. Okay, you whispered, your mind not hearing what he had said because you were too focused on his touch. He leaned in slowly, his gaze falling to your lips, then back to your eyes. Your heart fluttered. It was beating wildly as you parted your lips slightly, ready to accept his kiss, your eyes fluttering closed. Sorry, I shouldn't be doing this. I'm sorry, he whispered, his lips just ghosting over yours as he pulled back. Not at work. Sorry? You asked, suddenly aware that you'd been answering questions that you hadn't actually heard him ask. It's okay, chicken, he said with a smile. I hate to do this, but I have a mission I'm supposed to be doing right now, instead of kissing my payroll officer. You looked down. I do want to kiss you, he confirmed, but at work's probably not the right place. You nodded with embarrassment. I need to use the computer for work now, he said. Do you mind if I have a little privacy? This is top secret work. Oh, of course, you said shyly. Sorry, I'll go now. You stood up and quickly walked to the door. I'll be down later to do our walk, yeah? He called out to you, and you looked back at him over your shoulder. He was still lounged back on the couch, with both arms up and across the backboard, with legs parted, his chin down but those gorgeous, smouldering eyes locked on you as he sat there. Sure, you whispered with a shaky smile. Oh my goodness, he's so hot. As you left his office and went back down to yours, you couldn't help but feel like something was off. Man, I don't remember anything about that conversation. I hope I didn't say anything I shouldn't have. Hawks got up and walked to his desk after you'd left and typed your father's name into the search bar of the secret service database. Okay, so this is Yin's father. I'm assuming her mother is indeed quirkless to keep the quirk lines pure, which means that that Yin has the same quirk as her dad. If they want her dad, they'll be after her too. He closed the computer down and left his office, ready to do a sweeping search for your father. The rest of the day ticked by slowly for you, and you did your work and then waited until Hawks came to pick you up for your afternoon walk to Mr. Ligma's office. Finally, he arrived. "Hey, chicken," he greeted cheerfully. "Let's go." You smiled and stood up, ready to leave. "Oh, gotta sign some papers for this new place after work too," you thought, as you walked out beside Hawks. It was a quiet walk this time, and Hawks let it be. He knew you had a lot on your mind right now. "Have a good night," he said with a smile as he dropped you off at your boss's door and left. "Thanks," he said softly. You had taken all the necessary proof of identity documents to work with you, so you hopped on the bus and headed for the real estate agent to put a down payment on the apartment. You'd told your mum about it, but she didn't care, so you had to do this one on your own. If I can start over with Mum, a new life, away from Dad, maybe she'll be able to pick herself up and we can move on. You checked the directions and walked towards the building that Google Maps had told you to go to, and you let out a sigh of relief when you saw the real estate agent's sign on the door. Oh, thank goodness I found the right place. You pushed the door open and opened your mouth to try and say a confident hello, but had to try again because the first hello came out as a bit of an odd squeak, which drew the attention of all the people inside. So thanks to that, you were now dying inside. "Can I help you?" one of the agents asked. I'm here to put a down payment on the down payment for the apartment on Suckma Street," you babbled. "Oh, yes, right this way," the agent said. "Do you have your ID?" You thanked every deity under the sun that he understood your garbled sentence, and the proceedings for buying the apartment commenced. At the end of the 3 hours, you had finally successfully bought your own apartment. Amazingly. You thanked them immensely and left to go home. They had agreed to let you and your mum move in straight away, so you rang the local removalists to help pack and relocate your things. All night you packed, managing to get your room, your mum's room, and most of the lounge room packed. You just had the kitchen, study, and laundry to go, but the removalists would do that tomorrow. I take the day off work, only that I know that Hawks would get worried and come looking for me. I don't want him to ask any questions. The next morning, you rang your boss and told him that you'd be coming to work a little later because you had to take your mum to the hospital. A little white lie, but a necessary one. And he accepted without question, wishing you all the luck. Okay, I have a half-hour window to get to work after I was due in, otherwise Hawks is going to take notice that I'm not there. You quickly got your mum's drunken ass ready and called for a taxi using the taxi app. It arrived 10 minutes later and you put your mum inside. "This taxi's going to take you to our new place, Mum, okay?" you said with a reassuring smile. "I'll just give the removalists some directions and make sure they're okay, then I'll come across and set you up, alright? Here's a key. We're on the ground floor. Apartment number's on the key," you said, pointing to the number. Your mum had her head hung this whole time, and it broke you up every time you saw her in this state. "You'll be okay," you said as you kissed her cheek. "I'm coming," you added, and closed her car door and stepped back. The taxi pulled away slowly, and you watched it disappear down the street. Your mum hadn't said a word that whole time. She didn't even acknowledge you, and it stabbed you in the heart a little that she wasn't caring one bit about how much you were trying to do this for her. "I have the most ungrateful parents," you sighed internally. You turned and saw the removalist truck coming down the road. "Ugh, I hate to do this, but I'm going to have to use my quirk and quirk myself up." "Okay, here we go." Confidence, you thought, as you touched your arm. As your quirk took effect, the most interesting sensation came over you, and you stood up straight and beamed at the approaching truck, waving happily as it pulled up. "Oh my god, what is this?" you squealed internally. "This confidence feels so weird." "Hi guys," you called happily, as the two good-looking muscular men hopped out of the van. "Hey cutie," one guy called as he chuckled and walked over to you. "What a wonderful way to start the morning," he flirted. Can it get any better than this?" he added as he checked you out. "This is so embarrassing." "Oh-ho," you chuckled. "You going to work for me or flirt all day?" you flirted back, crossing your arms across your chest and smirking at him suggestively. "Yin, what are you doing? This feels so weird. Why can't I stop this?" "Well, I could change the feeling of emotion, but I need the quirk boost right now. I haven't used my quirk enough to control and channel it, so right now it's boosting every aspect of confidence. If I can move all this furniture within the next 45 minutes, will you reward me with a date?" the cocky flirt asked. If you do it in less, you might get more than a date, you flirted back. Seriously, Yin? You're a mess, you thought. The guy's eyes lit up. You're on, he chuckled. I like you. You're just as cocky as I am. No, I promise you I am not, you thought. Both guys got to work packing your belongings and loading them in the truck while you discreetly checked your watch. I hope Hawks doesn't come looking for me early. The time ticked away, and a few times you had to reboost your quirk because it wore off. Oh man, it's just clicked over 9 a.m. Hawks would be expecting me to arrive at work right now. I wonder if he's waiting for me at the elevator. Let's assume he is. The last of the items were loaded, and Mr. Cocky walked proudly over to you. So, he said with a smirk, I got it done in less than the time allotted. Yin, don't you dare. Oh, did you? You smoldered back. Guess I owe you your reward. Oh, this is so terrible. I cannot begin to express how utterly mortified I feel. He chuckled with a hint of sexual tension and turned to the truck. Okay, let me drop your things off and we'll exchange numbers, he said flirtatiously over his shoulder as he walked over to the truck and climbed in. You hopped into the cab that was parked behind the removalist truck and looked at the time again. Okay, I've got maximum 15 minutes before Hawks starts looking for me. You sat there, full of confidence, yet wringing your hands together as the taxi followed the van to your new apartment. You got out on the other side and raced over to where your mum was sitting on a bench outside the apartment building. Mum, I told you to go inside, you hissed with worry. You helped her up and inside the apartment before coming outside to oversee where the men were carrying things in. You were confident still on the outside, but the internal worry was building with every time that you glanced at your watch. He's definitely going to start looking for me, you worried. The men finished up and you grabbed your bag, ready to start heading to work. You decided that you would unpack your things when you got home that evening. As you went to leave, Mr. Cocky tried to corner you to get your details. So, babe, he said as he backed you up against the brick wall out the front of the apartments. What's your number? You stuttered as your quirk started to wear off, clutching onto your bag strapped for dear life. Oh no, do I boost or do I leave? I don't know what to do. Just then there was a flurry of wings and Hawks landed beside you. Hey bud, how you doing? He asked casually to the cocky removalist who had you backed up against the wall. Whoa, Hawks! Bro, I can't believe I'm meeting you in person. I'm a huge fan, the guy said with an awestruck laugh, reaching his hand out for a handshake to Hawks. So did you want my number too, or are you just after this, cuties? Hawks said in a friendly yet biting tone as he reached out and shook the guy's hand. I'd asked for hers too, but I already have it, he added. You do? Cocky asked in surprise as he looked from Hawks back to you. Oh, sorry, I kind of got the impression that... don't worry about it. I'll let you off the hook this time, Hawks said to the guy. Sorry, Hawks, I didn't know she was with you. Like I said, I'll let you off the hook this time, Hawks repeated with a cheeky smile. You were just standing there shocked. Hawks had implied that you were his, and the guy had double-checked. Hawks hadn't corrected him. The cocky guy raised his hand in surrender and backed off, backing back to the truck without saying another word. Good morning, Hawks said in a friendly voice as he turned to you. You're a little out of the way here, he said, looking around. I thought something might have happened to you. Sorry, my mum, you stammered. Don't worry, Hawks interjected. Let's get you going off to work. You're going to ride the bus with me? You queried in a soft voice. Come here, Hawks said gently in a low voice as he turned and placed his hands on your waist. You quickly looked down. Put your arms around my neck, chicken, he said as he bent his head down and whispered in your ear. A wave of goosebumps washed over your whole body, and Hawks noticed. He smirked and let out a little chuckle of amusement. Slowly you reached up and placed your arms around his neck as he stepped closer to you and wrapped his hands from your waist to your body, pulling yours against his. Hawks, we're in public, you squeaked. Hold on tight, chicken. Wait, what? Suddenly you were airborne. Oh my god! You screamed as you clutched onto him for dear life. Good thing I wear headphones, he laughed. Hawks! 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 You screeched. I love it when you scream my name, he leered in the most casually suggestive voice that you'd ever heard as he shot over the city towards the agency. You clamped your mouth shut, burying your face into his neck with embarrassment. Oh my gosh, I can't believe he just said that. Okay, we're here, Hawks said in a chirpy tone as he alighted on the roof of the building, putting your feet down on the ground and waiting for you to let go of him. You were frozen with fear and continued to cling to his neck. "Hey," he said softly, rubbing your back tenderly. "It's okay now, you can let go." But you were still in a bit of shock and didn't move. Hawks turned his head and ran a hand up through your hair, pulling your head to the side slightly so that he could kiss you on the cheek. That snapped you out of it, and you squeaked as you let go and covered your face with embarrassment. He chuckled softly. "Okay, so I got to kiss you to get your attention. Noted." You didn't move. "Okay, chicken, let's go." "You're late for work," he said in a happy voice like nothing had happened. He reached out and took your hand, walking you towards the stairwell. Over the next few months, you worked hard to bring your mum back up out of her quirk depression, praising her for small things like getting out of bed, brushing her hair, and showering her with love whenever she was herself, and by doing that you slowly gained confidence in yourself too. Meanwhile, Hawks was commissioned to find your father. He knew what he was doing, but he had his own motives. He hadn't told you that he knew about you, your background, or your quirk, and you thought that he had just lost interest in that part of you and had moved on, which took a weight off your shoulders. As your life started to stabilise to a new normal, you wanted to practice your quirk, for good of course. You wanted to help people. "Hey chicken," Hawks greeted as he strolled into your office. "Want to get lunch with me?" Hawks had made it known that he liked you. He was very perceptive, and although he had kissed your cheek once and made it look like he wanted to kiss your lips, he hadn't made any further moves, except for the occasional flirtatious line. You were flattered that he had feelings for you, but you were still a little dubious about letting him get too close. Having said that, you were falling for this hot hero more and more. You nodded with a closed-lipped smile. "Okay, let's go then," he replied as you walked up beside him, and the two of you walked upstairs and out of the building. As you neared the doors, Hawks paused. "You want to hang back while I deal with the crowds?" he asked with a chuckle. "No," you said confidently. "I'll walk out with you and head down the street while you deal with them." "Did you want a feather?" he asked with a smile. He had gotten into the habit of giving you a feather whenever he felt like you were getting anxious about something. It had become a bit of a safety blanket for you. "No, I'll be okay," you said with a determined look on your face. "Oh, big girl now, huh?" he said with a gentle chuckle. "Okay, let's go then." He reached forwards and pushed the front door open. Immediately people swarmed him. Your heart rate shot through the roof and you ducked your head down and made for the clearing between people. "Hey now," Hawks said gently to a few people who had blocked your path, trying to get closer to him. "Let the lady through," he said. "Sorry, Hawks. Sorry, miss," they said as they stepped aside. "It's you," you replied softly. "Ah, damn, I was trying to say it's okay and thank you, and it came out as a mash of the two. I feel so stupid." You quickly ran from the crowd, wailing internally as you went. A few seconds later, Hawks joined you. "You're doing very well," he commented. "You've been a little more confident lately," he praised. "I'm doing my best," you replied, giving him a small smile. "Mum's doing better too." "Glad to hear it," he replied, shoving his hands in his pockets. "I haven't seen my parents in ages," he said softly as he looked down. You felt something in his tone of voice and looked at him sympathetically, and he cleared his throat and changed the subject. "So, if you were a fruit, what would you be?" he asked. "What?" you giggled. "You heard me," he laughed. "What fruit would you be?" You two continued to chat. As you passed people that you saw look sad, you would gently touch them with your quirk and cheer them up a little. Hawks continued to talk to you as though he was focused on the conversation, but a few times you noticed that he was sending feathers out. Then you paid more attention and saw that he was helping people as he was chatting with you. "Oh, wait, hold up. He looks like he's not paying attention to his surroundings, but he is. Has he noticed me using my quirk?" You looked at him as he finished a sentence and noticed that he was glancing back at something. "Everything okay?" you asked. "Yep," he replied happily, looking back to you. "Well, here we are for lunch," he said, gesturing to the cafe ahead. You looked up at it, and the two of you entered. You and Hawk sat down, but he seemed distracted, his feathers spread out slightly. "You okay?" you asked. He looked at you, his gaze shifting across your features as he stared intently, rubbing his chin with one gloved hand. "You're on to me," he chuckled. "Sorry, I'm in the middle of investigating someone, and I think I may have found them." "Who?" you asked. "That's classified information," he said with a laugh. "Oh, sorry," you replied. "Don't be," he said. "I'd love to be able to tell you. Maybe I will later." You nodded and looked down at the menu. "Yin, excuse me for just one moment," he said, and got up. "I'll be back." "Okay," you replied, watching him as he left. From an alleyway nearby, your father watched with disdain as you and Hawks entered the cafe. I don't like that Hawks is keeping such a close eye on Yin, he thought as he adjusted his hat and stepped back into the shadows. He turned around to leave and came face to face with Hawks. What's the matter, Pops? Can't keep away from your toy? Hawks jeered smugly with his arms crossed. Your dad jumped in fright. I don't know what you're talking about, your dad replied gruffly. Come on, Hawks then said your father's name. Give it up. I'm already on to you, Hawks said with a smirk. Your dad pulled his hat down over his eyes and quickly threw his hand out to tap Hawks with his quirk, but Hawks was already behind him and had him in a chokehold. Oh, that's not very nice to use your quirk without saying hello first, Hawks said in a playfully disappointed tone. Why are you here, Pops? You know the government's looking for you. Not very smart to be out and about. None of your damn business, your dad growled at Hawks. Hey, now, Hawks laughed. I really don't think you're in a position to be getting short with me. Remember your pleases and thank yous. What are you going to do? Hand me in? Your dad growled. I'm a pro hero, old man. That's my job, Hawks replied casually. Just then, government agents dropped from the roof in grappling gear and apprehended your father. She'll never forgive you when she finds out that you were the one that put me behind bars, your dad growled as the agents handcuffed him. I'm not the one putting you behind bars. They are, Hawks replied calmly. I just kept you busy till they caught up. You'll pay for this, he seethed. I've done nothing wrong. So emotional abuse is acceptable, is it then? Hawks asked dryly. Okay, Pops. I never abused anyone, your dad shouted. I'm sure others beg to differ, Hawks deadpanned. Anyway, Buttercup, got a lunch date with someone special, so if you don't mind. He stepped back and flicked your dad a salute. I'll be seeing you. You'll pay, Hawks, you'll pay, your dad bellowed as Hawks disappeared into the sky. Hey, chicken, sorry about that, Hawks said calmly as he sat back down at the table. Just getting myself into a bit of a messy situation, he added with a laugh. Okay, you replied with a curious head tilt. What are you getting? He asked as he looked down at the menu. Oh, something, I guess, he replied. Lunch went well, and all too soon it was time to head back to work. As you and Hawks entered the building, you saw two staff members chatting together. Yesterday in the staff room, you had heard the girl talking about how she found her male co-worker cute, and you smiled as you saw them talking together. Oh, I really hope they get together, you thought as you passed them. Actually, I wonder if I should use my quirk on the guy, just to make him fall for her. Is that meddling too much? You glanced back at them and smiled to yourself. I'll touch him with my quirk next time I see him, you thought. You looked back to where you were going, straight ahead, and smiled. You're cute, you know that? Hawk said softly from beside you. He had seen you smiling about something, and it warmed his heart that you were starting to come alive a little more these days. Oh, you're smiling more, and I like it, he said as he smiled down at you. You returned his smile and looked down, not being able to bring yourself to look into his gorgeous eyes for too long. That afternoon, Hawks met you for your walk to the boss's office. Okay, let's go, he said triumphantly. Yes, sir, you replied with a grin, and his face lit up. I like your enthusiasm, he said with a chuckle. As the two of you hopped off the elevator on the next level up, you saw the couple from earlier walking down the hall towards you and Hawks. You glanced around. Apart from you and Hawks, no one else was in the hallway. Now's my chance, you thought. Thankfully, the guy was closest to you, and you mulled over what word to use on him. Maybe I'll use lust, you thought deviously. You activated your quirk and readied your hand to touch him as you passed. As you got closer, Hawks reached out and grabbed your arm and pulled you more towards him because he thought that you were going to walk into the guy's path. You stumbled and tripped on one leg, grabbing onto Hawks' quirk accidentally still activated. Lust. And then you realised what word that you had thought of as you touched Hawks. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. No, okay, it might be okay. He was probably thinking about chicken or something. Oh, okay, that's a bit worse. Sorry, Hawks, you stammered, as you quickly pushed off him and kept walking. He continued to walk beside you with his head lowered, very, very uncharacteristically quiet. You glanced at him from the side of your eye. You okay? You whispered apprehensively. He looked up at you, lust clouding his eyes. Oh no, you thought. He glanced around. The hall was empty. Oh no, I have a bad feeling about this, you thought. Suddenly he grabbed your arm, and before you knew it, you were pinned up against the wall, his body pressed against yours and his head pressed into the side of your neck with his wings outstretched. Yin, he breathed, his hot breath coming in short, sharp pants, rushing against your collarbone. Oh, no. I can't change the word and reactivate because he has my arms pinned, you panicked internally. Hawks, are you okay? You asked in a small voice, a lump forming in your throat as his lips ghosted over your neck. I want you so bad, he said in a low, carnal tone. I'm filled with lust for you. Oh, what? He was thinking about me when I touched him, you thought. Hawks, now's not the right time, but please, we're at work, you begged quietly, as he slipped a leg between yours and pushed into you. Oh gosh, you gasped. He kissed you just below your ear, and then parted his lips wider, leaving deeper kisses as he trailed down your neck to your collarbone, releasing one of your arms so that he could use his hand to caress your side and slide it up your body, making his way up to your face and caressing your cheek. I want to make you mine, he said lowly, as he locked eyes with you and leaned in to kiss you. You squeaked and raised your hand to touch the back of his hand that was holding your cheek. Regret, you touched him with. Suddenly he pulled back. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. I mean, I want you, and I think you're sexy as hell, but I don't know, I just got this overwhelming feeling just then, he said. He stepped a few paces away from you. Forgive me, Yin, I regret doing that to you. You stepped forward and touched his hand again, wanting to change the quirk name so that it would be a bit better this time round. Happy, you touched him with. But hey, he said in an upbeat voice as the quirk took over. If you want to do that with me, I'd totally be down for it. I'm happy to take our relationship to the next level, he said with a smile. Oh my gosh, I don't know what's going on, you laughed internally. I don't know which feeling's worse. He's still thinking about doing stuff together when he's under the influence of lust, greed, regret, and happy. Hawks, I don't know how to respond to those comments, so I'm just going to leave them for now, you said with a polite, kill me now smile. Oh, sure, no problem, he said with a happy little chuckle. Oh man, he's going to be the death of me, you laughed internally. After Hawks had dropped you off at the boss's door, he practically skipped away and you left for home. I wonder if Mum is up. She's been doing so well these past few days, you thought as you walked. You smiled to yourself. As you got closer to the home, you saw lights on and got a bit excited. If she's put the lights on, then she must be up, you thought. You unlocked the front door and a gentle aroma greeted you as you entered. You followed the smell to the kitchen and peeked around the corner. Your mum was cooking. She hadn't cooked since your dad had left, and you nearly cried with happiness. Mum, you said excitedly as you walked in and put your bag down. You're cooking. She turned and smiled at you. I'm making your favourite, she said in a happy little voice. You teared up immediately. Mum, you wailed happily. Mum, I'm so happy. You ran over and embraced her in the biggest hug. She cuddled you back and kissed the top of your head. I'm so sorry, my sweet. I was such a terrible mum. I really went downhill fast. No, please don't apologise. You are having withdrawals from Dad's quirk. I'm just so happy you're coming out of it, you replied, looking up into her eyes. I'll do better for us, Yin. For us. We're all we have now, she said with a shaky smile. I'll admit that I'm scared, but I know that if you're with me, we'll be fine. You've developed so much confidence over the last month or so. You've proven to me that we can survive without your father. Mum, you have no idea how happy I am right now, you cried, tears of joy streaming down your cheeks. You're right, we're a power team. She kissed your forehead and hugged you once more. Get changed, Yin. Dinner will be ready soon, then we can watch a movie together. What do you say? I say yes, you cried happily. This setting is at the government office. Hawks, the officer in charge said with surprise. What are you doing here? I'm here to see Yin's father, Hawks said as he stood there casually in front of the guard. You got clearance? The officer asked. Hawks chuckled. I'm Hawks. I don't need clearance. Okay, the officer said in a confused voice. He's in holding bay 2. Thanks, Hawks said as he passed the officer and strolled down the clinical-looking hall of the government's secret holding bay. He neared bay 2 and felt for where your father was within the room, locating him with his feathers. He's going to try and do a sneak attack on me, is he? He chuckled. He yanked the door open and in a flash was behind your father, immobilizing him immediately with another specialized hold. He sighed in your father's ear. Gotta be quicker than that, old man. Go to hell, Hawks, your father growled at Hawks as he struggled to get free. Let's have a chat, shall we, Daddy? Hawks jeered. Come with me. He forcefully marched your father out of the holding bay, pushing him in front of himself and channeling him down to the interrogation room nearby. With a firm hand on your father's shoulder, he sat him down in the chair and linked his chains behind and under the clasp on the back of the seat. "Comfy?" Hawks asked as sarcastically as he strolled around the table that was in front of your father and sat down in the chair opposite. Your old man glared at him the whole time. "Okay, Pops, level with me," Hawks said with a smirk as he sat back and crossed his arms casually across his chest. "I'm not saying a word," your dad growled. "She's beautiful, isn't she?" Hawks said in a low, knowing voice. "Who is?" your dad snapped. "Yin," Hawks said with a laid-back smirk. "She's gorgeous, and she's well-trained too." "I don't know what you're talking about," your dad snarled. "Oh, come on now, Papa Bear, don't play coy with me," Hawks cajoled. "You know exactly what I'm talking about." Your dad glared at the coy winged hero. "She's been practicing," Hawks commented idly as he took his visor off and looked it over calmly. "Practicing what?" your dad snapped. "Her quirk," Hawks said casually as he put his visor back on. "She's very good, subtle, good at picking up when to use it. I've been watching her," Hawks explained with nonchalant calmness. "She only has one tell, though. She watches the person to make sure that the quirk has taken the desired effect, and it gives her away." "Damn it," your dad growled. It was always the one thing that gave her away. "She's developing it quite well, though. It's quite strong," Hawks continued. "I've experienced it firsthand." "She used it on you?" your dad asked in shock. "Relax, puppy. She didn't do it on purpose. I orchestrated it, and I didn't let on that I knew that she had used it on me," Hawks replied smugly. "But that's what you wanted, hey, for her to develop it?" Your dad glared at the winged hero, with then the most evil smirk graced his face. "Fine, you got me," he chuckled deviously. "What do you want her for?" Hawks asked calmly. "Espionage work," your dad replied frankly. "She's the perfect fit." "I know, Pops, I know. It's how you've trained her. She's shy, unassuming, easily controlled by people she trusts, innocent. She's flawless for this type of work," Hawks said. "But you've made one fatal mistake." "What's that?" your dad asked as his face fell. "She met me," Hawks chuckled. Your dad fumed. "I have connections," he barked. "Connections in the government that want her, and they'll get her. I'll be rich. I'll live a lavish life. I'll have it all," he cackled manically. "Wrong," Hawks said with a bright smile. "But we won't go into that now. Now tell me who you work for," he said as he deployed a beautiful red feather and turned it around so the pointed end was pushed gently up against your dad's jugular vein in his neck. You wouldn't kill me," your dad said through gritted teeth. "Wouldn't I?" Hawks asked innocently as he tilted his head to the side. "Want to try me and find out?" he asked with a smile. Your dad swallowed hard. "I knew you were there that day that I first brought Yin home," Hawks said as he curled his hand over to check his nails as he spoke. "Wondered why you didn't come out when your wife said my name. Figured you didn't want me to know that you were there. But why? That was my question." Your dad pursed his lips. "When I put the two and two together, that you were Yin's father and the lexical quirk user that got away, I did some background checking. Your brother worked in government, so that's how he was able to cover your tracks and keep your name off the silent registry. But you've been doing a bit of dirty work of your own, haven't you? No cleaner than your relatives." Your dad snorted with amusement and annoyance. "You painted yourself as innocent so that your beautiful daughter would look up to you, and she did. You scared her into not using her quirk so you could control her powers. She did what you wanted. She hung on your every word, but then she started to see you for who you really were, hey, a manipulator." Your dad scowled heavily and grit his teeth. Hawks noticed your father's agitation and continued. "So you staged a 'I need to leave for the sake of the family' stunt, huh? It's clever, I'll give you that. You ducked before she discovered the real you." Your dad snarled angrily. "And then what? What's your angle? You were going to have her kidnapped, then come and save her, be the big hero, get back in her good books, but at the same time use her and manipulate her further while still playing hero? It's genius, really," Hawks said with a proud smirk. He had nailed your father's plans in one guess. "Shut up. You're talking out of your ass. You know nothing," your dad growled, and the bright feather pushed harder against his skin, causing him to wince. "You just keep telling yourself that, Pops," Hawks commented as he looked away with a bored expression. "This is why I don't need to keep you alive, because I've already figured everything out," Hawks said as he looked back at your dad, his serious golden eyes burning into your father. "They already know everything. The government, they're just as corrupt as always," your dad said. "The second in charge is, him. He's been sketchy since the day he was born. Could have guessed it was him," Hawks commented, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Well, best I go and formulate a plan then. I work for the government, so wouldn't want to miss out on any of the fun, he said as he stood up and recalled his feather. Thanks for the chat, Daddy, he added smugly as he got up and walked around to your father's side of the table, unhooking his chains from the back of the chair, readying him to walk him back to the holding bay. Don't call me Daddy, your father spat angrily as Hawks pulled him up out of the chair. Okay, Hawks sung. Your daughter calls me Daddy. Well, not right now, she doesn't, but she soon will, Hawks said casually. You slimy red-winged bastard, I'm gonna... Your father continued to scream curse words, threats and insults at Hawks all the way back to the holding bay, with Hawks sporting the most smug look on his face that the officers there had ever seen. His yelling doesn't affect you? The officer asked with a perplexed look on his face as Hawks left the building. Nah, headphones, Hawks said with a wink, tapping the side of the headphones. Catcha, he called over his shoulder as he strolled away. The officer shook his head. Such an unusual hero. The next day you awoke to your mum making a hot breakfast and you squealed with delight. Everything was spread out on the table and you feasted your eyes greedily. Bacon, scrambled eggs, toast, crumpets, pancakes, blueberries, waffles, Pop-Tarts and so many other things. You let out a little peep of excitement and clapped your hands. Your mum heard your excited noise and looked over her shoulder from where she was still cooking stuff on the stove. Mum, this looks amazing, you squealed, sitting down excitedly at the table and beaming at her. I'm glad you're excited for it. I've made enough to feed a small country, so please eat up, she said with a little laugh and a gentle smile. Your heart nearly burst with love and pride. She'd come such a long way in a relatively short space of time, coming up to 2 months now since your dad had left, and every day she seemed to be getting happier and happier. Oh, we're doing so well. I'm glad he left. It still feels a little surreal that he's gone, but I'm loving this new life, you thought. You reached out and picked up some food and put it on your plate. Your mum walked over with the last of the food items and sat down at the table opposite you. Okay, dig in. You have to go to work soon, she said with a smile. Don't mind if I do, you said excitedly as you picked up some cutlery to start eating. You put some food in your mouth and chewed hungrily as you beamed across the table at her. Do you get to see Hawks much at work? Your mum asked as she picked up some food and put it in her mouth. You immediately choked on your mouthful and had to run to the bin to spit it out. Oh my gosh, Mum, you squeaked. Why that question? I'm sorry, sweet, your mum chuckled. I didn't think it would get such a shock from that question. It was an innocent one, I assure you. He just seemed really nice, and I wondered if you got to talk to him again. I'm sure he's very busy, but... I've seen him on occasion, you said as you looked away. Man, if only she knew how much I see him every day. Oh, good. Next time you see him, tell him I said hello, she said with a smile. Oh, okay, sure, you said bashfully, walking back over and sitting down to continue breakfast. After breakfast with Mum, you got your things ready and left for work. Everything was running like it usually did, and you hopped off the bus stop, headphones in, to walk to that last little bit to work. As you headed down the street, you saw a large crowd had gathered outside the shop nearby the agency, and you stopped in your tracks. Oh, it's a sale, that's why they're all there, you thought. You debated on what to do. Oh, there's so many of them, you wailed internally. I can't get through. Maybe I can go another way? You looked at your watch and saw you didn't have any extra time to spare. Maybe if I cross the road? You looked to your right and saw the traffic on the road was ridiculous. All of a sudden you felt trapped. There was nowhere to go, and all the noise of the busy street started to infiltrate your headphones and mix with your music. You clutched your chest as panic started to rise. From a nearby building rooftop, Hawks watched you. He could see the predicament that you were in, and he crouched down on the edge of the building to watch, curious as to how you were going to handle this. He saw you step back and clutch your chest as he deployed a feather, ready to send it down to give you that security blanket, but then he stopped when he saw you go to touch your own arm. Oh, okay, so she's going to boost herself up, is she? Then you stopped. Oh, going to try and go without it? He thought with a smirk. What a brave little chicken. He saw you take a few deep breaths and walk purposefully forward. Oh, she's going to go straight for the middle of the crowd, he thought with excitement as he watched you stroll up to one of the people at the back. You reached out a shaky hand and tapped the man on the shoulder. Excuse me, I can want to pass? You fumbled in a wobbly voice. Sorry, love, the guy said, stepping back for you to go past and in front of him. Thanks, you whispered, but then stopped as you came up against another person. Your heart sank. There's a wall of them, you thought. Hey, mate, step aside and let the little lady through, the guy that you had tapped first said to the next bloke who was blocking your path. Oh, sorry, miss, the guy said, stepping back, pulling another lady nearby out of the way as well. Thank you, you whispered with a shaky smile. Not a problem, the guy said with a smile. Oi, you lot, move back and clear the path. This girl wants to get through. Why do they sound so Australian? You nearly evaporated from embarrassment. Oh my gosh, he's so loud. Why? Everyone within earshot turned and looked at you. Then the guy that had yelled out, and you almost cried. But all of a sudden, the people in your path stepped back and you could get through. You bowed your head with embarrassment and ran, suddenly finding yourself on the other side of the crowd. Oh my gosh, I made it. I actually walked through that mess, you thought as you glanced back. You beamed with pride and stood up straighter as you walked, strolling along and stoked that you had managed that on your own. Just then someone landed beside you and you screamed at the top of your lungs and crouched down, covering your head with your arms. Whoa, Hawks laughed. It's just me, chickie babe. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Hawks, you gasped, removing your hands from over your head and clutching your chest. Why do you sneak up on me like this? I nearly died. Well, at least you could say that you successfully walked through a crowd before you died. That's a crowning achievement, he said with a smile as he gave you his hand to help you stand up again. You saw that? You asked with horror. Course I saw. I'm a hawk. I see everything, he said with a chuckle. That was cool, he added, and you both recommenced walking together. Oh, thanks, you said with a blush as you looked down. Ah, he sighed loudly. Guess you don't need me anymore. You've got this confidence thing all sorted now. Where does that leave me? No, I still need you said softly. I like you around. Oh, you do? He asked with a smirk. Well, that's good to know. I thought maybe this was all one-sided, but maybe it's not. You cocked your head at him. What is he on about, you thought. Then you realised that this whole time Hawks had been the one making the moves on you, and all you'd been doing was avoiding answering him or just letting it happen, but not once had you told him your feelings for him. Oh, I need to tell him I like him back. That's so embarrassing. But I need to let him know how I feel. You hung your head. Did I say too much again? Hawks asked with a resigned chuckle as he looked away, sending a feather off to help an old lady across the street. No, you replied, still looking down as your heartbeat went wild. Okay, he said with another little laugh. I really do like you, Yin. I'm not just messing around. I'm serious about you. Oh, okay, cool, you stammered at the ground. Ugh, I'm so awkward, you thought. You entered the building with Hawks, walking to the elevator together. I'll see you off here, Yin. I've got some stuff to do, unfortunately, Hawks said with a sigh as he pressed the up button on the elevator. I'll be down for lunch later, he added as the elevator landed on the ground level and the doors opened. Oh, okay, you replied with a smile as he hopped into the elevator. He smirked and winked at you just as the doors shut, and you had to look away, grateful that he couldn't see your face just now. Oh, he's so hot and cute, and I need to tell him that I like him back, but how? And when would be a good time? You mulled over these things as you walked to your office, ready to start the day. Lunchtime rolled around and in strolled Hawks with 2 lunch bags. Hey, chicken, here's your lunch, he said happily as he placed it down on the desk in front of you. Thanks, Hawks, you said shyly as you looked up into his gorgeous face. He leaned down on the desk, his face coming close to yours. You blushed and swallowed thickly as his golden eyes held your gaze. I bought you lunch, he said in a husky, low voice, with a suggestive smirk pulling at his lips. So do I get a tip? Your face went bright red, and you tried to look away, but his eyes wouldn't let you pull yours away from his. What tip would you like? You stuttered bashfully. A kiss would do nicely, he said lowly, leaning in that little bit further and glancing down at your lips as he bit lightly onto his own bottom lip. A kiss? You squeaked, steam almost shooting out of your ears with the flusteredness that you were feeling. He waited a bit, but you were frozen in place and he chuckled before pulling back. You're really cute, Yin. I like you a lot, he said as he sat down in the chair and grabbed the lunch bag before leaning back and opening it. You watched his face light up when he looked down and saw chicken wings in the bag. You're cute too, you whispered, your face still bright red. His eyes shot up and met yours. What did you say? He asked eagerly, waiting for your response. I said that you're... I'm what, Yin? He asked, with another smirk pulling at his lips. Come on, baby, you can say it. Oh, Hawks, why'd you say that? You wailed, covering your face with your hands. That's so embarrassing. Hawks laughed. You don't like it when I call you baby? No, wait, yes, no, I like it, but it makes me flustered, you blurted out loudly as you pulled your hands from your face. This is great, Yin, he said excitedly. This is the loudest you've ever spoken. Tell me again how much it makes you flustered, baby. Hawks, don't, you wailed with a giggle. Yes, baby, yes, he called again as he picked up a piece of chicken and waved it around. You're an idiot, Hawks, you laughed, watching his stupidly happy face as he embarrassed you. His eyes lit up, and he stood up, putting his piece of chicken down as he ran around the desk and grabbed you in a bear hug and lifted you off the chair. You've really made my day, Yin, he said happily as he held you in his arms. You're coming out of your shell more and more. I'm so proud. You buried your face into his chest. It's all thanks to you, you whispered into his shirt. He heard you and smiled, but didn't make mention of it. He let you go after a while and went back to his seat, sitting down and grabbing his piece of chicken again. My mum says hi too, you said bashfully, as you opened your takeaway box and picked up a fork, stabbing it into some of your food and popping it in your mouth. Ah, checking in on her son-in-law, is she? Hawks asked casually. You choked on your food again for the second time that day. Hawks, you screeched after you'd spat your food into a napkin. He laughed. I'm sorry, I'll stop. Secretly, you didn't want him to stop, but for the time being, it was probably best if he did, otherwise you were going to choke on something and possibly die. The two of you chatted happily till the end of lunch, and then he got up to leave. Well, chicken, I'll be back to do our walk, he said over his shoulder as he headed for the office door. See you then. Bye, Hawks. Thanks for lunch, you said happily from your desk. No problem, baby, he said with a wink. You blushed heavily. Oh, and hey, feel free to call me Daddy, he added casually with smouldering eyes and a half smirk as he walked out and down the hall. Your blood pressure spiked and you started seeing stars in the peripheries of your eyes. Oh my gosh, did he just say that out loud? Oh my gosh. You clutched at your chest and took deep breaths, trying to bring your heart rate under control as you stared at your desk. Suddenly, you were aware of ringing in your ears and it slowly got louder. You okay? A familiar voice asked from the door, and your eyes shot up into a pair of golden ones. Hawks had come back to make sure you hadn't passed out. Then you passed out. Hey. Your vision slowly came back to you, and you realised that you were on the ground, with Hawks hovering over you. Well, I think I've found your limit, he said with an apologetic smile. Are you okay? You nodded. You couldn't speak because your mouth had run dry. After a few more minutes of recovery, Hawks helped you sit up, and then you got back up at your desk. Hey, listen, he said as he crouched in front of you and raised your chin so that he could look you in the eye. If I'm saying too much, tell me straight. I'm not good at holding back, so sometimes I need someone to tell me when I'm crossing the line. You nodded weakly. I'm just not used to people saying these things to me, you said softly as he held your gaze. Come on. You're telling me that no one's ever flirted with you before? He asked gently. You nodded into his hand. Well, don't expect me to stop because I'm hella attracted to you. But you need to tell me when to stop when you're uncomfortable, okay? He said with a reassuring smile. You nodded again. Sorry, I do like you saying that stuff to me, but it just makes me giddy, you mumbled with a blush as you looked to the side. I'm going to refrain from saying what I really want to say right now because you're just recovering from passing out, Hawk said with a chuckle as he let your chin go, but I'm glad you like it. Okay, I'll do my best to speak up next time, you said, looking up at him bashfully with a grateful smile. Good, he said as he turned to leave. You can speak your mind with me. I don't bite, he added with a smile as he left for the second time. Gotta build on that confidence thing she's got going, he thought as he walked down the hall to the elevator. Never know when that's gonna come in handy. You headed home at the end of the day, grateful to be done. Hawks hadn't made any more passes at you that afternoon, and you were happy he hadn't. Your blood pressure thanked you immensely. Mum, I'm home, you called out as you entered the house, and your mum poked her head out the door of the kitchen and gawked at you. What? You asked with a giggle when you saw the look on her face. You called out a greeting, she gasped. Usually you just sneak into the house and we only know you're here because you just appear. You smiled. I'm working really hard to be more confident. This is wonderful, honey, your mum said excitedly. We need to celebrate. I'll make your favourite food for dinner. Really? You said, clapping your hands with joy. Yes, sweetheart. Now let me see if I have all the ingredients, she mumbled as she went back to the kitchen. You followed and watched as she pulled packets out of the cupboard. Yes? Yes, I think I've got all the... Oh, no, I don't have that one ingredient, she wailed. Why is that always the way? I have enough of everything else to make a batch large enough to last a whole winter, yet I don't have that one item. Mum, it's okay, I'll go to the shop and get it, you said, standing straight and setting your face with determination. Yin, she said with astonishment, turning to you. But you couldn't go on your own without Dad. No, I can go. On my own, you said determinedly. I'll be back soon. You turned around and grabbed your wallet from your bag, then walked to the door. You looked back at your mum to say goodbye, and she was standing there with a proud smile on her face and tears in her eyes. You're so strong, baby, she said in an overjoyed voice. I'm so proud. You beamed at her and left, strutting out as you headed down the street. I am invincible today, you thought proudly. I got through a crowd. I called Hawks cute. Passed out. Okay, skip that one. Said hello when I got home, and now I'm heading to the shops on my own. You arrived at the small corner store and picked up a basket as you walked in, making a beeline for the aisle that had the item that you were after. Yay, they have some, you thought. You picked up enough for tonight's dinner, then thought it might be a good idea to get extra just in case your mum wanted to make any more for your lunch tomorrow. Okay, now to pay. Oh God, you thought. You took a deep breath in and composed yourself as you stood facing the shelf. You exhaled softly before turning around and taking a step towards the registers. Unfortunately, someone was standing right behind you and you bumped straight into them. But before you had a chance to step back or apologise, the person grabbed you around your waist and held your body against theirs. Ah, just what I was looking for dinner, a voice said lowly. You blushed and looked up at the person's face. It was Hawks. Oh, hey, chicken, he said as he reached past you to the shelf that you'd just been standing at and pulled something off of it and put it in his basket. Sorry, did you think I meant you? He asked with a cocky smile as he kept one arm wrapped around you. You're so cheeky, you said. He laughed. Couldn't help it, he said as he stood back and scratched the back of his head. You, okay? Wasn't expecting you to turn around so fast. Your mouth ran dry. Oh my gosh, he's so good looking. You just stood and stared at him with the biggest blush on your face. You're not in uniform, you said. I'm off duty, he laughed. I don't wear that all the time, he winked at you. But I'll tell you a little secret. I wear even less at home, he whispered in a husky voice, his golden eyes locking onto you with seductive look in them. Oh God, you thought. Your knees started to go weak, and Hawks chuckled as he reached out for you. Sorry. Hey, calm down, he laughed. Then he changed subjects. What else do you need to get? He asked as he gestured to your basket. I've got everything, you stammered. Then you looked down into Hawks's basket. Chicken, toilet paper, and the same item as what I just bought, you asked. Bachelor's life, he said with a smile. You need to eat more than chicken, you commented softly. Here, come with me. You turned and walked to the fruit and veggies aisle, with Hawks following behind you, a softly amused look on his face. Here, you said. What fruit do you like? Not sure. You pick, he said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully with a playful smile. Okay. You looked around and picked up a few fruits that you liked and put them in his basket. He happily watched you, a little smile pulling at his lips as you mothered him. There, you said once you'd put some healthy items in his basket. That's better. You smiled proudly at him. He was still gazing at you lovingly, and you looked away quickly. You'll make an amazing wife one day, he said just under his breath, but you heard him, and your heart nearly stopped. Come on, he said softly. Let's get you home. You nodded and followed him to the registry. He pulled out his wallet and told you to put your items on the conveyor belt with his so he could pay for both of yours, but you refused. I've got my wallet here. I can pay, you said with a confident voice. He smiled, looking at you from the corner of his eye. Oh, look at you being full of confidence, he said. Okay, big girl, do your thing. He stepped back and let you go first. You loaded your items on the belt and waited as the attendant scanned them and put them in a bag on the other side. You paid and then freaked out as you took too long to put your card away and pick up your bag of food. Oh, I'm holding everyone up, you screamed internally. Once you got everything sorted, you stepped back and waited for Hawks to buy his things, then you left together. I guess I'll see you tomorrow then, you said to Hawks as you stopped to say goodbye to him. Hey, now wait up a second, I'm not going to let you walk home alone. It's getting dark, he said with a chuckle. You might be Miss Invincible now, but I can't leave you on your own at this time of the evening. No, it's okay, he said quietly. I don't want to put you out. "You're not putting me out. It would be my pleasure," he said softly with a gentle smile. "Come on, let's go." He started heading off down the street, and you walked beside him, smiling to yourself, grateful that you got to spend a little more time with him. You turned down a side street, and Hawks stopped, confused. "Where are you going, chicken? Your house is this way," he said with a little chuckle. You were about to correct him when you remembered, with horror, that he didn't know that you'd moved house. He was taking you back to your old house. "Oh, damn. Chicken, you okay?" he asked when he saw a bit of panic on your face. Yeah, I'm fine," you said numbly as you stepped back beside him and continued walking. "Oh no, how do I tell him that I've moved? How do I get out of this one?" you thought. Hawks chatted on about something as you listened quietly, your mind going 100 miles per hour, trying to come up with a reason for Hawks not to walk you back to your old house. "I mean, I know where the spare key is," you thought. "I could just see if it's there and go in, and then leave when he leaves. But what if the house is already sold to another family, and they're home?" Hawks continued with his story, watching you from the corner of his eye. He wanted to see if you'd break and tell him that you'd moved house. When he had come to your rescue that day, he had seen you come out of the apartments, but by the time that he got to you, you were already out the front gate, and it looked like that you'd just been bailed up by the cocky removalist guy as you walked past. Because you hadn't said anything to him about moving house, he figured that you didn't want him to know about it, so he pretended that he didn't. He just guessed that it had something to do with your father, and considering that he wasn't supposed to know anything about him or the whole quirk thing, he kept his mouth shut. He also wanted to test where he stood on your trust scale, and so far he felt like your trust in him was very low, which he understood completely, considering what your dad had drilled into you from a very young age. He had been impressed with how well you'd kept your mouth shut, though, up until this point, but you were about to come undone very quickly. As you got close to your old place, you started to slow down. "You okay?" Hawks asked when he noticed the pace had dropped. Hawks," you said softly, not looking at him. I need to tell you something." "What is it, chicken?" he asked tenderly. We moved house, my mum and I." "Oh, you did? Why didn't you say so?" Hawks asked with a gentle smile. You don't trust me, Yin?" he asked, and you looked up at him sympathetically. He had a neutral look on his face, didn't seem particularly hurt by the fact that you hadn't confided in him about moving, but you still felt bad. No, it's not that, it's..." You dropped your gaze again. "Yes?" he asked, tilting his head to the side curiously. "We needed to get away from sad memories," you said softly. Whoops, almost said bad memories, you thought. Just then he put a hand on your arm, and you looked up at him again. "I wouldn't go any further towards your house if I were you anyway," he said lowly. "What do you mean?" you asked, looking around. "Ian, was your dad in trouble or something? Is that why he left?" Hawks probed. He knew the truth, but he wanted to see how much you'd tell him. I don't know why," you lied. "Because there are some people staking out your old house," Hawks said as he looked up from you, down the road in the direction of the house. "How do you know that?" you asked in surprise. "Feathers, babe," he said, still looking off in the distance. "They're talking about you. They said your name." "You can hear them?" you gasped in shock. He nodded, still listening. "It's not safe here. Come back to my place," he said. No, wait. Come to mine. Come for dinner," you blurted out. My mum has plenty of food." "Are you sure?" he asked, looking back at you. Yes, I trust you. She'd like to see you again too," you said with a smile. "Okay, which street are you on? I'll fly us there," he said, taking your hand and pulling you against himself. Suckma Street," you mumbled into his chest. "Oh, yeah, I know the one. Got a ball court at the end," he said casually as he spread his wings. "Don't scream now," he said with a chuckle as he shot up into the air. You clamped your mouth shut and grabbed onto Hawks with all your strength. He held you close as he flew quickly to your street. "Okay, here we are," he said as he alighted halfway down the road. You let go of him and tried to take a shaky step back, but your knees went weak and you buckled slightly. "Whoa there, drunken miss," Hawks laughed. "Here, hold my arm," he said, extending his arm out for you to hold on to. You held onto it and pointed a shaky finger down the street to the block of apartments. That's where we are," you whispered, still focused on trying not to pass out. He smiled and you both walked down the road to your place. You were feeling better by the time you reached your apartment and pulled your keys out of your pocket and placed it in the lock. You let go of Hawks's arm and placed your finger to your lips deviously in a shh sign to indicate to him to stay silent. He smirked. and pretended to zip his mouth closed as you unlocked the door and led him inside silently. You took his hand and walked him to the kitchen, sneaking through the door. Your mum had her back to you as you entered, so you quickly sat Hawks down in a chair at the table with a smile and then turned to your mum. "I'm back," you said suddenly, and your mum jumped and spun around. "Yin!" she gasped. Then she saw Hawks sitting casually in the chair at the table with a bright smile on his face, and she nearly passed out. "Oh, my hat, Hawks!" she cried, slapping her hands to her cheeks in surprise. You laughed, and Hawks looked happily from you to your mum. "Hey, Mrs. Lynn," he said with a chuckle as he got up and walked over to her. "Forgive me for intruding like this." "Oh, not at all, Hawks. To what do we owe the pleasure?" she gushed, as he bent his head to the side and kissed her cheek in greeting. You were gobsmacked. This smooth mother trucker, you thought. "I bumped into Yin at the shops and she invited me back," he said to your mum with a smile. "I hope that's okay." Wow, he just effortlessly glossed over the whole other bit in there, you thought with a chuckle. "Not at all," your mum said emphatically. "We have plenty of food. I'm making Yin's favourite tonight." "Are you?" he asked. "I'd love to try some of her favourite dish." He looked over at you and winked. "My," your mum gushed again, "you seem very familiar with my daughter." "Well, we do see each other a lot at work," he said with an endearing smile. "So I've gotten to know her over the past few months. She's a beautiful girl, Miss Lynn. You've raised her well," he complimented. "I'm right here, guys," you deadpanned from the doorway. Hawks laughed. "She's good fun, too." Your mum was overjoyed, and you could almost see the wedding bells in her eyes. You groaned and covered your face. Your mum and Hawks chuckled together. "Oh, I can't deal with these two," you thought. After dinner, Hawks offered to help with the dishes, but your mum refused. "We have a dishwasher, Hawks. It doesn't take long to load," she said with a chuckle. "Please don't rush home now that we've finished dinner. You and Yin spend some time together," she added with a devious smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Okay, if you insist, Miss Lynn," he said with a smile at you as he stood up. "I'll at least carry the plates to the sink for you." "Oh, thank you," your mum said gratefully. Hawks deployed 6 feathers each, and one picked up a plate or another dish and promptly flew them over to the sink for your mum. "There you go, all done," he said with a smile. "Why, what a fabulous quirk," your mum said excitedly. "So handy." "I'd make an amazing housewife," Hawks said with a chuckle. "You sure would," your mum agreed with a laugh as she looked at Hawks with a dreamy look in her eye. "Okay," you punctuated as you stood up. "Let's watch a bit of TV." You just wanted to find any reason to get Hawks away from your mum. This whole Hawks and mum friendliness thing was just super weirding you out. "Hey, actually," Hawks said as he turned back to your mum. "Mrs. Lynn, would you mind if I took Yin out for a bit? I'll bring her back within the hour. Promise. I'm a good boy." "Oh, Hawks," your mum chuckled as she put her fingertips of one hand to her lips in a bashful manner and flicked her other hand at him as if she was saying, "Stop it. I trust you. Stay out as long as you like. It's fine with me." Wow, okay, so Mum's just out here flirting with my potential man, and that 8 p.m. curfew must have been Dad's idea, because all of a sudden, what is a curfew? Not that Dad let me go out anyway, you thought. "Awesome," he said with a smile as he took your hand. "I just want to show her something." "Oh no, where's he going to take me?" you thought. Hawks thanked your mum again for the lovely meal, which caused her to gush and go all gooey all over again, and you rolled your eyes as he led you out of the kitchen to the front door. You don't mind if I hold your hand, do you?" he asked, scratching the back of his head and averting his eyes as you came up beside him, his warm, masculine hand still holding yours. You looked at him curiously. "This is the first time I've seen you, shy?" you said with a sympathetic smile. "Yeah, well, I may be cocky at times, but I still like holding your hand, and I just want to make sure it's okay," he said, still looking away as he opened the front door and walked out. "Oh, of course it's okay," you said, your heart rate increasing. He smiled and glanced at you before looking away. The two of you strolled off down the street, hand in hand, with your heart fluttering away. He was unusually quiet, and you didn't know if you should try and start a conversation or something. What do I say? What do I say?" you thought. I wanted to show you something I've always liked," he said suddenly. "But we need to fly again." "Really?" you said softly. "You fly so fast, it's scary." "I can slow down if you like," he asked as he smiled at you, and all of a sudden you were very aware of the fact that this hot hero was holding your hand. I think that would be worse," you said, trying not to concentrate too hard on his warm hand holding yours. "Come on," he said, "please." Just close your eyes when we lift off, and trust me. Oh, okay, you resigned, and he beamed. He led you a little further down the road, then stopped and pulled you towards himself and wrapped you in a hug. I like flying with you because it gives me an excuse to hug you, he stated plainly, and then launched into the sky. Hogs! You screeched as he shot straight up in the air. He let out a carefree laugh, and although you hated his ass right now, that laugh was gorgeous. He shot across the city and landed on top of a building that was right beside a lake. The moonlight was shimmering across the surface, and the twinkling lights from the building nearby reflected in the water. He set your feet down and hugged you a little longer until he felt your shaking body relax a bit. You okay now? He asked as he pulled back from you. Mm-hmm, you hummed as you nodded. Where are we? Somewhere I like to go, he said as he took your hand and led you to the edge of the building to sit down with your feet dangling over the edge. Oh, no, you chanted as he got closer to the edge. No, I can't sit on the edge, you said, shaking your head violently. Just don't look directly down, yeah? He said as he ran a hand through his hair and looked back at you over his shoulder with a half smirk. But you know that if you fall, I'll definitely catch you, he added. You nodded, stepping up beside him and setting your eyes a little further out over the water. He sat down and you sat beside him, your hands still clasped together. Well, best I learn how to fight one-handed, he commented casually with a sigh. You looked at him. Because you're cutting off the circulation, he added, squeezing your hand gently as he chuckled softly. Oh gosh, you gasped. Sorry, I'm just scared, you said quickly, letting go of his hand. I think you're doing really well, he commented, looking at you with half-lidded eyes as he leaned forward and rested his cheek in his hand with elbow on leg. Hawks, you're going to fall off the roof, you gasped. Be careful. I got wings, baby. I'm all set, he said as he continued to gaze at you with a half smirk pulling at his lips. You blinked and looked away as he continued to look at you, and you felt super self-conscious as he just observed the side profile silently. Aren't you going to look at the view? You asked as you looked at him. Already looking at it, he said lowly, as his golden eyes caught the light of the moon and smouldered into yours. Your heart nearly stopped, and you looked away to try and compose yourself. Hey, he said softly, and you looked back at him again. I really like you, Ian, he said, still watching you with that unwavering gaze, as he continued to rest his cheek in hand. Do you like me? You froze. So blunt and to the point. Come on, girl, say it back. You know you like him. Tell him, you thought. You nodded. Ugh, well, it was something, I guess, you thought. He laughed. That's all I get? A head nod? He chuckled. I'm sorry, you wailed softly as you looked down and stared into your lap. I really do like you. I've liked you for a while now. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be more confident. He chuckled again, and you looked at him. You're really cute, you know that? He said as he reached out and stroked your cheek, running his hand down to your chin. Your heart rate instantly peaked again. He removed his hand from your chin and sat up, shifting closer to you so that his eyes continued to lock you in place. You stayed looking up at him as he gazed down at you, and then he gently caressed your chin again, tilting your head up slightly. Is he going to kiss me? Oh my God, he's going to kiss me. Your mouth ran dry as he started to lean down slowly, his lips parting as he bent down to you. Your eyelids fluttered shut and you reached your face up to his soft lips connecting with yours. We're kissing, we are kissing right now, oh my God. Your brain flipped out as he pulled back and then came back in to kiss you again. You kissed a few more times. Hawk seemed unwilling to let it end as his soft lips met yours over and over again. Man, I just can't seem to stop, he said with a chuckle. Your lips are so addictive. Your brain spazzed out, and it was almost as if you had an out-of-body experience watching yourself kiss Hawk's from a little way off. His lips left yours for the last time, and your eyelids fluttered open again. He was giving you the sexiest smirk you'd ever seen, and you almost passed out as he held your chin in hand. You opened your mouth to say something to him, and your brain scrambled for the right sentence to say, throwing up the options of thank you, you're welcome, and you're addictive too. As all three options rushed down the brain pipe, they got mashed together and came out as thank welcome, you're an addiction. There was a moment of deafening silence as Hawks continued to stare at you and tried to figure out what the hell you had just said. I broke you, he deadpanned. I finally find the perfect girl, and then I break her the first time I kiss her. No, I'm fine, you stuttered out. Yes, you are fine, he said coyly. You're the finest girl I've ever seen. From that first day you looked up at me with those gorgeous eyes, I knew I wanted you. You were glad that you were sitting down because his smooth, velvety voice was just too much, coupled with the way he was looking at you just now, still holding your chin in hand so he could gaze into your eyes. But right now, you're on the brink of passing out, he said with a chuckle. My feathers are picking up the vibrations of your heart, and you're currently sitting at 200 beats per minute? That's like a flat-out sprint. Don't run for too much longer, baby, he purred as he leaned back in and ghosted his lips over yours. I don't want you to die just yet, he whispered in a husky voice. I haven't had a chance to make you truly mine. Your breathing hitched, and you could feel your consciousness slipping as you hyperventilated. Whoops, said too much, you heard him say with a chuckle as your body went limp. As you lost consciousness, you thought you heard a voice address Hawks, but when you came to next, you were in Hawks's arms, with your head lying on his chest. He was leaning back against a section of the roof a little way back from the edge. You're back, he said in a friendly tone as he looked down at you with those gorgeous, piercing eyes. You keep making me pass out, you said in a slightly annoyed voice. So embarrassing. Oh, come on, baby. I'm just building up your tolerance, he said with a smirk as he sat up and lifted you slightly, manoeuvring you so that you were straddling his lap. I've already told you I don't like keeping things in, so if I'm feeling it, I'm going to say it, he said with a wink as he rested his hands on your waist. You looked down and saw that you were straddling him, and then looked back up into his half-lidded eyes again as he watched you with that sexy gaze. You all good, chicken? He asked with a small smirk. You just nodded rapidly in response. Then you remembered the question that you wanted to ask him earlier. Hey, before, when we were walking back to my old place, you said as you looked down, a piece of your fringe falling across your eyes. You said some guys there said something about me? You grit your teeth and waited tensely for his answer. Had these people, who were staking out your house, said stuff that might give you away who your dad was? Did Hawks know your secret now? Hawks reached out and gently tucked your fringe back behind your ear. I didn't say too much, he lied. I couldn't make out some of what they were saying because they were a little too far away and there were buildings and fences in the way. But they just said something about once they got your dad, they could get you? What does that mean, chicken? He asked, tilting his head while running his fingers down your cheek to your chin and lifting your head so he could look you in the eye. Your mouth ran dry as you looked at him. I don't know, you lied in a hoarse whisper. Why do they want me? I'm scared. Hey, he cooed. I'm not going to let anything happen to you, okay? He added with a reassuring smile. You nodded numbly. Somehow, I get this feeling that he heard them say more than he's letting on, you thought. If his feathers can detect my heartbeat, I'm pretty sure that he can hear voices clearly from just around the corner. Anyway, I think we'd better get you home before your mum starts asking where you are. Gotta stay in the mother-in-law's good books, right? He asked with a cheeky chuckle. You leaned forward and kissed him, and he kissed you back. Okay, let's go before I start doing some inappropriate things, he said as he slipped his hand from your waist down to your thighs and squeezed a little while releasing a small growl in his throat, those golden eyes flickering with desire. Your breath caught in your throat and you suffocated silently as your face flushed red. Unable to move, he chuckled and helped you off before standing up and walking to the edge of the building and jumping off. He turned around mid-air and hovered just off from the edge. Run and jump, he said with a carefree smile. What? You screeched. Run and jump to me, baby, he said again with his arms out. I'll catch you, trust me. Trust you? You screeched again. I can't just throw myself off the side of a building. I just did, though. You have wings! And so do you. Once you're in my arms, my wings are your wings, he said with a lopsided smile. Come on, trust me. You debated heavily on what to do, but it looked like it was the only option, so you stepped forward. That's it, he called. You're going to have to run to make that distance. But I... Okay, ready? 3, 2... Hawks, wait! 1, go, he yelled. You started running, and as you got to the edge of the building, you launched from it, screaming at the top of your lungs. Hawks was in fits of laughter and caught you easily, holding you in a bear hug as you slammed into him. Oh no, engine failure, he yelled through his laughter as he fell backwards in midair, the two of you plummeting towards the ground as he tucked his wings in. Hawks, you screeched. Wings, fly! Oh, wings, you're right, he laughed as he flicked them out and shot backwards across the city, back towards your house with you still in a bear hug on top of him. Hey, look, I'm your magic carpet, he called cheekily. If you reach behind you, you'll find a magic lamp in my pants that you can rub to get a wish. What the hell? You screeched with embarrassment. Oh, you swear? I didn't know you swore, he laughed. Tonight's been a good night. I feel like you've opened up to me. Oh my god, he's actually trying to kill me with embarrassment, you thought. All too soon you were landed just outside your apartment. Clothes and hair askew and messy, breathing heavily with a flushed face. Well, we're back, Hawks said in a jovial tone, like nothing had happened. Oh man, I don't even know where to start with explaining to Mum what just happened, you thought as you stared at him. This chapter starts on the rooftop just after you passed out. Hawks, Wait, what's going on here? The government agent asked as he approached the winged hero that was holding you in his arms. Oh hey, it's not what it looks like, Hawks laughed as he shielded your face so the agent wouldn't be able to identify you should it come up later. What happened? The agent asked as he got closer. Suicide attempt, Hawks lied casually. Caught her just as she threw herself off the building. Must have given her a fright because she passed out in my arms, he added with a chuckle. Oh, poor thing, agent sympathised. Yeah, I'll be taking her to the hospital for assessment soon, so make it quick, Hawks lied again as he gave the agent a lopsided smile. Okay. We were waiting for you at the stakeout at the house earlier, but you never showed, he said. Yeah, sorry about that. I was on my way, but had to deal with a villain. You know how it is, Hawks lied. You guys had it under control, though, he added with a dismissive hand wave. You started to stir and the agent looked from Hawks to you, so Hawks gently reached for your neck and pressed down in your carotid artery to send you back under just for a little longer. You done? Hawks asked the agent with a bored expression on his face as he tilted his head to the side slightly. Yeah. We don't think they live there anymore, the agent said, referring to your old house. The house looks abandoned. Well, aren't you a sharp one, Hawks said sarcastically. Best you find out where they moved to then. Ask the father, he might know. We just spoke to him, he doesn't know, the agent replied. Oh, well, Hawks said as he moved your body up and slung you over one shoulder. Best think of something then, hey? You're after the daughter, aren't you? Boss ain't going to be impressed if you don't get her, he said with a grunt as he stood up. Well, excuse me, I've got to get this little miss off for assessment, he said as he stepped off the edge of the building and flicked the agent a stiff salute before falling with you. He flew around for a bit and waited for the agent to leave, and then flew back to the roof and sat down with you half in his lap. Well, this just gets messier and messier, doesn't it? I don't want to hand her over, he thought as he looked down at you and caressed your soft cheek in his hand. I might have to, though, if it comes to that. Just then you stirred and woke up. He smiled down at you. You're back. Later that night, when Hawks dropped you back at your house, he rang the doorbell and your mum opened the door. Oh, you're back. Yin! Oh my gosh, sweetheart, your mum gasped. What on earth happened? He's a magic carpet. I rode him, you blurted out, pointing at Hawks. She's right, actually, Hawks said with a wink and a chuckle. Your mum blushed and her mouth fell open slightly. No, Mum, it's not like that. I just rode him home, like, on him, while he flew. It was a smooth ride. Chicken, Hawks chuckled from beside you. You're not making this sound any better. Here, let me try, he said, turning his half-lidded eyes on your mum. Well, I wanted to get her back here quickly, so I had her sit on top of me while I flew. Told her I was a magic carpet, so that's where she got that from, he said with a lopsided smile. Okay, so we're just completely forgetting about the whole rub the magic lamp in your pants part, are we? You thought as you looked at him with raised eyebrows. Hawks, that doesn't sound any better than what I just said, you deadpanned. Okay, he shrugged. Your mum didn't know what to say, so she mumbled something while giving a flustered chuckle and stepped back to let you both inside. I'll take my leave now, Mrs. Lynn, Hawks said as he gave your mum a kiss on the cheek. Thank you again for dinner. Oh, Hawks, she gushed. Please, no need to thank me. It was a pleasure to have you here tonight. We'll have to get you back sometime soon, she added with a bright smile. Oh? He asked with a lopsided, sexy smirk. Well, I'd like that very much, he added as he shot you a wink. Your heart skipped 4 beats, then snapped up to double time. Oh, before I forget, I've packed your lunch for tomorrow, she said as she ran back to the kitchen and brought him out a container with some of the food that you'd had in it that night. Wow, thanks, he said with a smile. Very kind of you. It's no problem, she gushed again. Am I even needed here? You thought with a bored expression on your face. I'll see you tomorrow, Yin, Hawks said as he turned to leave. Thank you for tonight, he added with a smirk as he glanced over his shoulder at you. You hung your head with a small nod. After Hawks left, your mum turned to you. Honey, did you and Hawks have Oh my gosh, Mum, no, you gasped. No, I couldn't do that. I didn't think so, but still, he's a very handsome man, isn't he? And to think he's fallen for you, your mum gushed with excitement. Yeah, you said confused. I don't really know why he likes me, but I'm happy. So he does like you? Your mum squealed, acting like an excited 12-year-old. I didn't know he actually said anything. I was just clutching at straws. Yeah, well, we, kissed. You kissed? Your mum screeched as she ran over and grabbed you in a hug. Oh, honey, I'm so excited for you. Okay, calm down, you laughed. He's very nice, though, but he can be a bit of a pain, you said with a small chuckle and a head shake as you remembered him asking you to throw yourself off the building and into his arms. Oh, I'm so happy for you, my gorgeous girl. Our lives are starting to get so much better, she said as she let you go and went back to the kitchen. I'll just tidy up on here a little more, sweet, she called over her shoulder. Okay, Mum, I'll be in my room, you said with a smile as you walked up to your bedroom. Your mum grabbed a cloth and continued to wipe the table down. Her face fell, as she thought, and a single tear slipped from her eye. Oh, I miss those days when he would just touch me and I'd just get that giddy, just fallen in love feeling. Watching Yin and Hawks has made me miss that. Why did you have to leave me, hubby? Just then her phone rang and she looked over to where it was on the bench. Her eyes lit up when she saw who was calling her. It was your father. She picked up. As you got to your room, you picked your phone up and looked at the screen. There was a message from Hawks. You opened it. She totally thinks we did it, he said with a tongue poking out emoji winking face. Your face went red. And whose fault is that, you sent back? Ah, come on, baby girl. I don't care if he thinks we did it. Who wouldn't want to get you in between the sheets anyway? He texted with a smirk face. Oh my God, this guy. You debated on what to send back to Hawks, writing something and then deleting it and trying again. 4 times you did this, then Hawks sent another message. I've either overstepped the boundary or you've passed out, he sent with a crying, laughing emoji. No, I'm still here, you replied. Oh, good, he sent back. Well, have a good night, chicken. I'll see you tomorrow. You smiled at your phone. Then he sent his signature sign-off. Hawks out, X, complete with chicken head emoji and red heart emoji. You giggled and put your phone down. After changing and crawling into bed, you sighed and remembered back over the night shenanigans, smiling to yourself and snuggling into your covers. Man, what is my life right now? It's crazy, but I love it, you thought with a big smile. And with that, you fell asleep. Next morning, you were up early, eager to get to work and see Hawks. I wonder if he'll give me a sneaky kiss today, you thought as you grabbed a towel and headed for the bathroom. You had a shower and got changed before grabbing your things and packing your bag. As you picked up your phone, you realised it was only on 9% because you'd forgotten to plug it in the night before. Ah, Yin, you moose knuckle, why didn't you plug it in your wallet? You internally berated yourself, yanking your charger cable from the wall and carrying it to the kitchen with you so you could charge it there while you were having breakfast. You walked out of your room with a scowl on your face and down to the kitchen for breakfast. Your mum was up and really happy, and your face softened as you heard her flitting around and singing as she got your breakfast and lunch ready. Good morning, Yin, she sung as you entered the kitchen. Hi, Mum, you said with an amused chuckle. You're really happy this morning. Oh, I am, she said with a bright smile. Life is good. She's probably really happy about me and Hawks, you thought with a giggle. Nothing like living vicariously. You smiled, walking over to the power outlet by the kitchen wall and plugging your phone in and then sitting down for breakfast. It's so good to see you like this, you said to her compassionately. You're in a really good place now, emotionally. Your mum nodded again and put your hot breakfast down in front of you, whistling and humming as she did so. You're unusually happy though, you said suspiciously. What's the happiness for? Well, your mum said as she turned around smiling at you, let's just say after tonight, I will be whole again. You knitted your eyebrows in confusion. What do you mean by that? You asked as you picked up cutlery to start eating. He's coming back to us, Yin, your mum said in a euphoric voice. Your dad, he's coming home, she said as a happy tear rolled down her cheek. You immediately lost your appetite, feeling sick to your stomach as the cutlery slipped from your hands and clattered onto the table. Your face fell with shock, fear and bitter disappointment. No, you whispered in a distraught voice. Mum, no, you added louder. But Yin, sweetheart, he said it's safe. He told me that he was coming back to us. He rang you? You said. Yes, sweetheart. Why are you yelling? Don't yell. And you picked up, you shouted. Mum, how could you be so stupid? Honey, your mum said as she stepped back in surprise and shock. Why are you being like this? He told us not to pick up the phone even if he rings us because the government could be tapping our phones or they may have caught him, you shouted with exasperation. But sweetheart, he said it was safe, your mum said defensively. It was a trick, Mum, you yelled with exasperation. Did you tell him our address? Well, yes, of course I did. Mum! Sweetheart, I don't know why you're being like this, your mum said in a shaky, hurt voice. I just want my husband back in. I've missed him. I want our family to be whole again. We were doing fine without his manipulative ass around, you hollered. What have you done? We have to leave now. No, Yin, I'm not leaving, she replied, angry tears falling down her cheeks. He's coming home and that's that. I want him back. I want to be back to normal again. Mum, I can't believe you fell for all of this. I thought you'd moved on, you shouted angrily, tears welling up in your eyes. Fine, I'm leaving. If you're gone when I come back, I won't be surprised. Actually, scrap that. I'm not coming back, you hollered as you stood up and grabbed your bag. Goodbye, you screamed, tears streaming down your face. No, Yin, your mum wailed as you left. Sweetheart, we'll be here when you come home. Please come home. I love you. We love you, she called as you ran from the house, sobbing as you tore off down the street. You couldn't believe that she'd been so stupid to pick up his call and to give him the address of your new place. The anxiety started to rise again and you tried to think of the best thing to do. I can't go back home, but I need my things. Maybe if I leave work a little earlier today, I can sneak home and quickly pack a bag and then run away. I don't want to go back to being under Dad's control again. You mulled over your possibilities as you wiped your eyes and put your headphones on and continued your journey to work. As you pushed the work doors open, you immediately freaked out, realising that Hawks would see your puffy eyes and know that you'd been crying. Oh, no, I can't see him. Not like this, you wailed as you paused just outside the building doors with your hand on the door handle and head down. Maybe I can just avoid eye contact? You pushed the door open and speed walked through, keeping your head down and praying Hawks wasn't anywhere in the hall. You made a beeline down the hall, music still blaring in your ears, and made it safely to your office. Whew, man, I made it to my room without Hawks seeing me. What kind of luck is this? You quickly entered, then shut your office door and turned around, placing your back up against it and taking your headphones off. You looked around the empty room and let out a breath that you'd been holding. Oh, well, that's a good omen. Maybe today might get better. You pushed off the door and walked around your desk to the chair. As you looked down at your desk chair, you saw one of Hawks's bright red feathers on the seat and you picked it up, a small smile pulling at your lips. Aw, cute. Is this like a little greeting or something? You thought. Just then the feather moved and floated out of your hand and over towards the cupboard. Your eyes followed it and you froze as it fell just outside the cupboard door. Your heart sank. Oh, don't tell me. You walked over and gingerly opened the door. Inside the closet was a very smug-looking Hawks, cramped up and contorted with his head bent sideways so he could fit himself into the small space. Hey, baby, he said in his silky smooth Hawks voice. You found me. You couldn't take his flirting seriously with the way he was cramped up in the cupboard and you burst out laughing, wiping tears from your eyes as he tried to hop out. How long were you in there for? You asked as your laughter died down. About a half hour, he said as he stretched his back and kinked his neck from side to side while rubbing it, before running a hand through his hair and winking at you. You looked away. Thanks for last night, he said lowly, and your eyes widened. There was a pause, then he spoke again. You okay, chicken? He asked gently. Yeah, I'm fine. Why? You asked, glancing at him, then looking away and turning to your desk. You, just look like you've been crying, he said as he followed you and crouched down across the desk from you so that he could see your face. You glanced at him again and looked away. You know I'm always here for you, baby, he said softly. I know, you replied just as softly. My office door is always open for you, he said with genuine kindness. If you need me, just come, yeah? You nodded and hung your head. Did you want to talk about it? He asked tenderly. You shook your head. Okay, he said with a gentle smile. Unfortunately, I have to go now, but come up if you need me, he added, as he stood up and turned slowly to leave. He was hoping that you would call out to him and ask him to wait or something, or ask him not to leave, but to his dismay you didn't. He left and his face fell slightly as he walked. Oh, she still doesn't trust me. Not that I can blame her, but I really thought that we were making some headway, he thought as he got to the elevator and pressed the up button. She might be shy, but man is she strong. Not once has she caved and told me what's going on. He smirked to himself. Definitely one of the qualities I like about her. He got to his level and hopped out, strolling casually down the hallway. Oh, I wonder why she was upset. He got to his room, and his feathers picked up the presence of somebody inside. He paused with his hand on the door handle. Oh, it's the boss, he thought smugly. To what do I owe the pleasure? Hawks asked in a bored tone as he entered the room. The council president was standing at his desk and dropped a stack of papers onto it. We're making some good progress on apprehending the lexical quirk users, she said briskly, looking at Hawks with an annoyed look on her face. And seeing as you have been absent for most of this mission, I've brought you the paperwork to catch up on. We will be catching the rest of the family tonight, she said with passively aggressive condescending tone. She was less than impressed that Hawks hadn't been helping with the mission as much as he should have. You must get off on giving people work, huh? He replied as he sauntered over and flopped down in his office chair. She stiffened but bit her tongue. We expect your help with the next part of the mission, understood? She said, watching him intently. Yeah, got it, he replied as he slumped his cheek into his hand while holding her gaze to show that he wasn't the least bit rattled by her. She cleared her throat and turned to walk to the door. We expect all of them to be apprehended, Hawks, she said over her shoulder. He scowled as she walked out of the office and shut the door behind her. This bitch. Back in your office, you couldn't concentrate on anything. You felt sick to your stomach and completely stuck on what to do. Maybe if I text Hawks to come down, maybe I just need some company, you thought. You reached into your bag for your phone, feeling around casually. When you couldn't find it, you started searching with your hand a little more frantically. Then you remembered, oh no, it's still plugged in at home. The dread set in. Now what were you going to do? You sat there a little longer, paralysed. Finally you stood up. Screw this, I'm going to Hawks. He's a hero. He knows me. He'll believe me when I tell him that I've done nothing wrong. And although my father is an arsehole, he's done nothing wrong either. If I explain the situation calmly to him, maybe he'll help me out. You got up and walked to your door. You made it up to his level and started down the hallway to his room, your heart rate increasing as you got closer to his office door. Oh, maybe this was a bad idea. You paused outside his door and held your hand up to knock. You pulled a face, debating on whether you should or not, when a voice called to you from the inside. Come in, chicken, he called. You reached for the handle and pushed the door open. I keep forgetting about the feathers, you said sheepishly as you looked at him. Whoa, what? You said when you saw what he was doing. He was sitting in his chair with jacket just off his shoulders, a few of his small feathers deployed, holding up sheets of paper as he chewed on the end of a pencil thoughtfully. Oh, hey, he said with a friendly smile. Don't mind me, I'm just doing some paperwork. What is this? You asked with a small chuckle. This is how I do work, he said with a wink. Well, don't let me stop you, you said softly. What brings you here, baby? He asked slowly as he directed some of the sheets aside to look at you with those intense golden eyes. I just need company, he replied. Oh, he said with a bit of disappointment in his voice. So you're not here to help me relieve a bit of tension? He asked suggestively, his lips pulling up slightly into a cocky smirk. No, you squeaked, covering your mouth with embarrassment. He chuckled. I'm just messing, baby, he said as he looked back at his papers. You want a cup of tea or something? He asked, nodding to his kitchenette in the corner of the room. Help yourself. Actually, I might if that's okay, you asked softly. Of course, chicken, help yourself, he said with a smile. Would you mind making me a coffee while you're there? Not at all, you said as he headed over. Oh, man, Hawks sighed loudly. Got a tough case here, he said pointedly as he watched you fill the hot water jug and plug it in. Yeah? You asked. Yeah, tracking down a quirk user for the government, he said casually, looking back at his papers but observing you from the corner of his eye. You paused slightly as you pulled 2 mugs out of the cupboard. What quirk? You asked softly. Lexical translation, he said bluntly. Your hand slipped in fright and you dropped one of the mugs into the small sink, making a hell of a racket. Sorry, you yelped. You good? He asked calmly. Sorry, I'm okay. He kept watching you discreetly as he continued. Yeah, the government's been after them for months, he said loudly. They've got the father, and now they're after the daughter. You placed your hands on the edge of the sink and braced yourself, not looking at him. They are, you whispered, your breath becoming erratic. "They're staging a capture tonight," he said pointedly. "The father helped to locate them because they moved house. I don't know the address, but I will as soon as the boss rings me," he said, lying on the last part, curious to see what you'd do. You were finding it hard to breathe as intense fear gripped your windpipe and crushed your lungs. He knows, but he doesn't know it's me yet, but he will soon." You hesitated to look at him and he was staring directly at you. You choked. "What's wrong, chicken?" he asked in a low voice, his sharp eyes boring into you. What are you going to do when you find the daughter?" you whispered fearfully, tears welling up in your eyes. "What do you think I should do?" he asked in that same low, pointed tone, tilting his head to the side, as if daring you to answer. You opened your mouth to say something, but no words came out. The anxiety started to peak and you turned and fled. Hawks didn't call out after you as you ran, and you bolted for the stairwell and raced back down to your office. "Okay, I need to get home. I need to grab some things and leave. They're coming to get me. Hawks is going to be the one to arrest me. What kind of cruelty is this?" You quickly stuffed a few things into your bag and swung it up over your shoulder, and then took off out the door. You raced down the hall and out the front, getting on the first bus that stopped and fretting the whole bus trip to the stop near your house. You looked up into the sky as you walked down the road. Is Hawks tracking me? Not seeing anything in the sky, you then focused on the path ahead. As you got to the corner, you stopped and peeked around into your street. You waited, watching for any unusual signs, but nothing seemed off, so you started walking down the road, trying not to look too suspicious. You were almost at the apartment when a black SUV with heavily tinted windows approached from the other end of the street. It was that typical bad guy-looking car, and you immediately panicked. Stay calm. Stay calm. You kept walking and the SUV stopped outside the gate of your apartment. "Oh no," you screamed internally, fighting the urge to turn and run. You put your head down and kept walking towards them, trying to calm your breathing as much as possible. 2 guys got out of the vehicle and you glanced up at them. They definitely looked official. You swallowed thickly and looked down again, staring at the footpath as you walked. You heard them close the doors, and as you approached, all of a sudden there was a hand on your shoulder. You screamed and threw the guy's hand off. "Hey," he said loudly, "you need to watch where you're going." Sorry, you stammered, standing there frozen in front of him. "Well, go on, get moving," he said briskly, doing the shoe action with his hand and pointing off down the street. You nodded rapidly and ran. Then you realised that they had walked towards your apartment and not chased you, so you turned and hid in the front yard of the house a few doors down, peeking through the gap in the fence. "I don't care if the owner comes out and asks me why I'm in their front yard. At this point I need help, so I'll be asking them to hide me for a bit." You heard a bit of noise from your apartment and you grew worried. "I'm sure Mum's still there. Is she okay?" Some more banging followed, and then shouting, and then the men appeared with your mum between them. They had her gaffer taped and cuffed. She was screaming against the tape over her mouth, and you gasped, tears welling up in your eyes. They forced her into the car and then hopped in, starting it quickly and pulling away from the curb with screeching tyres. Tears flooded down your cheeks as you turned and sat back against the fence. "They've got Mum. They took Mum, and they have Dad. I'm next." You sat there, numb. You had no one to turn to, no one you trusted, and hopelessness set in. What do they want with me? Should I turn myself in? You feared the worst and decided that you would hide and dodge them for as long as possible. I just need to get some things from home before I disappear completely. You stood up slowly and peeked over the fence line. The front door of your apartment was still open, and you decided to try and sneak in and then sneak out again before they came back. Walking out of the person's yard, you headed towards the apartment doors, but as you got closer, someone from the inside closed the door and locked it. "Oh man, there's still someone in there and they're probably waiting for me." You put your head down and kept walking. You walked past the apartment and headed back to the bus stop. What do I do now, you thought as you sat at the stop. Maybe I should wait to see if they leave, and when they do, sneak in then out. Yeah, I'll do that. You hopped up and walked towards the back of the apartments. You knew that there was a small gap between the fences of the back of the apartment and the neighbours behind the block, and you thought that would be a good place to post up and wait until the person had left your house. You snuck down the gap and sat down where your apartment was, listening intently to see if the people in your house would say anything that could be of use to you. Hours ticked by, and it started to get dark. Maybe I should leave and find somewhere else to stay the night, you thought. You were about to leave when you heard someone using the bathroom in your house. "Give me a sec, then we'll go," they said. You heard lights flick on, a decent pause, then toilet flush, basin tap be used, then lights flick off again, and your heart started pounding. Is this it? Is this my chance? You stood up and listened again. If I go in over the back fence and open the back door with my keys, that'll be the best option. Dropping your bag, you placed your feet against the fence in front of you, and your hands on the fence behind you, and then walked your way up. You looked over your shoulder as you got near the top and saw the house was dark and seemed empty. With a great deal of difficulty, you clambered over the fence and dropped down to the small backyard, then crept softly to the back door and listened. Silence. Okay, I just need to grab some clothes and a few other things and then go, you thought, as you put the key in the lock and turned it, entering into the dark house from the back door. Carefully, you crept down the hall and made for your room. You didn't want to turn any lights on for fear of drawing attention, as you weren't sure if the house was still being watched. It didn't look like it, but you couldn't take your chances. You entered your room and quickly yanked a bag from the closet before turning to your drawers and grabbing clothes out, not even bothering to keep things tidy. Quick, you mentally screamed. Quick, don't stay too long. You shoved as many items into your bag as possible, then zipped it closed. Phone, where's my phone? You thought frantically, then remembered. Kitchen. You peeked out of your room into the darkened hallway, then raced for the kitchen with bag over one shoulder. You spotted the charger and phone plugged into the wall, then grabbed it and yanked it from the socket. Then you stopped. No, I should probably leave it here because they'll be able to track me with it, you thought, placing the phone back on the bench before spinning around. As you started towards the door, you saw, to your horror, Hawkes' shadowy figure in the kitchen doorway. The street lamp outside was shining through a crack in the blinds, just enough to illuminate his golden eyes. You shouldn't have come back in, he said lowly, his piercing stare freezing you in place as he crossed his arms across his chest. You started to tremble. Are you gonna hand me in? You asked him in a quivering voice. That's what I've been told to do, he replied, holding his ground and blocking your path to freedom. In a last-ditch, desperate attempt, you lunged back towards the kitchen knife drawer and pulled out the first knife that you came across, holding it out in front of you, with the tip pointing towards Hawkes. Don't stop me or I'll stab you, you stuttered, your teeth chattering with fear-fueled adrenaline. Hawkes smirked. Oh, really? He asked coyly, as he took a step towards you, uncrossing his arms and pushing them into his pockets. Don't come any closer, you begged, trying to sound threatening but failing. Or what? Hawkes asked with soft sarcasm. Oh, that's right. You'll stab me, yeah? He walked slowly right up to you, stopping when the tip of the knife touched his sternum. But back away, you stammered. Or? He asked as he pushed slightly into the knife. No, please, you whimpered. Please don't do that, you wailed softly with horror as you pulled the knife back slightly so that he wouldn't hurt himself. He stepped closer and you took a step back, withdrawing the knife even more. This kept going until you were backed back right against the kitchen bench and had the handle of the knife up against your chest with the tip still pushing slightly into Hawkes' chest. Hawkes, please, you begged, your bottom lip quivering as his face lowered to your level and he took his hands from his pockets, placing an arm either side of you, his hands resting on the bench behind you. His unwavering gaze left you speechless as you both stood there in the darkened kitchen, staring into each other's eyes. In the distance, you could hear a siren, then the sound of screeching tyres coming into your street. They're coming, Hawke said lowly, with a seductive smirk pulling at his lips, his words slicing through you and chilling you to the core. Hawkes, I haven't done anything wrong, you cried. Honest, I don't know what they've told you, but I've never done anything bad with my quirk. Hawkes didn't move. He just stared you down while you cried softly, your bottom lip quivering while you held the knife to his chest. The sound of cars pulling up outside your house caused you to let out a whimper of fear, and your attention on Hawkes wavered for a split second as you heard the agents running up to your front door. The winged hero saw his chance and reached up quickly and grabbed the knife from your hand, tossing it onto the floor before grabbing your wrist and spinning you around, twisting your arm up behind you, but not enough to hurt you. You were about to let out a scream when he clamped a hand over your mouth, pulling your head back against his shoulder. Don't resist, he breathed into your ear as his lips ghosted across the outer rim of your ear, his hot breath rushing across your neck and collarbone. You whimpered into his hand, tears now flowing freely from your eyes. This was it. You'd been caught. Who knows where you'd end up now? There was a sharp knock on the door, and Hawkes pulled his head back from yours to look up in the direction of the front door. Yeah, coming, he called to them. You started crying harder, and he bent his head back down next to yours again. Stop, or they'll hear you, he said sharply in a hushed tone. You desperately tried to stifle your sobbing. Hang on, is he on my side? You thought. Take this, Hawks said lowly, and he removed his hand from your mouth, placing a large feather into your hand that he still had twisted up behind your back. You grabbed onto it. Hold on to it and don't let go, he said as he let you go. It'll take you to safety. And with that, you were pulled out of the kitchen, down the hall, out the back door, airlifted up over the back fence, and then down the footpath before being placed down on the other side and whisked away. Hawks walked casually to the door and opened it. Hey, honey, you're home late, he said dryly as he leaned up against the doorframe, eyeing the few agents who were on the front doorstep. Move, Hawks, the leader agent growled. No point coming in, fellas, she's not here. I've been keeping an eye on the place. Just did a check through all the rooms, Hawks said in a bored tone. Better luck next time, yeah? The agent at the head of the group scowled heavily at Hawks. Hey, well, if you want to waste time looking in here, then be my guest, Hawks said with a grand sweeping gesture as he stepped aside after seeing the agent's scowl. But you're going to have to explain that on your timesheet, he added with a smirk as he stepped out the front door and past the agents. I'll be going now, he said in a bored tone as he spread his wings, flicked the agents a salute, and shot up into the sky and away at lightning speed. Hawks's feather had you running at top speed, pulling you along all the back roads, with your bag slung over one shoulder. Slow down, Feather, slow down, you screeched internally. All you could hear was your feet pounding the pavement as you ran. Then suddenly you were grabbed around the waist and airlifted. It happened so quickly you didn't even have a chance to scream. Your head whipped around and you saw Hawks had grabbed you and lifted you up. I don't get this guy at all. I thought he was going to hand me in, you thought. You didn't talk, neither did he, as he shot across the city sky. As he slowed and approached the ground, you saw that he had landed in front of some apartments. Well, this is my nest, he said in a chipper voice as he put you down. Get it? He added with a smirk. A joke? After threatening to hand me in, he's all of a sudden back to being chilled, you thought. Come on, chicken, he said with a smile as he unlocked the gate and led you inside. You followed meekly, keeping your head down as you traipsed behind him up the stairs to his apartment. It's not a penthouse, but it's comfortable, he commented as he opened the door and flicked the lights on. You stepped in past him and stood in the small hallway, still trying to figure out what just happened. You can have the guest room, Hawks said happily as he stepped up beside you. Unless you want to bunk with me, he added lowly as he turned and caboodled you gently up against the wall. You're okay with me being here? You asked softly, your back pressed against the wall while he trapped you in with his arms. Of course I am, he replied, somewhat surprised by your question. What kind of question's that? He laughed. No, well, you were about to hand me in, and you thought I was seriously going to hand you in? He asked, almost hurt by your accusation. I couldn't do that. But that's your job, he replied. To hand innocent people over to a corrupt government? He asked, the offendedness in his voice very apparent. Please, he scoffed. They expect me to just do their bidding without asking questions. I don't think so. But I don't understand, you asked, knitting your eyebrows with confusion. What's your job then? My job? Hawks asked with a sexy half smirk on his face as his eyes flicked from yours to your lips. You bit into your bottom lip. My job is to protect people I care about, he said lowly, as he leaned in close to you. I dance to the beat of my own drum, he uttered in a low tone as his lips connected with yours, his tongue brushing across your bottom lip and causing you to squeak in embarrassment. Too much? He asked with a chuckle as he pulled back, then smiled. You're safe here, Yin, he added. I won't let them get you. You nodded. Go and have a shower if you like, relieve some of that tension, he said gently as he kissed your lips slightly once more. I'll make us some food. You cool with chicken? You giggled at his unexpectedly funny question. Sure, you said with a smile as you looked up at him. Ah, he said tenderly as he took one of his hands off the wall and grabbed your chin in the palm of his hand. That's that smile I've been missing. Go make yourself at home, he said as he let you go and stepped back. You were confused, numb. You didn't know what to feel. Mechanically you turned and walked into the living room and then to the open-plan kitchen, looking around. You like it? Hawks asked as he came up behind you. You nodded. Bathroom's over there, chicken, he said as he pointed towards the door. And here's your other bag and phone, he added as he swung your bag off his shoulders and pulled your phone out of his pocket. Hawks, you gasped. No, now they're going to be able to track me to your place, you wailed as you took your phone from his hand. I turned it off, chicken, it's all good, he said with a wink. Don't turn it on, though, he laughed. I took it so that they can't glean information about you, or see our sexts, he said casually, as he put your bag down. Sext? We've never sexted, you said in embarrassment, covering your mouth with your hand, as he walked over to the kitchen and started pulling things out to make dinner. Not yet, we haven't. He leered back at you, his head lolling over his shoulder. You blushed furiously and looked down at the floor, not knowing what to say. He chuckled deeply. Go and have a shower, baby. I'll have dinner ready when you come out, he said with a wink. You nodded and picked up your bag, scurrying to the bathroom and entering, then flicking the lights on, closing the door, and then spinning around and pressing your back up against it. I'm in his house. I'm in his house. I'm in his house. Okay, don't panic, don't panic. You looked around the bathroom and saw a little handwritten sign hanging from one of the towels. Chicken's towel, it read. Wait, did he know that he was going to be bringing me back here? He walked over and gingerly stripped off before hopping into the shower. The water felt amazing, and you looked at some of the products that he had in there. So this is why he smells so good, you thought. Just then a red feather landed on you and stuck to you immediately because of the water. Hawks, you screamed. I swear if this feather is relaying images. You heard him burst out laughing from outside the bathroom door. It's not, I promise, he called. Then why is it in here, you pervert? I need a reason to come in, he yelled cheekily. Can I come in and get my feather? No, you screeched. Aw, he pouted. Okay, I'll just get your clothes. I have my bag here with my clothes in it, you yelled back. Ah, damn, he grunted. You've thought of everything. You giggled. Hawks heard you giggle and smiled to himself. At least that cheered her up a little bit, he thought as he walked back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Best I get changed too before she comes out. Usually I do just wear pants around the house and no top, but I don't want to scare her too much. He walked to his room and pulled out a black shirt and baggy pants, deploying 2 feathers and sending them behind himself to stick the quill ends through the little holes in the zippers that were below each wing hole to unzip his hero costume. After taking it off, he then put the shirt on and sent the same feather back to do the zippers up again under each wing hole, then put his jeans on and walked back out to the kitchen. You finished in the shower and dried yourself, then got changed and walked out. Hawks was already ready for you with dinner and was waiting on the lounge for you to come out. He was leaning forward, reading something off the coffee table with his elbows resting on his knees. He looked up when he heard you. Hey, did you have a nice shower? He asked with a small, sexy, side-lopped smirk, rubbing the palms of his hands together idly. Yes, thanks. Oh my god, I can't believe that I'm in his house with him. I am definitely going to end up having his child. I can just feel it. Your brain screamed as you stared at him in awe. You hungry? He asked as he stood up. For you, yes, you thought. Yeah, I guess, you said out loud. Come on, he said with a chuckle. Let's eat. I haven't had chicken since lunchtime. You cracked a smile. You had a sign on my towel, you commented to him as he passed you a plate and gestured towards the chicken that he had cooked. Yeah, I knew I was going to have a special guest for a while, he replied as he picked up a piece of chicken and put it on his plate. You did? You asked curiously. It's about time I brought you up to speed on things, Yin, he said as he jerked his head in the direction of the table for you two to sit down at. Up to speed? You asked. Yeah, he chuckled. You've been in the slow lane. Very fitting, you commented as you sat down. I know who you are, and I know all about your quirk, he said as he sat down opposite you and rested his arms on the table, those golden eyes peering intently at you. I've known for a while. You looked down in shame. There's no need to regret not telling me. I understand the situation perfectly, he commented gently. We have both your mum and dad in custody. We? You asked, your head snapping back up and locking eyes with his. You're working with them still. You're taking me in, aren't you? You said fearfully. This is all a ploy to get me to trust you, isn't it? Calm down, you feisty chicken. I'm not turning you in, he said with a laugh. Let me explain. I'm glad we've got all night because it's going to take a while. How long have you known? You asked softly. About you having a quirk or your situation? He asked with a chuckle. Both? You asked as you ate a bit of chicken. This is really good, by the way, you added. He beamed. Well, thanks. I'm glad you like the food here. Maybe you'll stay forever, he said with a wink as he bit into another piece of food. A small smile pulled at your lips. Okay, let me start at the beginning, he said with a sigh. That first day that I met you, when you were hiding in the closet, I sensed a quiet strength in you. You snorted softly. No, seriously, he said with a chuckle. I know you're shy, but you're not timid. There's a difference. No, but I am timid, you replied. No, you're not, and I can prove it, he said, standing up and lifting his shirt up with one hand. You quickly looked away. Look at me, baby, he said lowly, and your heart rate went through the roof. Why? You asked, needing an excuse to look at his bare front. Just look, he said again. You looked, and he was pointing to a small mark on his sternum. That's where you had the knife up against me, he said with a wry smile. A timid person couldn't hold a knife to someone. Granted, you wouldn't have been able to follow through, but you still had the guts to hold it. You gasped softly. I'm so sorry, I didn't know that I'd marked you, you said, getting up and walking over to him. He looked down at you as you gently placed a hand on his chest and looked closer to make sure it wasn't too big of a mark. I hope it doesn't scar, you said sadly. I hope it does, he said in a smooth voice. You looked up at him. His intense golden eyes shot through your heart and you were transfixed. Proof that you've left a lasting impression on me, he said lowly, as he craned his head down and his lips captured yours. He let go of his shirt and cupped your cheeks as he tried again to deepen the kiss, his tongue swiping over your bottom lip gently. You parted your lips slightly and allowed your tongue to connect briefly with his before pulling bashfully away. Aw, he sighed. It's just getting to the good part, he added cheekily as he wrapped his arms around you and gave you a hug. Come and sit down. Let me continue my story. He took your hand and led you to the lounge, plopping down on it and gently pulling you on your hands so that you'd sit beside him. Now, where were we? He leered from the corner of his eye as a mischievous smirk pulled at the side of his lips. Me, you said softly. You were supposed to say, we were talking about me, but all that came out was the me part. I would like to be on you, yes, he said cheekily. Can we focus, please? You squeaked with embarrassment. He chuckled playfully. Okay, so I saw in your profile that you were registered as quirkless, but there were x-rays that said otherwise, he said casually. Then when you used your quirk on me, cemented that fact. Wait, what? You yelped. You knew? Yeah, I knew, he chuckled. All it really did was amplify my already present feelings. Wait, what? You thought. I'm pretty sure I've made my feelings towards you known, Yin, he said with a smirk. I already have had those thoughts about you. You coughed and looked down into your lap. Hawks went on to explain how he had linked you and your father, and then how he had spoken with your dad, even going so far as to point out the emotional manipulation that you'd been under. You told him about your mum's withdrawal, and a bit about what it was like growing up, and he listened quietly, and placed a sympathetic hand on your knee, occasionally patting your leg or stroking along your thigh, which was very distracting. He told you how he had purposefully told you about the capture earlier that day to warn you about the agent's intentions. At that point, he still wasn't supposed to have known about you and your quirk because you hadn't told him yet, so he kept his cover. Mum, you said suddenly. Where's Mum? Is she okay? You asked as a tear slipped from your eye. I saw them taking her. She had tape over her mouth and... Wait, what? Sorry, say that again, Hawks said, confused. They had tape over Mum's mouth when they took her to the car, you said in a wobbly voice. Why did they do that? She was screaming. Hawks looked at you, studying your face. Another tear slipped from your cheek. Hey, shh, he said softly, as another tear escaped and rolled down your cheek. Don't cry. I'll look after your mum, okay? He smiled gently at you and leaned in to kiss your lips. Trust me, Yin, he breathed, as he pulled back from you. You nodded slowly. We need to write your resignation letter too, he said suddenly. What? Resignation, Hawks said. You can't go to work tomorrow, or ever again, because they know your name now. They know where you work, and they know what colour underpants you're wearing. You paused and thought. So, yeah, I know what colour you're wearing, he said. How do you know? You screeched. Feathers, baby, he laughed. They can determine colour, you gasped. Hey, now, if I confirmed it, I'd be giving away all my secrets, he leered at you. You chatted a little bit longer, then Hawks looked at his watch. It's late, chicken, we need to go to bed, he said with a yawn as he stood up. Let me show you your room. Thought I was bunking with you thought cheekily. Hawks pushed the guest bedroom door open and flicked the lights on. It was a nice room with a queen-size bed in the middle of it, but it was missing quilt covers. Where are the, blankets? You asked with confusion. Oh, he laughed. I forgot to put them on the guest bed because I don't have any covers on my bed. I've got my wings. Oh, that's so cute, you gushed, then realised that you'd said that out loud. You want to see cute in action? He asked with a smirk and a cheeky eyebrow raise. You can sleep under my wings. Hawks, why do you tease me like this? You squeaked, covering your face with embarrassment. I told you to tell me to stop when you're uncomfortable, but you haven't yet, so I'm just talking with all filters removed. Have you ever talked with filters in? You asked cheekily. Whoa, I'll take that as shade, he replied with a chuckle. I'll use it as my blanket. You cracked a smile. I'll grab some blankets for you, he said as he turned and walked out. The offer still stands for my bed, he called over his shoulder. You shook your head rapidly, and he chuckled. I'll be back. You walked over to the bed and sat down, bouncing slightly to feel the firmness of the bed and patting the pillow. As he removed your hand, one of Hawks's red feathers poked out from underneath the pillow, and you jumped with surprise. "Hawks, your feather is here," you shouted. "Stop finding my hidden feathers," he called back cheekily. "How else am I supposed to get close to you?" You picked it up and ran your fingers over it gently. I like that, baby," Hawks purred from down the hall, and you dropped the feather with shock. He cackled. I'm kidding, he said as he returned to your room with blankets. "You want me to read you a bedtime story?" Later that night, after you'd said goodnight to Hawks, you lay there, snuggled up under the blankets, processing everything that he had said that night and reliving parts of your childhood. Everything made sense now, and it made your heart ache. I've been used, abused, stifled, everything, you thought sadly. My whole life has been a lie. Who even am I anymore? You rolled onto your side, curled up in a ball, tears falling onto the pillow, and you sniffed heavily. Something soft touched your cheek, and you reached for it, pulling a red feather from your face and cuddling it close as you sobbed. Suddenly the bed creaked behind you, and you jumped with fright as you whipped your head back to see who it was. Hawks was there, shirtless, poised on the side of the bed with both hands and one knee on it. "You okay, chicken?" he asked softly. "No," you cried in a wobbly voice. He crawled onto the bed and slipped under the covers, then cuddled in behind you, kissing you gently on the cheek from behind, before slipping an arm around your waist and pulling you back into him as he lay down and stretched a wing over you. "I know it's a lot to take in, Yin. You're doing so well," he whispered as he tucked your hair behind your ear. "It's good to cry," he encouraged. It was almost as if he had given you express permission to release your feelings, and you started bawling. Hawks didn't say anything while you cried, just held you gently and kissed the back of your neck occasionally, letting you get it all out. You finally fell asleep, still wrapped in his arms, in the blanket, with his wings stretched out over you. The next morning you woke and found that he had gone. There was a little note on the bed beside you, and you picked it up to read it. "Hey, chicken, gone to work, but I'll be back. Make yourself at home. Don't turn your phone on, and don't answer the door even if the person on the other side sounds like me. I have a key and can let myself in," he wrote. "I've left a few feathers around the apartment so I can keep an eye on things. Don't mind them. P.S. I've also left them there so that I can see if you're dancing naked too." You snorted. "This idiot," you chuckled internally. After lying in bed a little longer, you got up and made yourself a hot drink and breakfast from the things that you could find in the kitchen, then sat down on the lounge and put the TV on, keeping the volume down, of course. Hawks arrived at work with a bright smile on his face. He had you. He was happy. His face soon fell, though, as he reached his office door and sensed someone was inside. The public safety pres again. What does she want now? He thought as he opened the door. "Hey, boss," he greeted blandly. "A little early for you to be skulking around my office, don't you think?" he asked as he found the president going through his things on his computer. "We have reason to believe that the capture last night was a failure because of you, Hawks," she said pointedly. "Those are strong words, Prez," he said with a coy smile as he sat down in his chair across from her and rested his cheek in his hand. "Care to back it up with a bit of evidence?" The president glared at him with her piercing blue eyes. "Didn't think so," he replied smugly after she didn't reply. "So you're telling me that you have no idea what happened to the mother and Yin Lin," she said directly. They got away from you before, didn't they?" he asked with a dry chuckle. "By the time I turned up, they'd gone, and that was before your boys," he jeered. "You have the father, though. You've used him once to track them down. Use him again," Hawks said sarcastically. "Where are they, Hawks?" the president asked darkly. "The mum and daughter? They're at my place," he said casually, "waiting for you." "Don't be stupid, Hawks. We know you wouldn't be so daft as to hide them at your place," the president snapped. "Oh, losing your cool, are you?" Hawks jeered with a smirk. "What do you want the mother for, anyway? She's quirkless." "She is an important part of this investigation," the president said coolly. In other words, emotional extortion," Hawks replied bluntly. "Threatening to hurt her so the daughter does what you want? Oh, that's so upright of you. It's nice to know that we have a just government overseeing us." The president seethed quietly. She knew Hawks was correct, and she knew that he would do the right thing, and in this case, the right thing was not to hand over the mother and daughter. "We'll find them," the president vowed. "Consider yourself a suspect now, Hawks. You're no longer working on this mission," she said as she stood abruptly, intending to leave. "I also find it interesting that Yin handed her resignation letter in via email this morning," the president added. "What a coincidence that she worked here." And with that, she stalked out of the room and slammed the door behind her. Hawks stayed in the chair, thinking. So someone came earlier yesterday and took the mum before I got there and caught Yin, he thought. Who would be taking the mother? He got up and walked over to the kitchenette to make himself a coffee. They're holding the dad till they get Yin. Then he gets off scot-free with a hefty payment and a one-way trip to the Bahamas, and she lives a life of being controlled by the government, with her mum being held by them so that they can make Yin as compliant as possible, he mulled as he made his coffee. But without the mum, it makes things a little more tricky because they'd have to resort to torture, and someone would definitely blow the whistle for sure. The government do things slyly, I would know. It had been a boring day for you, if you were completely honest. You had tidied up a bit, worked out what you were having for dinner, definitely wasn't going to be chicken, that's for sure, and watched almost a full day of trash TV. Occasionally one of Hawks's red feathers would float by and stop to tickle you on the nose, which would make you scowl, then giggle, and bat it away with your hand. It was nice to know that he'd been thinking about you. As you flopped back down on the lounge with a cup of tea that afternoon, you started thinking about this mysterious hero who had taken you in. Yes, you knew his name was Hawks, but that's pretty much it. I don't even know his real name, you thought as you sat up. Surely there's something here that can give me some information on his past or his life growing up. You put down your cup of tea and hesitantly walked towards his room. Maybe he has a picture of himself or his family somewhere? You entered his room and gingerly looked around. It was a really blank room. No pictures on the walls, no photos anywhere. You were a little disappointed. Maybe in his drawers or cupboard? I know I always hide my things in my drawers, usually the bottom one. You crept in and knelt down at his drawer set, pulling open the bottom drawer. Gently you pulled some of his clothes aside. Ah, having a game of hide-and-seek with my clothes, are you? A cocky voice said from behind you. You jumped violently and whipped your head over your shoulder as you slammed the drawer shut. Sorry, Hawks, He walked in casually and you stood up. What should be the punishment for finding you going through my stuff? He leered with a smirk as he took your chin in hand, running his thumb over your bottom lip. You fumbled madly, figuring out what to say as he leaned down and kissed your lips, his tongue softly swiping over yours as you gave in to his kiss and parted your lips. Your mouths sank into each other as your tongues danced together. That was hot, Hawks said with a smirk as he pulled back from the kiss. You went a little bit weak at the knees and they buckled in slightly. Whoa, baby, he chuckled. Sit down before you hurt yourself. He led you back to his bed and sat you down, then turned to his drawers. Curious about me? He asked casually as he opened the top drawer and pulled out a shirt. Well, I just don't know anything about you, he said softly as you looked down. That's true, he replied as he crouched and opened the bottom drawer and pulled out some pants. So what did you want to know? He asked. I don't know, you replied as you looked up at the back of him. Just stuff. It's a little vague, isn't it? He said with a chuckle. Do you have family? You asked, watching as two feathers pulled the zippers down from under the holes that his wings poked through. Yep, he replied. Mum, Dad and me. I had no idea there were zippers there, you said suddenly. What? Oh, yeah, he said with a laugh. I need zippers because I can't get clothes off and on otherwise, he said with a laugh. That's why I mostly go without a top at home. Less hassle. Oh, okay, he said with a small smile. Anything else you want to know, chicken? He asked as he pulled the shirt on and the feathers zipped it up. What's your name? You asked. You might want to look away for this one, he said as he prepared to take his hero costume pants off. Or not, you're welcome to look, he said as he leered back at you with a sexy smirk. You quickly looked away. There was a long pause as Hawks changed his pants, leaving your question unanswered. Keigo, he finally said softly. My name's Keigo. What's your last name? You asked. Takami, he replied. Why haven't I ever heard your name before? You asked curiously. You're always called the winged hero Hawks. I was told to denounce my given name when I entered the government training program, Hawks said plainly. Government training program? You asked, cocking your head to the side. Yeah, he said with a sigh. Long story. He walked over and sat on the bed, then lay back, opening one arm out and beckoning you to cuddle up next to him. You crawled over and snuggled into his side, his feathers under you, while he wrapped one arm around you and kissed the top of your head. I haven't told anyone about my time in the program, he said softly. It's not something that I remember fondly. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, he replied, your empathetic side coming out as you felt his vulnerability. Nah, it's okay, he said flippantly. I'm happy to tell you. I'm quietly happy that you're curious about me. Prior to this, I still felt like it was one-sided. I'm sorry I haven't been more forward, you said as you half sat up and looked him in the eye. I really do like you, Hawks. You're really hot and sweet. You're turning me on, baby, he said with a smirk as he looked back at you with his hooded eyes. You want to know what else is hot and sweet? No, you squeaked. He chuckled and wrapped you in a hug, pulling you down onto his chest. I'm really happy that you're here with me, Yin, he said with a smile. I am too, Hawks, you replied, turning your head to look up at him. His eyes looked over your face and settled on your lips. Call me Keigo, he said in a husky, low voice as he brought his head forward to initiate a kiss. When we're alone, he added, as his lips met yours, then deepened into a passionate kiss as you lay semi-atop him. He respectfully kept his hands on your waist, and for once you felt comfortable and in control of the situation. As he pulled back from the kiss, you chased his lips, and he let out a gorgeously devious chuckle. He hummed coyly. Were you enjoying that? Well, yeah, you whispered bashfully. You want to sleep with me tonight? He rasped in a low voice, giving you a very seductive look from his half-lidded eyes. Your face flushed immediately, and a strange, tingly sensation started between your thighs. When you didn't reply, Hawks cocked his head curiously. Is that a yes? He asked with surprise. You quickly backed away. No, he smirked. That's more like it. I thought for a second there that you were going to cave in. Oh, I almost was, actually, you thought. Come on, I'll help you with dinner, he said as he sat up, sitting next to you. Then we can have a shower together. No, you squeaked. Damn, he said, clicking his fingers with faux annoyance. Almost had an in, he said with a wink. After dinner, Hawks excused himself to have a shower, and you were chilling on the lounge watching TV. After a while, you heard the bathroom door open and you looked up. Hawks had just walked out with a towel tied around his waist, and that was it. I've been thinking, he said casually, as he leaned up against the bathroom door frame, lifting a hand up to run it through his hair, ruffling it to style it a bit. We need to get you an alias name and a new job, otherwise you'll go crazy here all day. You were just staring at him as he stood there in nothing but a towel, and he winked at you. You like what you see, chicken? He asked coyly. You cleared your throat and looked away. Yeah, that sounds good, you stammered. Okay, I can get you papers for a new name, he said casually as he strolled over. What first name would you like? And I'll see if I can have that made up into a fake ID. Can I think about it? You asked as he walked around the couch behind you and leaned down, kissing you on the nape of your neck. You froze, your heartbeat going wild. Sure, chicken, take your time. But don't worry about thinking up a last name, he whispered seductively, because I'm giving you mine. Oh my god, you screamed internally. I'll be back in a minute, he said cheerfully as he stood up straight and walked to his room. We'll talk marriage when I get back. Is he serious? He can't be serious. I kind of want him to be serious though, you thought. He returned in a shirt and comfy track pants and walked over to the lounge to sit beside you. So, he said, lounging back, pulling one of his wings around and preening the feathers with his fingers. I'm probably moving too fast, but I do actually want you to have my last name, he said. Wait, what? You squeaked, your cheeks heating up again. Hawks, this is really sudden. Call me Keigo, baby, he said lowly as he looked at you from under his wing. Keigo, he said softly, screeching internally as you fangirled silently over his name. Having my last name would blend you in with some of my family. When I do eventually get around to telling you about my family members, it will be easier for you to lie if someone were to make comment about your last name, Hawks said as he continued to preen. What do you mean? You asked. I mean, just say you have the last name that you picked randomly, like Fudge Packer. You snorted and slapped a hand over your mouth. Hawks continued. Chances are that someone will actually have the last name. What happens if you meet a Mr. Fudge Packer? You started chuckling. Or they know someone with the last name Fudge Packer. You burst out laughing. Instead of just fumbling through a lie, you can actually tell a half-truth if you have my last name. Why are you laughing? He asked, half laughing himself. Keigo, I can't do with the last name you picked, you laughed. He beamed. I'm the full package, baby. I got brains and I'm funny. That's the other reason you should have my last name, he said with a cute wink. You giggled. So if someone says to you, hey, I just saw that your last name's Takami. I knew a Takami as a kid. He lived on the island of Kyushu, Fukuoka. You could say, oh yeah, he's my husband, he said, leering at you from the corner of his eye. Or you could say you're my cousin, I don't mind. No, I'm going with husband, you said quickly, and he looked at you with surprise, then smiled. Sounds good to me, chicken. He tucked the wing back that he'd been preening, and then pulled the other one forward. What are you doing with them? You asked curiously. Checking my notifications, he said casually, then chuckled. Get it? Because they send me messages? Nah, I'm kidding. I'm just preening them to make sure they're in tip-top shape for spying on you in bed later, he joked. I never know when you're serious or joking, he said with a smile and a head shake. I'll always keep you guessing, baby, he said with a wink. It's part of my charm. After preening, he turned his back to you and tucked his wings in behind himself, then lay down in your lap with his head resting on your legs. You were a little flustered at first and didn't quite know what to do, then gently placed your hand on his head and toyed with a few of his wispy strands of hair. After playing with them for a little while, you dragged your fingers through the rest of his still damp hair. His eyelids fluttered slightly, then closed, and you smiled. I get the feeling that he's been deprived of affection, you thought. I wonder what happened during his training period with the government. You played with his hair a little longer, thinking about what he had said, and trying to come up with an alias name to use while you were undercover. Okay, so this is where you pick an alias name, and I'll be abbreviating it from Yin to Anne. Keigo, I've thought of a name, you said softly, and he tilted his head to look at you. That was quick. What is it? Anne, you replied. Anne Takami. I like it. It's got a nice ring to it, he replied with a smile. Oh, so he is actually going with the Takami as my last name, you thought. Later that night in bed, you kept thinking about him and how sweet he had been to you. Well, I really do owe him a lot, you thought. Is there some way I could repay him for his kindness? You rolled over in bed. I mean, he's always commenting about doing it. Your face flushed and you scrunched yourself further under the blankets as embarrassment set in. What if we... You thought a moment longer, then slipped quietly out of bed and tiptoed to your door, your heart still pounding. Well, I wouldn't mind doing it with him, to thank him. Well, I'd gladly give him my all. You slipped out into the hall, slowly making your way to his room. Oh God, am I really doing this? You got to his door and paused. What do I even say? You placed your hand on the door handle and turned the knob, pushing the door open slowly and letting yourself in before closing the door behind you. You had made minimal noise on entry, and you listened in the dark to see if he was awake or asleep. You stood there with your head down, heart beating wildly as you listened for his breathing pattern, but all was quiet. You looked up and waited for your eyes to adjust in the dark. Looking towards his bed, you could just make out the outline of his body covered by his wings, and all of a sudden you panicked and your breathing became erratic. Maybe I should go. This was a bad idea. I'm not ready. Hawks moved slightly. You dared not even breathe. All of a sudden you were blinded by a flurry of feathers, grabbed, then shot across to the bed where you were pinned down by your wrists with your arms above your head. What brings you here, chicken? Hawks asked slowly as he straddled you, holding you down. I'm sorry. He leaned down, brushing his nose against the side of yours as his lips ghosted over your lips. You'd better know what you're doing when you're coming to my room at night, he whispered in a seductive voice, the exhaled breath from his words drawing your attention to the proximity of his lips to yours. I'm sorry, you whispered. I came to thank you. How did you want to thank me? He asked slowly as he shifted his grip on your wrists and used one of his hands to turn your head so that he could kiss along your jawline towards under your ear. It's too embarrassing to say. Just get the hint, Hawks. You stayed silent as you let him kiss along your jaw and up to your ear, and shuddered with pleasure as you felt his warm tongue drag around the outer edges of your ear, and you bit your bottom lip as he bit lightly into your earlobe and tugged on it. Just know that when you come in here, I won't be letting you leave until you're carrying my child, he whispered into your ear, and immediately you were throbbing between your thighs. Hawks, He raised his free hand to where your wrists were pinned with his other hand, and then lightly dragged his fingers down your arm, causing a wave of goosebumps as he went, Oh, is this really happening? Are we really going to do this? Your brain started flipping and a wave of panic rushed over you. Hawks lowered his head to your neck and kissed you with his mouth open slightly so that he could bite down on your skin and suck it into his mouth. You flinched and pulled against his hand, trying to get your wrists free. If you're not ready, don't come to me in the middle of the night, he said lowly, and you felt bad for giving him mixed messages. He pulled back and let you go, freeing your wrists and sitting back on the bed. I'm sorry, well, you've been so good to me and I just wanted to give myself... I don't want you to think that you owe me your body as a thank you. That's never a good reason to give your body to someone, he said gently. You immediately felt stupid, and a lump formed in your throat as you wrapped your arms around your body protectively and looked down. Hey, he said softly, reaching out to lift your chin. Look at me. You did, your face contorting with shame and embarrassment. You owe me nothing. If anything, I should be thanking you for bringing new meaning to my life. I finally have someone to love. Tears of embarrassment mixed with gratitude immediately flooded down your face, and you reached out to him for a hug, which he gratefully returned. Come on, we'll snuggle in your bed, he said after you two had hugged for a bit. Lightly he drew your body to his, bridal style, and held you as he used his wings to lift the two of you off the bed and carry you out of his room back to yours. Your bed's for snuggling, and mine is for the reason you'll call me Daddy, he said lowly, and your brain short-circuited. How can he be so hot? Oh my God. He entered your room and walked over to the bed, lay you down gently before crawling around you and laying down next to you. See, he said, smiling in the dark, I can be innocent too. Sure, you said with a little chuckle of disbelief. No, really, he laughed as he cuddled into you. There was a moment's silence as he pondered on something. Hey, Yin, he said softly. You hummed back. Would you be my wife? He asked gently, his voice sounding vulnerable all of a sudden. I know it's really sudden and kind of rushed and all, but when you said that you liked the idea of taking my last name because I was your husband, it made me really happy. Your heart did a little skip in your chest as he continued to lay snuggled into you. I'm not saying all of this to try and get you to sleep with me either, he added. I genuinely really like you, and on top of you taking my last name for protective purposes, I'd really love it if we got married. For real. Are you sure? You whispered. Yin, I've never been more sure in all my life, he said in a serious voice. Please, would you marry me? You were speechless. This isn't how you ever thought your life would end up, let alone the way that you envisaged being proposed to. Suddenly Hawks got up and hopped off the bed, kneeling on one knee beside it. You sat up and looked at him, confused. He tenderly reached out and took your hand. I never thought I'd be proposing to the girl I've fallen for in my guest bedroom of my house at 11:30 p.m. at night, in nothing but pants, he deadpanned. But here we are. You laughed, and you saw him smile in the darkness. I'll ask you one more time, Yin. Would you make me the happiest man alive and be my wife? Yes, you said, beaming from ear to ear. You felt his body relax, and he gave you a relieved smile. Man, that was pretty stressful. I don't know what I would have done if you'd said no, he laughed, scratching the back of his head with his free hand. Once we get this alias name of yours processed, then I'll organise for a marriage certificate to be made as well. I'm so sorry, we won't be able to have a proper wedding at this time, but maybe in the future when this whole situation is over. You nodded in the darkness and squeezed his hand. Okay, he said as he climbed back onto the bed. This doesn't mean that we have to, do stuff straight away either. I'm well aware that I only just kissed you a few weeks ago. Thanks, Keigo, you said gratefully as you turned and snuggled into him. Don't worry, I'm gonna get you a pretty ring too, baby, just so it feels more official. I want to adorn you with all the pretty little things that you deserve, he said as he ran his fingers through your hair. I think this is the longest you've ever gone without making a pass at me, you said cheekily to him. Oh, that can be changed in an instant, baby girl. I got plenty dirty little things I want to say to you. You blushed. Even in the dark I can tell you're blushing, you said with a chuckle as he manoeuvred himself so that his lips were right behind your ear. You want to hear what I have planned for the night that we truly become husband and wife? He leered as he nibbled and sucked on your earlobe. Immediately you were buzzing again and squeaked. His gentle chuckle caressed your ears as you pulled away and rolled over to get away. "Aw, where you going, chicken? I just want to cuddle," he said as he grabbed you around the waist and pulled you back towards him. He kissed you gently on the exposed part of your neck and shoulders, and you relaxed as his arms held you close. Just then you were aware of something hard rubbing against your backside and you froze. Hawks immediately knew why you'd frozen, and he chuckled mischievously into your ear. "It's not a flashlight, baby," he said lowly. You screeched and flew out of bed as Hawks burst out laughing. The next morning you got up with Hawks. He had slept in your bed with you again, and the two of you had cuddled for a good portion of the night. He was a deep sleeper, but at the same time, if he felt that you were uncomfortable or having a bad dream, he'd just adjust you enough to make you comfortable, or rouse you just enough to pull you out of your nightmare. "You want coffee, chicken?" he called out as he cruised around the kitchen in his pyjama pants. They were hanging so low that you could clearly see his V-line, and your eyes kept getting drawn there. "Yes, please," you said quietly as you chilled on the lounge watching him work. He had his back to you as he stood at the stove cooking some eggs and chicken bits, and you checked him out from behind. "You feasting your eyes, are you, baby?" he called over his shoulder. You looked away. My feathers have been picking up that you've been watching me all morning, he said with a smirk. You could hear that familiar cockiness in his voice. I like that you're checking me out, but my back muscles aren't broad enough, he said as he stretched his wings out. That's an amazing wingspan he's got there, you thought, as you glanced over his brilliant red feathers. What's your top speed, Keigo? You asked curiously. Don't know, to be honest, but it's pretty fast, he said casually. I was involved in a high-speed chase once and shot through an intersection, low to the ground, about car height, and the speed cameras didn't even acknowledge that anything had passed through there after the car had run the red light, he said with a laugh. I later asked the superintendent if the cameras had a top speed that they couldn't register beyond, and he told me it was 1,800 kilometres per hour, or 1,120 miles per hour. What? You said loudly in disbelief. Yeah, he chuckled, pretty fast. But I'm not fast at everything, he said casually as he turned around and put the food that he had been cooking down on the 2 plates. Oh? You asked curiously. He walked around the kitchen bench and over to where you were lying on the lounge and leaned down to cage you in. When I get you in between the sheets, you'll understand, he said lowly with a smirk as he captured your lips against his tongue playing with yours before he pulled back. Hey, you're getting more relaxed with those kisses, wifey. Well done, he said cheekily as he pulled himself up again and walked back to the bench to pick up the plates. Breakfast is ready, he added cheerfully as he walked over to the table. You just lay there, somewhat breathless, wondering if it was possible to become pregnant with just words. Oh, my lordy's too much, she wailed internally. Come on, baby, chicken's getting cold, he called, his attention now wholeheartedly consumed with the thought of breakfast. Hawks had a self-appointed mission today. First, he was going to go and buy you a new phone and give it to you as a surprise. Second, he was going to go to register your alias name with a group that did undercover work for the government and CIA and get your papers in order. And then finally, he was going to do a bit of reconnaissance to find your mum. I probably shouldn't tell Yin about her mum being taken by a non-governmental group. Best she doesn't stress for now. I'll explain after I've found her. Hawks kissed you goodbye and left, telling you he'd be back with a surprise for you in a few hours. You turned the TV on and flopped down on the lounge. Hawks suggested I should look for a job. I wonder what job I should look for, you thought. Something that's not full-on chatty-chatty, but also something that's not locked away in a cupboard. I don't think I'm as shy as what I used to be. I'll ask Hawks to help me look for something later. You zoned out as the TV dragged you in, and before you knew it, you'd fallen asleep, curled up on the lounge. Presently you heard a noise and woke, opening your eyes to find Hawks standing right there. Some people have all the life, huh? He asked cheekily as he crouched down next to you. Sit up, baby, I've got a surprise for you. You groggily sat up and yawned. What is it? You asked through the yawn. Close your eyes and hold out your hand, he said with a smile. You closed your eyes and held out your hand. Now open your mouth and stick out your tongue, he said lowly. Keigo, you screeched as you heard him unzipping something. He let out a carefree laugh. I'm kidding, he chuckled. Here. He put a new phone in your hand. You opened your eyes and looked at it. A new phone, you gasped. I'm so happy, thank you so much. You're welcome, chicken. Now we've got no excuse to not be sexting, he said brightly. Seriously? You deadpanned. Joking, baby, he said with a sheepish smile as he held his hands up in front of his body in defence. Unless, he leered. You blushed and looked away. I mean, I'm usually a lot bolder in texting, you said bashfully as you played with a loose thread on your pants. So there is a chance? He gasped excitedly. Okay, I've put my number in already, so feel free to text me whenever, he sung as he lifted off the ground slightly with his wings and floated backwards towards the door. Look, I'm already floating on cloud 9, he added with a chuckle as he left. Catch you later, chicken. He spun midair, floated out the door, then closed it behind him. You snorted with a smile and turned your phone screen on. Hawks had already taken a selfie and put it as your home screen. This adorable idiot, you giggled internally. Hawks flew across town and landed at the building that housed the people who usually did his alias names for him. Hey, Chief, he greeted in a friendly tone as he entered. Need to get some names done, he said as he walked over to the counter. Ah, Hawks, the guy replied. Good to see you again. You on another mission? Always, Hawks replied casually with a smirk. Can I get 3 names? Anything for the number 2 hero, the guy replied. What names are you after? Hawks supplied the guy with 3 names, one of them being your alias name, and the 2 others being random names, so that if this guy happened to remember the names that Hawks had given him and was questioned by the government, they wouldn't have a direct lead. 2 female names and 1 male name? The guy asked with a laugh. You pulling a cross-dress? You can't see me as a chick? Hawks asked with faux offence. I think I can pull off a chick pretty well. The guy led Hawks into the back room and pulled out the paperwork required to have the IDs made up. Okay, what details do you want? The guy said as he picked up a pen to start writing. Hawks sat down in the chair opposite and relaxed back, slipping his hand into his pocket and fiddling with his phone. He gave a heap of fake details for the other two names that he'd made up, and then started giving details about your one. Hawks started with your alias name, then a fake birthday, running through a few other things but deliberately missing out the last name. Okay, what last name do you want? The guy asked. Just then, Hawks rang the guy's work phone from his pocket, and the work phone rang on the table across from where they were sitting. The guy looked over at it. Oh, you better get that, boss. Could be an important call, Hawks said as he remained sitting casually in the chair. Just sign the bottom of that paper and I'll fill out the rest, he said as the guy got up from the chair. Absent-mindedly, the guy signed the bottom of the page and handed the pen to Hawks. Get the call. I'll finish up here. I've got it covered, the winged hero said with a wink as the guy walked over to the phone. As the guy picked up, Hawks hung up. Hello? The guy said into the receiver. There was a pause. Hello? The guy asked again. What happened, Chief? Hawks asked as he casually pocketed the paperwork. Prank call? It's a silent number, so not everyone can call it, the guy said as he hung up. They'll call back if they need me. Okay, Hawks said with a shrug. Thanks again. I'll see you around, he said as he extended his hand to shake the guy's hand. Not a problem, Hawks. Always a pleasure to work with you, the guy said with a smile. Oh, hey, did we finish the paperwork? He asked with confusion. Yep, just in the nick of time, Hawks replied. I'll send it off. Thanks again. No problem, the guy replied. Good luck with your mission. Thanks, Chief, Hawks replied with a casual salute as he left the building. Aha, piece of cake, Hawks thought as he strolled off down the street. Filled out the paperwork at a local cafe, then dropped the paperwork off at an underground crew that would do up the IDs. I'm just dropping these off for the government, Hawks said casually as he strolled in. Yeah, no worries, Hawks. When do you need them by? As soon as possible, if you can, Hawks said with a smile. No problem, we're on it, the man replied, and Hawks thanked him, then left. Well, that's 2 down, now to find Mum, he thought as he took off back to your old apartment to look for some clues. Back at Hawks's apartment, you were debating whether or not to send him a risque picture or a text. Oh, no, I can't do that. Oh my god, how embarrassing. Just then, Hawks sent you a picture with the caption, Your magic carpet misses you. It was a picture of him flying flipped over, giving you the peace sign with one eye closed as he poked his tongue out slightly. You snorted and shook your head with amusement. If I rub the magic lamp, will my carpet come back to me? You sent. You waited with bated breath as he didn't reply. Then he sent you a video. In it, it looked like he had fainted while flying and was now falling out of the sky. Wings, Hawks, he replied quickly. Oh yeah, thanks for that. Forgot about those for a moment, he sent back with a smirk face. Your message caught me off guard. Cheeky, he replied with the tongue out emoji. Hawks alighted on the front doorstep of your old house and reached for the handle. 2, he thought as he sensed 2 agents inside the house, staking it out in the hopes that you or your mum would return. He opened the door and ducked as a bullet whizzed over his head. He scowled and shot towards the agent, grabbing him around the throat and throwing him back against the wall and pinning him there. Hawks, the other agent gasped. What are you doing here? You've been taken off the case. Fortunately, it was me coming through the door and not the daughter or the mother, Hawks deadpanned to the 2 agents. Who gave you your license? He looked with annoyance at the agent, as he still had him pressed up against the wall. Why are you wielding a gun? You could have killed someone. Oh, sorry, Hawks, I just... Doesn't matter anymore because I need you 2 gone, he said as he reached back for a long feather and plucked it out. Hawks? Later, Hawks checked over the house, looking for prints or hair or anything unusual that would give him a clue as to who had taken your mum and where they'd taken her to. Unable to find anything, he decided to talk to one of the neighbours. He headed out the back and popped his head over the fence when he heard a noise on the other side. Good morning, he called brightly to the lady who was hanging her washing. The middle-aged lady looked over her shoulder as she poised with one freshly washed dress held up to the line, a peg in her other hand. Upon seeing Hawks, she dropped the dress. Oh my gosh, she gasped. Hawks? Yeah, it's me, he said with a chuckle as he jumped up and used his wings to lift himself over the fence. I need to ask a few questions, he said with a smile as he strolled over and picked up the dress from the ground and started to hang it up. The lady just stared at him with her mouth open, still a little shocked that the number 2 hero was hanging her washing for her. Yes, she stammered. Wondering if you heard or saw anything a few days ago regarding your neighbours there, he said as he pointed to the house that he'd just come from. Did you see anything strange? Uh, uh, well, I did see a black car pull up a few days ago and some official-looking guys hop out, and they stopped a girl that looked like the daughter who used to live there, but I couldn't be sure because I didn't see her very well, the lady said as she bent down to pick up another piece of washing. Did you by chance catch the number plate? He asked as he took the item from her hand and hung it. No, I didn't, but it was a blue number plate, she said. I thought that was strange. Blue number plate, he repeated. That is strange. He bent down and picked up another clothing item and hung it. Thanks, that was helpful. I'll look into the blue number plate owners, he said with a smile. He hung the rest of the ladies' washing and they chatted idly. Anyway, better get going, sort this case out at my trademark top speed, he said with a wink as he stepped back and shot up into the sky. The poor lady just stood there, knees a little weak from the adrenaline of Hawkes' presence. Oh, what a hero, she sighed as she picked up the empty washing basket and headed back inside. Hawkes alighted at the front of the Roads and Traffic Authority building and opened the doors. Hawkes! A customer inside screeched, and all of a sudden he was mobbed by adoring fans. He took time to talk and take pictures with all of them, then approached the front desk. Hey, he greeted casually. Mind if I come through? I'm on a case, looking for a number plate. The lady behind the desk gave him a weak, shaky, love-struck smile and nodded sheepishly. Sure, she said as she opened the side door and let him through. Hawkes waved goodbye to the fans and entered, heading out the back to the file room. Oh gosh, Hawkes, the lady out the back said. How can I help you? I'm on a case at the moment and I'm looking for a list of the owners that have blue number plates, he said with a smile. Oh, of course, she replied, scurrying to hand him the folder with all the information. Thanks heaps, he said as he flicked it open. Mind if I borrow this for a bit? Oh, of course, she replied. Ah, man, this is going to take me a month to go through, he groaned, with the most bored expression he could muster. You mind if I take this? He asked. I'll bring it back, promise. Well, we're not really supposed to let people take it, but you're a hero, so I guess that's okay, she said cautiously. I'll bring it back right away, as soon as I'm done, promise, he said with his signature sexy smile. Oh, she giggled. Oh, that's fine, Hawkes. Thanks, he said with a wink. He tucked the folder up under one arm and left the building, making his way back through the adoring fans and out to the open. Time to get back home to my gorgeous wife-to-be, Hawkes thought with a smile as he took off into the sky. Hey, honey, I'm home, Hawkes called out as he entered his apartment. You squeaked with flusteredness and scrunched down further onto the lounge, pulling your jumper up around your face to hide your smile. Missed you, he said with a smile as he leaned over the lounge and gave you an upside-down Spider-Man type kiss. You taste better upside down, he leered. Did you miss me? Mm-hmm, you hummed with a nod. Always, you whispered. Hawkes plopped the folder down on the coffee table as he walked around and sat down on the lounge, wrestling you into his arms and lying back with you on top of him, wrapped in his arms. What's the folder for? You asked, looking over at it from where he had you. It's the Kama Sutra, baby. All the positions I want to put you in tonight, he said lowly as he turned your head and locked lips with you. You squeaked, but you let him have his way with your mouth, that familiar tingle invading your core again. You made out for a little while. Well, actually, the longest that you'd ever kissed him, and his hand slipped down your hips and gently across your ass as he gave it a little squeeze. You kept kissing him, and he ran his other hand down as well, both hands now having a good feel. You're not going to stop me, baby? He asked through heavy breaths as he pulled back from the kiss. No, I trust you, he whispered. Well, time to take this to my room then, he uttered lowly, grunting as he sat up, still with you in his arms as he got up off the lounge, throwing you over one shoulder as he headed towards his room. Hawkes, he squeaked. No, wait. I'm not stopping till you scream my name, he leered, reaching a hand up and tapping you on the backside. Keigo, you screeched. Oh, that's how I like it, he groaned playfully as he let you down and pinned you against the hallway wall, initiating another round of heavy kissing. What else does that mouth do? He leered as he pulled back from the kiss, keeping his arms either side of you up against the wall and caging you in. You were hyperventilating so hard your mouth couldn't even formulate a comeback, so you just stood there gazing bashfully into his golden eyes as he stared you down. You have no idea how gorgeous you are, Yin, he said suddenly and softly. His current statement is making a complete 180 from his previous question. His face changed from predator to protector at his trademark top speed, and you melted. I got a bit of homework to do tonight, unfortunately, so it won't be much fun, he said casually as he pushed off the wall. Come and keep me company, though. I like you best when you're snuggled up next to me. Okay, you said shyly, and followed him back to the lounge room. Hey, the day you saw your mum get taken, he said as he sat down on the lounge and took his hero visor off, patting the seat beside him. Did you happen to see the guy's face or anything? Yeah, I did, you said, thinking back to that day. Oh? You could see from where you were behind the fence? He asked. No, I saw the guy's face when I walked past him, you said, still trying to drag that image forward in your mind. Wait, so you did walk past the guy? Hawk said in surprise. I didn't know this part of the story. What happened? You told Hawks about how you had seen the black car come towards you down the street as you were walking to your house, and when it stopped out the front, you just pretended like you didn't live there and went to walk past, but the guy grabbed you and you thought he was going to arrest you, but then he just ushered you on, and that's when you hid in the neighbour's front yard and watched them through the gap in the fence. Hawks listened carefully to your story, then he broke out into a wild smile at the end. I'm so proud of you, chicken, he said gently as he gazed at you. You really walked past some guy who thought you was going to take you, and you stuck to not turning tail and running away. You're definitely not timid, he added as he leaned over and pecked you on the lips. You smiled with pride and nodded. Yeah, I'm hardcore now, you said with a big smile. Oh, he purred, his expression turning from innocent pride to something a little more devious. Now don't go saying stuff like that around me. You're going to make me want to ditch homework and study up on human anatomy, he leered. Can you focus for 1 minute without your mind going there? You squealed as he reached behind you and grabbed a lounge cushion, smacking him with it. His melodic laughter rang out through the small apartment. After dinner and discussing details about what you remembered of the guys who had took your mum, you settled down to watch some TV while Hawks looked through the RTA folder, searching for something that might help him find your mum. He hadn't said anything to you about her having been taken by people who seemingly weren't from the government, but the fact that he had brought it back up made you a little suspicious. Keigo, is Mum okay? You asked him suddenly from where you were lying on the couch between his legs. He looked at you from over the top of the folder. What makes you ask that, chicken? He asked softly. I get the feeling that something's wrong, you said with a bit of worry in your voice. Hawks put the folder down and cupped your face in his hands as you continued to stare up at him with worried eyes. Do you trust me, baby? He asked slowly. Yeah, you replied confidently. Then don't worry. Trust that I've got it covered, he replied with a smile as he manoeuvred slightly so that he could kiss your lips. He pecked them lightly once, then squished your cheeks together so your lips would pucker up. Then he kissed them rapidly, multiple times. It's like kissing a pufferfish, he exclaimed excitedly with a devious chuckle. You squealed and tried to pull back to escape his kisses, but he wrapped a leg over you to pin you down and continued kissing your squished face merrily. You made all kinds of noises as you fought hard, finally managing to break free and get out of his grasp. Oh, he leered cheekily, my chicken has flown the coop. He jumped up and shot towards you with his wings out, and you screamed playfully and ducked behind a chair before tearing off down the hallway and hiding in your room. Oh, chicken, he sung as he crept towards your room. You crawled under the bed and waited with bated breath, watching as his shadow fell across the doorway and his feet appeared. He hummed loudly. I wonder where she could be. Next minute, a feather slid up beside you, poked into your sleeve, and dragged you out from underneath your bed. Oh, hey, he greeted brightly. Fancy bumping into you here, he added cheekily as the feather lifted you up and plopped you down on the bed. He was on top of you in an instant, pinning you down gently so he could kiss your lips again. That's not fair, you pouted playfully as he pulled back. You have feathers to help you find me. Ah, he sighed. True, but all's fair in love and war. Ugh, so poetic, you replied sarcastically as you pushed him off. I'll give you my feathers next time if you can beat me in a wrestle, he said mischievously as he pinned you down again. A playful struggle ensued, and you were pretty sure that he let you win in the end, but he made you work for it, and you were sweating and breathing heavily as you finally got on top of him and pinned him down. He lay under you, allowing you to pin him down by the wrists as he smouldered up at you. You got me, chicken, he said seductively. What are you going to do now? You remained silent for a bit, still breathing hard, thinking about what to do. Then suddenly a bold thought came to you, and you leaned your head down to his. You hovered your lips just over his, like what he usually did to you, and then gently took his bottom lip between your teeth and tugged on it slightly. Hawks's eyes shot wide open, and he stared at you. Oh my gosh, that's so embarrassing, you squealed as you released his lip from your teeth, embarrassed that you'd been so forward. You let go of his wrists and slapped your hands over your face, feeling the heat rising in your cheeks. That was so hot, Hawks said in awe as he sat up, with you straddling his lap. Whoa. No, you wailed. That was so embarrassing. No, it wasn't, he replied wholeheartedly. You made the first move. That's sexy as hell in my opinion. I'm all sweaty. I'm going to have a shower. Bye, you squealed as you jumped off him and ran to the bed out of the bedroom, leaving a very confused yet turned on Hawks on your bed. She's slowly getting there, he thought with a smirk as he hopped off the bed and tucked something into his pocket as he walked back to the lounge room to continue reading through the license plate folder. He sat back down and opened to where he had left off. Managed to skirt the question of where her mum is too, he thought proudly. As his eyes scanned the page, a name popped out at him, and he let out an enlightened and amused chuckle. Well, isn't this interesting? Is this a coincidence or not? The next morning you woke from a message from Hawks. Good morning, wifey. I've had to leave early to return the Kama Sutra to the library and pick up your alias ID. Then I'll be home early to give you something special. He texted with his usual sign-off of the chicken head and love heart, but this time he signed it with hubby, and you nearly passed out. Ah, my heart, you squealed internally as you flopped back on the bed, clutching your phone to your chest. Can't wait for you to get home, hubby, you sent him. Hawks felt his phone vibrate in his pocket as he arrived at the RTA to return the folder, and he pulled it out to check it. Cute, he chuckled internally when he saw your message. He held the phone up and pressed record on video, blowing you a kiss, then doing the small finger hearts just for good measure, coupled with his signature sexy smile. You screeched internally when you got the video in return. He's too much. Then Hawks entered the building, returned the folder, and headed for his next port of call, the fake ID place. It was around mid-morning when Hawks returned home, strolling casually through the door and walking around the counter, then leaning down on it as you busied yourself making a hot drink. His smouldering eyes watched you for a moment, then he called to the inbuilt sound system in the house. Hey, Soundhound, play Yin's song. Suddenly, your favourite song started playing, and he walked around, took your hand, taking the other things out of your other hand and placing them down before pulling you towards him and initiating a dance. Keek, I don't know how to dance, you said sheepishly, as he placed a hand on your hip and directed your movements with his body. You don't have to know how to dance, just follow my lead, he said lowly as he pulled your body against his and moved. He took your hand and spun you out from his body, then spun you back in and kissed you on the lips as your front came in contact with his. Check your finger, baby, he whispered as he bent his head down to your ear. What? You asked in confusion as you stepped back from him and looked at your hand while you called for the song to stop. You looked at your left ring finger and there was a beautiful ring on it. Oh my gosh, Keigo, you gasped. It's gorgeous and it fits perfectly. How did you know my ring size? When did you put it on my finger? Oh, I measured your finger while we were wrestling yesterday, he said with a chuckle, and I snuck it on you just now. You like it? I love it, you said emphatically as you looked at it again. I'm glad you do, he said softly as he took your chin in hand and tilted your head up so that he could kiss you. I also have this, he added as he presented an official marriage certificate. Legally, we're married now. Your face flushed and as he handed it to you. I don't know what to say. Hey, how would you feel about moving to the countryside? He asked as he scratched the back of his head and looked away slightly. That would be okay, I guess, you replied suspiciously. How come the countryside? Just thought it would be nice to ditch this place and start anew. Now that we're husband and wife, he said, a small blush on his cheeks. How come you're blushing now, of all times, you said with a chuckle. You can say such perverted things with a straight face, yet you blush when saying husband and wife? Well, it's a big thing for me, he said as he looked down, because I actually really like you. I'm really happy you're my wife. Oh, he's a baby. I want to snuggle him. Yes, thank you. Bye, you thought. Oh, you're so cute, Keigo, you gushed. Our babies will be cuter, he shot back. And there he is, he said with a smile and an eye roll. You love this side of me, he said as he picked you up and carried you over to the lounge, dumping you down it before crawling over the top of you and locking lips with you again. Let's make a cute baby right now, he leered. Keigo, you screeched. Later that night, Hawks left for his final mission of the day. He took off into the sky and flew out of the city, heading towards the countryside. As he got closer to his destination, he landed a little way off on a hill and sat down, his keen eyes honing in on his target, a house about 400 metres away. The lights were on and he listened for the voices that were being picked up by his feathers. There were 2 males and 1 female in the house. The female he recognised as your mother, but he was unsure of the 2 males. Your mother seemed slightly agitated, but didn't appear to be held against her will. So he got up and flew across to the house and alighted on the front step before knocking. He could hear the people inside asking each other who it could be, and then your mum was pushed into a back room and told to stay quiet, then locked in. Footsteps approached the door, and it was unlocked and opened. The face of a man who'd grabbed your shoulder the other day that your mother had been taken appeared, and Hawks gave him a big carefree smile. "Oh, Hawks," the guy said in surprise. "Why are you here?" "Why, I'm here for Yin's mother, Mr. Lin," Hawks replied casually. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about," the guy said in a fearful voice. "Ah, come on, Mr. Lin. You're not going to try and withhold your sister from me, are you?" Hawks leered with a cunning smile. "You are her brother, after all, are you not?" The guy paled and froze on the spot. "Hawks, I can explain, please," he begged. "No explanation needed. I know what happened," Hawks said casually, pushing his hands into his pockets. "You heard that the old narcissistic husband had left, and, seizing the opportunity to try and save your innocent Stockholm victim of a sister, you went to get her. You hadn't seen her for years anyway, because her husband had insisted that she were to cut ties with all of you. Upon seeing your sudden arrival, she told you she wasn't coming with you because her husband had rung to say he was coming back. She refused to leave, so you forced her to leave with you for her own good, gaffer taping her face and dragging her screaming from the house. She wasn't screaming from fear of you, though. She was screaming from anger at being taken away when she wanted to stay and be with her manipulative husband again." The brother's jaw dropped. "How close am I?" Hawks asked smugly. You got it all right, even down to the gaffer tape," he said incredulously. "But how do you know all of that? Were you there?" "No, I wasn't, but her daughter was. She saw the whole thing from the neighbour's front yard," Hawks replied. "Daughter?" he gasped. "But when?" "We were waiting for her to come, but she never did, so we left. There were 4 of us that went to the house. Two of us took my sister, and then the other 2 stayed back to get Yin." "Do you know what your niece looks like?" Hawk asked. "Well, no, I've never met her before," the brother said sadly. "Was there a girl who walked in your path as you were heading to the door of the house?" Hawks asked with a knowing smile. Yes, actually, there was," the brother said curiously. "That was her," Hawks said. "That was your niece." Oh my God! After explaining a little more, your estranged uncle let Hawks in. "We put my sister back in her room just now because we didn't know who was at the door, and I was worried it was him, you know," your uncle said. "We'd let her out, but she's still insisting on being let go so that she can go back home to be there for her husband, and we have to watch her like a hawk, excuse the pun, so she doesn't escape." "Love the pun," Hawk said with a chuckle. "So she really did get addicted to his quirk, huh?" he added with a sigh as he walked in and sat down at the table. Just then the other male in the house poked his head around the corner. "Hawks, this is my boyfriend. This is Brian," your estranged uncle said, gesturing to the beaming face that had popped out from behind the wall. "Didn't see that coming," Hawks said with a laugh. "How are you?" he said as he smiled and stood up to reach out for the guy's hand. "Oh my God," the boyfriend said as he scooted forward and shook Hawks' hand. "I'm freaking out right now. I can't believe you're in my house," he squealed, fanning himself rapidly. "God, Brian, can you please chill for just a moment, please?" your uncle said with an exaggerated sigh to his overt boyfriend. "Sorry, Hawks, he's a big fan," he added to the winged hero. Hawks chuckled. It's always a pleasure to meet a fan," he said with his signature smile, looking from your uncle to the boyfriend. Brian squealed and balled his fists up by his side, shaking rapidly. "Babe, would you mind checking on my sister?" your uncle deadpanned to his overtly excited man. "Oh, sure thing, babes. Nice to meet you, Hawks. Toodles," Brian said as he held his hand up and wiggled his fingers in flamboyant departure, then sashayed out of the room. Nice guy," Hawks chuckled. He's extra, but I love him," your uncle said, shaking his head. "Listen, would you let me talk to your sister?" Hawks asked your uncle. "I think it's good that she's away from her husband, but I think she might need professional help." "I think so too, but we were too scared to take her anywhere in case he found her and took her. At least here she's safe," your uncle said. "That's very wise of you," Hawks replied, "but I'll guarantee her safety. I promise you he won't get her." "That's really good of you, Hawks," your uncle said with a relieved sigh. "I'll take you to her room." He led Hawks out of the dining area and down the hall to a door. "Hey, sis, there's someone here to see you," your uncle called as he unlocked the door from the outside. "Is it my husband?" your mum gasped hopefully as she ran to the door. She came face to face with Hawks. "Hawks!" she wailed happily. "Oh, you're here to save me," she gushed as she flung her arms around him. Please take me back to the apartment so that my husband won't be worried. He's probably there right now, worrying about where I am. Hi, Mrs. Lynn, Hawk said in a friendly voice, his face mere inches from hers. How are you? So much better now that you're here to help me, she gushed again, pulling her body against his. He remained steadfast with his hands in his pockets. I have some bad news for you, Mrs. Lynn. Unfortunately, your husband didn't end up coming back to the apartment. It was never his intention to do so, Hawk said in a calm voice. But he said he misses us and wanted to come back, she said in confusion, as she let go of Hawks and stepped back. I know, Hawk said sympathetically. It was a cruel trick. Your mum's bottom lip started to quiver slightly. No, he doesn't lie. If he says he's going to do something, he does it. And he said he was coming back. Are you lying to me, Hawks? Are you lying about him not being there? He's waiting for me, isn't he? She said, her sadness and confusion turning to despair and desperation at being kept from him. Let me go, please. Take me to him. Why are you all trying to keep me from him? She wailed, her agitation becoming more and more apparent. Would I lie to you, Mrs. Lynn? Hawks asked calmly as he tilted his head to the side slightly. Well, I don't know, she said. Why are you stopping me from seeing him? I'm not, Miss Lynn. I'm just saying he's not home, Hawk said gently. And you're not going to like what I have to say next, but it's important that I tell you, even if you don't believe me. I know who your husband is, and I know about his quirk, and you've been under the influence of his quirk for so long that you no longer know how to regulate without it. Your mum stared at him in utter confusion. What do you mean? She asked blankly. Under the influence of his quirk? I don't know what you're saying. Oh, he's been doing it so subtly that she's no longer recognising that it's happening, Hawks thought. When you were sad, did your husband ever touch you with his quirk to make you feel happy? Hawks asked your mum. Well, yes, of course, because he cares about me and wanted to cheer me up, your mum replied. And did he ever touch you with his quirk to make you feel guilty or remorseful whenever you went against his wishes? He asked, watching your mum closely for her reaction. Well, yes, but I would have felt that way anyway, your mum said loudly. He's not a manipulator. He does it because he cares. No, he's a manipulator, your uncle said in a bland voice from the doorway. You're being biased. You've hated him from the very beginning, your mum yelled at him. And can you blame me? He cut us all off from seeing you. He's a horrible person, your uncle shouted back. He's a big fat meanie, Brian chimed in from behind his boyfriend. Stay out of this, Brian, your mum yelled at the effeminate male. There was a distressed gasp from behind your uncle, and Hawks cut in at that point. Okay, drama central. Let's quit while we're ahead, Hawks said as he stepped between your mum and your uncle. I'm sorry, Mrs. Lynn, but I'll be leaving you here for now in the safety of this house with your brother and his man. Thank you, Hawks, your uncle replied. Hawks nodded at him and then turned and nodded to your mum before walking out. Brian took over from there and Hawks and your uncle walked back to the front of the house. Keep her here and safe and I'll arrange for her to stay at a mental health respite and I'll let you know where and when once I have her details admitted, Hawks said to your uncle. Thank you ever so much, Hawks. I really appreciate it. I hate seeing her like this and I just want her well again, your uncle said sadly. Hawks nodded and smiled as he stepped out the door and walked out. It's nice out here, he said, looking around at the quiet countryside. Very peaceful, your uncle agreed. Perfect place to bring up a family, Hawks mused. Well, the house over there, that way, is just for sale, your uncle hinted, wondering if Hawks was looking for a place. Is it now? Hawks asked, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Well, thanks for that. You might just end up with some new neighbours, he said cheekily. Well, if it's you, it would be a pleasure, your uncle said with a laugh. Hawks smiled and walked a little way out before turning and flicking your uncle a salute. Thank you again, your uncle said to Hawks as he took off. It was late when Hawks got back and you were relieved when he came through the door. I was getting worried, you said as Hawks greeted you with a kiss. Don't mind me, baby girl. I was just hunting. House hunting, Hawks said as his feathers unzipped his hero coat and took it off, leaving him in just his tan-coloured pants and black top with gold, yellow swirl design. I think I may have found us a place in the country, he said. Really? You exclaimed. That was quick. I've been looking around a bit, Hawks replied with a wink. Want to go check it out with me tomorrow? I'd love to, he said with excitement. The next morning, Hawks rang the real estate agent who was in charge of the property that was for sale near your uncle's house. He still hadn't told you about your mum, or that it was your uncle who'd taken her. He had something planned out, and was excited to see it come to fruition. He dialed the real estate number and casually strolled over to where you were sitting at the table. He was shirtless again, and in his favourite grey track pants that hung just that little bit too low, showing off his V-line. You looked up as he approached you. He had the phone to his ear and his smouldering golden eyes caught your full attention as he leaned down on the table with his elbows and stared deeply into your eyes. Although the phone wasn't on loudspeaker, you could still hear it ringing because of how close his face was to yours. You just held his gaze, his eyes flicking from your eyes to your lips, then back up to your eyes again. He smirked as you closed the gap, and you parted your lips and met his tongue sliding against yours as the phone continued to ring in his ear. Suddenly the person on the other end picked up. "Good morning," Hawks greeted casually as he pulled back from the kiss, a small string of saliva breaking from your parted tongues. "This is Hawks here." "Oh," the person on the other end of the line said. "What can I do for you, Hawks?" "I'd like to come and inspect a property that you have for sale," Hawks said casually as he slowly took hold of your chin and ran his thumb over your bottom lip, watching his hand as he absent-mindedly played with your lip. "Of course," the agent replied. "Do you know the address of the place?" Hawks supplied the address and then calmly leaned in and kissed your lips gently again before pulling back and continuing to caress your bottom lip. "Ah, that one. Not a problem. When did you want to come and have a look at it?" the agent asked. You gently poked your tongue out as Hawks's thumb slowly swiped over your bottom lip and the tip of your tongue connected with his thumb. He froze. "Today, if possible," he replied to the guy, his eyes locked onto your mouth as you moved your head forward and sucked his thumb in between your lips while flicking your tongue over it. "Not a problem, Hawks. How does 3 p.m. today sound?" the agent asked. "Sounds just fine to me. I have some important business to attend right after this call, so 3 p.m. would be perfect," Hawks replied, the tone of his voice dropping as he watched you suck on his thumb, his eyes clouding over with lust as he slowly pulled his gaze up to your eyes and bit his bottom lip to compose himself. "Okay, well, we'll see you at 3 p.m. at the address that you just supplied," the agent confirmed. "Wonderful. Thank you again," Hawks said calmly, as his eyes remained trained on yours while he gripped your chin a little tighter and slid his thumb to the corner of your mouth before leaning in and kissing you firmly as he pulled his thumb out from between your lips. "Have a good day," the agent said kindly. "Thank you, same to you," Hawks replied, then hung up immediately. "My room, now," he growled as he kissed you again, wasting no time making it deeper and a more tongue-filled kiss. "Wait," you giggled, wait. But he was a man on a mission. He broke from the kiss and ducked around the table, grabbing you around the waist as you tried to run, and you screamed playfully. "You can't tease me like that and not follow through," he growled seductively. I'm sorry, you squealed in laughter as he picked you up and carried you to his room, dumping you down in his bed and crawling over you, while initiating another round of heavy kissing that you happily returned. He lay his body on top of yours and you parted your legs, wrapping one up over his and his arms up around his neck. He was pleasantly surprised that you hadn't stopped him yet, but instead encouraged his movements by accepting what he was doing, so he ran a hand up under your shirt, caressing your sides but going no further. You gingerly unlocked your arms from around his neck and slowly dragged your fingers down his bare back, a light blush forming on your cheeks as you did so. "Oh," Hawks thought internally, "looks like she's getting more comfortable with this." He let out a small groan of approval as your hands reached the small of his back and he pushed his hips into you. You squeaked into his mouth and quickly broke from the kiss, flustered by his salacious noise. "This is what you do to me, baby," he whispered as he bent his head to your ear, nibbling on your earlobe. "Keigo," you whispered softly as he pushed his hips into you again, trailing his kisses down your neck and across your collarbone. "You know how badly I want you," he whispered again, "but I'm going to regretfully press pause for now, but I'll be making you mine once we move," he snarled sexually as he bit down on the soft skin of your neck. You neither confirmed nor denied his words. You were ready. He had built your confidence in him, and you were falling more and more in love with this winged hero each day. "You ready, baby?" Hawks called out to you a bit later. You were both about to head out to view the house in the countryside, and you were super excited. "Yep," you called back as you checked yourself in the mirror one more time. You walked out into the lounge room, and Hawks was standing there, casually waiting for you. He hummed at you as you approached. "Don't you look good? Good enough to eat?" He half sat down on the armrest of the lounge and leaned back slightly, parting his legs so you could walk between them. You walked up to him, allowing him to pull you in for a hug as he kissed your lips. You placed a hand on the top of his thigh to steady yourself, and he took a sharp breath in. "Slide that hand a little further in," he whispered huskily. You squeaked, and he chuckled. "Yeah, you're right. We'll leave that for when we move, he said slyly. Then his face broke into a broad smile. Let's go see this house, wifey. You smiled bashfully and nodded. He took your hand as he stood up and pulled it up to his lips to kiss the back of it. Lucky you get to ride first class to the countryside, he said cheekily. Your face fell as he led you from the apartment and down the stairs out to the path. You're not taking me flying, are you? You asked with a grimace. Sure am, baby, he said brightly as he turned to face you swiftly and crouched before grabbing you around the back of your thighs and lifting you quickly up his torso. You yelped in surprise and wrapped your arms around his neck and legs around his torso. Then all of a sudden you were airborne. You screamed into his neck and he slowed his speed and spoke in your ear. Want to join the Mile High Club? He whispered huskily. I swear to God, Hawks, you screeched. It was a short flight to the countryside and Hawks put you down when you'd reached your destination. Wait, you said confused when you looked around and saw that you were on the side of some small mountain type of thing. Where are we? This is our new home, Hawks said proudly, pointing to a small pile of sticks that he had obviously set up earlier for this joke. It's a hawk's nest. You're an absolute idiot, Hawks, you chuckled. No, but why are we halfway up the side of a mountain? You asked again, stepping further back from the ledge that overlooked the valley below. Will you see that house down there? Hawks asked, pointing to a tiny house in the distance. You squinted. Well, I see it, but it's heaps far away, you replied. It's got brown gutters, Hawks added. I can't make it out that far. Your eyes are too good, you said with a chuckle. Well, that's our home, sweet home, Hawks sung as he stepped in behind you and cuddled you around the waist, bending his head down to kiss the nape of your neck. And let's go, he said, leading you to the edge of the ledge and doing a forward flip off it, then hovering just from it. Jump, baby, he called brightly to you while holding his arms out. No, you wailed. You're going to do the engine failure thing again. I'm not, I promise, he called. Come to me, wifey. You took a deep breath in and then set yourself to run. Hawks counted you down and you ran and jumped into his arms. Rocket launch, he yelled while laughing and shot straight up into the sky, your terrified scream trailing the two of you as you disappeared up there. Finally, you landed safely in front of the house and the agent was already there. Oh my God, it's actually you, Hawks, he said with a disbelieving chuckle as he held a hand out to shake your winged husband's hand. In the flesh, Hawks replied with a chuckle as he stepped back beside you and held your hand. I honestly thought it was a prank call, the agent replied. Why would the real Hawks want to live out here? Because it's quiet and peaceful, Hawks replied. I like to take it easy, you know. Well, can't fight you there. This place is perfect, the agent said. Just then his phone rang and he looked at it. Oh, excuse me, please, I need to take this call, he said as he continued to look at his phone. Go get that commission, boss, Hawks said with a wink and a smile. Thanks, he laughed. Here are the keys. Help yourself. He handed the keys to Hawks and then answered his call. Hawks squeezed your hand. Let's check out this house, baby, he said excitedly with a wink as he unlocked the door and led the way in. Let me give you a tour, he added in a grand voice as he led you through the front door. You giggled. This, Hawks said with a grand sweeping gesture and the most goofy, excited look on his face, is the kitchen. This is where we cook chicken. You slapped a hand over your mouth to stop the laughter, your shoulders shaking violently. And this, he said as he pulled you into the lounge area, is where we snuggle the afternoon away. You smiled. He then led you down the hall to the first room. This is the guest room, but you won't be sleeping here, he leered. Then he led you down the hall to the next room. And this isn't your room either, he added slyly. Whose room is it then? You asked curiously. It's the baby's room, he said brightly. He then led you to the last room and opened the door. And this, he said as he spun you around and stepped quickly behind you, pulling your back against his front as he sank his fingertips into your hips, is where we make love all night long, he rasped in your ear, and you almost lost your balance. Your legs went so weak. I'd like that, you whispered softly. He spun you around and walked you backwards into the empty room, his lips capturing yours as you made out furiously. He backed you all the way in and right up against the wall, pinning you there as he placed heated kisses along your jaw and down your neck as you tilted your head up to accept his mouth against your hot skin, running your fingers up into his mousy-coloured hair and gripping into him. You were getting more and more comfortable with his advances, and you'd be lying if he didn't get you feeling a little heated between your thighs. He slid his hand to your ass and gripped into you as he lifted you up and pinned you against the wall with his body, biting gently into that soft spot where the base of your neck joins your shoulder. And he groaned as he wrapped your legs around his waist and rolled your hips into his torso. His lips found yours again, and you made out fervently. It was a passionate, messy, hot as heck kiss, and your breathing rate increased as time and time again your tongues wrestled for dominance. Oh, I want you so bad, Yin, he growled as he kissed along your cheek and nipped your earlobe. I want you to, Keigo, you breathed. He took a hand off your ass and slid it up under your top, his fingers just brushing the underwire of your bra and tracing along your rib. You let out a small, soft moan and he almost lost his cool. Oh, yeah, that's how I like it, he purred as he licked the outer rim of your ear. Say my name, baby. Keigo, you whispered in his ear as you pulled his head to the side and kissed him gently just below the small square earring in his earlobe, his stubble brushing along your cheek as his masculine scent intoxicated you. Oh, he groaned as he exhaled sharply. Oh, I'm losing my cool here, baby. What are you doing to me? Just then he stopped. Ugh, he's coming. He groaned with annoyance as he put you back down gently. Your chest was heaving. Hawks had definitely worked you up something terrible, and your lust-filled eyes stayed locked onto his as he stepped back from you and ran a hand through his hair to try and calm himself down. Whoa, he breathed with a smirk. You just stood there, still pressed up against the wall, trying to regain your composure. So what do you think? The agent called out into the empty house as he entered. You pushed off the wall and cleared your throat, fixing your outfit a little. Hawks extended his hand to you and you both walked back out to the living room where the agent was. I think it suits us well, but it's up to my lovely wife here to decide, Hawks said, looking very lovingly at you. I like the house, you said softly with a smile as you looked up into Hawks's golden eyes. Well, I'm glad you both find it endearing, the agent said with excitement. We'll take it, you said as you glanced at the agent, then back to Hawks. The agent looked from you to Hawks and he smiled. Well, you heard the lady, Hawks said as he looked from you to the agent with his lopsided grin. Where do we sign? You grinned from ear to ear and squeezed his hand. The place was yours. After signing some papers, which Hawks quietly reminded you to sign with a new made-up signature that would match your alias name, the agent handed over the keys. Hawks had asked him to waive any waiting fees, so the place was yours, effective immediately. You couldn't believe it. You were stoked, ready to start a new life with a new name alongside your husband, Hawks, your winged hero. The next 2 weeks were an absolute blur. You and Hawks arranged for the things from his apartment to be moved to the new house, and he arranged for your mum to be moved to a mental health respite for some professional care. He still hadn't told you about your mum yet, because during the first week at the mental health clinic, they wanted to assess where she was at mentally before permitting any visitors. He also hadn't told you about the fact that your estranged uncle lived just down the road yet either. Hawks had questioned you lightly about how much you knew about your mother's side of the family, and you'd told him pretty much the same story that your uncle had told him. You knew your uncle existed, but you'd never met him. Well, you had met him that once when he told you to keep walking the day that he took your mum, but you didn't know it was him. And he knew you existed, but same thing, had never met you. Well, until the day he freaked out and acted all hardcore to scare the girl in front of him on the street, but he didn't know it was you. Hawks was planning to invite them over for dinner once you and he had moved in, and would make introductions then. He had a feeling you'd love Brian. Is that the last of it, baby? Hawks called out to you as he walked into the empty apartment. Yep, you called back from where you were doing a last look through the rooms. All out. Okay, I'm going to direct the truck to our house, he called. You sure you want to take the taxi and not fly with me? I am 100% certain, you called back as you walked out of the empty guest room and into the living room. Oh, but I like doing flying games with you, he pouted playfully. No thanks, I'd prefer not to lose my voice from screaming, you replied. Yeah, best save your screaming for later tonight, he said with a seductive smirk. You bit your lip. You were secretly pumped for what was going to come later. I'll catch you later, cutie. Don't worry, I'll have eyes and ears on the taxi the whole time, he said with a smile as he walked across to you and kissed you on the lips. I'm so excited for our new house. So am I, you replied excitedly. As promised, Hawks made sure that one of his red feathers hovered around the taxi as it drove you to the new home. The taxi driver was a little weirded out by the whole thing and swerved heavily a few times to avoid running into it, but you got there in one piece. How was your trip? Hawks asked when you hopped out of the taxi at the door of your new countryside house. The driver was super freaked out by the feather and kept screaming at it in his mother tongue, but apart from that, that's fine, you said with a sheepish smile. Hawks chuckled. Well, we're almost unloaded here, he replied casually, and you gave him the most perplexed look. What do you mean? You guys only just arrived. Feathers, baby, Hawks laughed. You looked past him to the van. and he had sent off multiple feathers to help carry things inside your new house, practically doing all the unloading by himself. Now we just got to unpack and we're all set, he said with a smile as he paid the taxi and the poor driver left. In another half hour the van was completely empty and all items were in the house. Thanks, fellas, Hawks said with a bright smile as he shook the hands of the 4 guys who'd come to help with the job. Much appreciated. Ah, not a problem, Hawks, the leader removalist said. Pleasure to help out a hero. Ah, you flatter me, Hawks said with a laugh. Have a good day. He waved them off, and then you two entered the house. It's all ours, baby, just you and me now, he said with a loving smile as he gave you a kiss, then picked you up and spun you around. You squealed with delight. You were home. It was late in the afternoon when you'd finished unpacking the kitchen, and Hawks had set up the bed in the main bedroom. You were starving. The 2 of you had only had breakfast that morning because you'd been too preoccupied for lunch. You hungry, baby? Hawks asked as he walked into the kitchen. Starving, you replied emphatically. Hey, this kitchen looks awesome, by the way, Hawks said, standing back and looking at how you'd set everything up. Thanks, you replied happily. I'm pretty pleased with it. And so you should be, he said with a lopsided smile as he walked over and wrapped you in his arms, kissing the top of your head. I'll organise dinner, right? Is pizza okay? Oh, yeah, you said happily. Sweet. I'll get barbecue chicken, he replied. Why didn't I see that coming, you thought with a laugh. I'll make the order now, he said, pulling his phone out and walking off. You smiled and continued setting up. It was another 20 minutes later when there was a knock at the door. Can you get that, babe? Hawks called to you from the bedroom. No, why? I can't talk to people, you wailed internally, putting what you were holding down and slowly walking to the door, trying to practice something to say. You took a deep breath in as you reached the door and opened it slowly. There were 2 guys standing there with pizzas in hand, but when you looked up into the face of the taller guy, you recognised him immediately as the man who had told you to keep walking when he had taken your mum. You froze in terror, then screamed and slammed the door shut, locking it quickly. Hawks! Hawks! You screeched as you tore into the bedroom. What is it? He laughed as you jumped into his arms. The guy, Mum! He took Mum, he's here! You stuttered in fear, your body shaking uncontrollably. Hey, whoa, chicken. There's something I need to tell you, he said as he held you close. Then he paused. Wait, I think it's best if I show you. He put you down and took your hand, leading you to the door and unlocking it. You shrunk back behind him and ducked under his wing as he opened the door. Hey, boys, Hawks greeted the 2 men at the door with a friendly smile. You were confused and pulled your head out from behind your husband, but kept your body still nestled in under his wing. Does Hawks know them? Did he set up my mum being taken? I'm so confused. Are they friendly? The taller of the 2 men peeked his head to the side to see you from around Hawks and smiled. Hi, Yin, he said in a deep voice. You did a small, shy wave. How does he know my name? My name's Anthony. I'm your mum's brother. Your jaw dropped. Uncle Anthony? You gasped. It's so lovely to finally meet you, he said gently. I have a lot of apologies to make. You stepped out from behind Hawks and shyly stood beside him, holding onto his arm as you looked at your uncle bashfully. Suddenly, the shorter of the 2 males cleared his throat from beside your uncle, passively aggressively demanding an introduction. Oh, your uncle said, as his attention was drawn to the shorter male. Yin, this is my boyfriend, Brian. Hey, babes, Brian said with a brilliant smile and an effeminate hand wave, balancing 2 pizza boxes in one hand as he popped his hip out to the other side. Oh, hi, you said shyly to Brian, immediately warming to this ray of gay sunshine. Come in, Hawks said, eyeing off the pizzas. We only just moved today, so you'll have to excuse the mess. Oh, not at all, honey bunch, Brian said as he strode in and made a beeline for the couch and plopped down on it, setting the pizzas down on the coffee table in front of him and then beckoning his boyfriend to follow. Come on, boo-boo, he said as he patted the seat beside him, indicating for your uncle to sit next to him. You stifled a giggle as you watched your extremely masculine-looking uncle walk stiffly over and sit down, commanded by his gorgeous little boyfriend who insisted on calling him boo-boo. Hawks smiled at you, and you looked up at him with a confused look on your face. Come on, chicken, he said cheerfully, as he walked over and sat down on the lounge opposite with them, and with you still half clinging to his arm. First of all, I owe you a huge apology, your uncle said sadly to you. That day that I came to the apartment and scared you out the front, I was more terrified than you were. I lashed out because I was on edge. Oh, it's true, Brian piped up. He was acting like a big tough meanie, but he's such a weird softy. Brian, please, your uncle whispered with embarrassment. Not now. He acts like he's the big boy, but he's definitely the little spoon, Brian said as he flicked one leg up and crossed it over the other leg, delicately running his fingers up his boyfriend's arm. You nodded with a shy smile, stifling yet another giggle. Brian, your uncle hissed again, his cheeks going pink. I won't give you any arm tickles tonight if you keep going. Sorry, babe, Brian said with absolutely no regrets as he pointed his nose in the air and uncrossed his legs, reaching for the first pizza box and opening it. Barbecue chicken? He announced, looking up at you and Hawks. That's mine, Hawks said with a smile as he raised his hand happily. Honey, I have to ask, Brian said as he handed the pizza across to Hawks. Your eyeliner is on fleek. How do you get it so perfect? All natural, Hawks replied with a smug grin. Brian gasped dramatically and put his hand to his mouth in surprise. Bitch, I am so jealous, he said in his dramatic gay voice. It takes me forever to get mine to look like that, and even then, I still look like Susan from Walmart. Oh, not her again, your uncle groaned as he placed his face in his hand. Don't even get me started, Brian replied, holding his hand up, then flicking his fingers out around himself to rid the air of bad aura. Positivity, love, and light, he sung softly to himself as he closed his eyes and inhaled gently. I am so in love with everything Brian stands for, you thought, as you watched him complete his little ritual. Your uncle handed you your pizza and the rest of the night continued. You listened quietly while your uncle explained how your mother and father had met and how he had suddenly burst onto the scene and wooed her, sweeping her off her feet and whisking her away. She seemed happy and was head over heels in love with him, but it just seemed too suspicious for your uncle. When your father started to deny her permission to visit him and the rest of the family, that's when your father's true colours started to show and your uncle called him out. Your dad didn't like that, obviously, and demanded that your mum cut ties with everyone. Anthony had always dreamed of the day where he could get his sister back, and finally he heard that your father had left, so he hatched a plan to rescue her, only to find that she'd been almost brainwashed. I can confirm that, you said sadly. Actually, where is Mum? You asked curiously. Is she at your place? She's in a place where she'll get professional help, Hawks said gently. I'll take you to visit her as soon as they have her assessed and in a rehab program. Okay, you nodded, relieved that she was all right. So, how did you and the number 2 hero meet? Brian asked, settling back to hear the gossip as he snuggled into your uncle's side. I was in the closet and he found me, you said shyly. Oh, honey, I support you, Brian said tenderly as he touched his fingers to his chest. You can come out to us. Brian, she's not coming out. Not everyone is gay, your uncle deadpanned to his boyfriend. She was actually in a closet, correct? He said, looking back at you. You nodded. Girl, you're going to have to explain, Brian said as he sat up. You explained, and Hawks listened with amusement. He hadn't heard this side of the story. And when did you fall for this gorgeous shy bean? Brian asked Hawks with an exaggerated eyebrow wiggle. The minute she looked up into my eyes, Hawks said in the most romantic voice you'd ever heard him use. Oh, Brian wailed as he clutched his heart. A pained expression of love plastered all over his face. Hawks, you're so romantic, he gushed. You're making me look bad, your uncle said with a sheepish smile to Hawks. Oh, don't sweat it, boo-boo. I still love you, Brian said brightly as he kissed his boyfriend on the cheek. The conversation continued, then came the topic of you getting caught by Hawks when you came back to get the clothes before running away. Then she tried to stab me, Hawks said casually as he leaned back against the couch, one hand on your thigh. I thought he was going to catch me and take me in. I was scared, you stuttered. Oh, don't worry, baby. I support you. No judgments here. Man's backed you into a corner. Queen's got to protect her fine self. I would have done the same thing, Brian said as he snapped his fingers flamboyantly and raised his glass to take a sip. You giggled. Brian, yesterday you cried for 20 minutes over the goose named Martha who fell in love with the guy who walked around the park, but he wouldn't let her follow him home. And then, when you found out Martha was a male goose, you screamed for the next 10 minutes about how love is love and Martha the male goose should be allowed to love her man, Uncle Anthony deadpanned. You are soft. You couldn't stab anyone. Oh, this is different, boo-boo. Protect what you love, even if it's your fine self, Brian replied dismissively with a hand wave as he took another sip of his drink. Thanks, Brian, he said with a smile. Oh, any time, baby cakes, he said with a wink and one arm up in gay exaggeration as he sat his glass back down on the table. Squishy Bean, that doesn't make any sense, your uncle whispered to his man. I love it when you call me Squishy Bean, Brian replied in a hushed tone as he leaned over and kissed Uncle Anthony on the lips, causing the taller male to blush profusely. Hawks chuckled. Oh, I'm glad we got such wonderful neighbours. Me too, you piped up. Brian and Uncle Anthony were going to be so much fun to have around. Just a friendly note before we start the chapter. This one in the original book has a scene, an adult scene, so I have cut that out and I have faded my voice out as it starts and faded back in to continue on the chapter after it's finished. So the reason for there being just a bit of music randomly in the middle of this chapter is to indicate that something happened between Hawks and Yin, and then we continue on with the rest of the chapter, keeping it very PG and happy for everybody. Around 8:30 p.m, the pizza was all gone and gossip was sorted, per kind favour of Brian, and then the lovable pair said their goodbyes and headed back home. Want to have a shower, chicken? Hawks asked as he cleared up the plates, cups and empty pizza boxes. You go, I'll clean up here. You sure? You asked. Definitely, he said with a smile as he sent feathers to the boxes and put them in the bin. Okay, I won't be long, he said as he headed to the bathroom. Hawks had placed the towels in there and he picked one up and hung it near the shower door before stripping off and hopping in. The hot water was so relieving on your poor tired body. You'd had a huge day and you smiled as you thought back over everything that happened. After showering you hopped out and dried off, then remembered that you'd left your clothes in a box that Hawks had put in the bedroom. You wrapped the towel around you and opened the bathroom door. Hawks could see you from where you walked out and you felt his eyes on you as you made your way quickly to the bedroom. The way he was looking at me just then. Oh man. You found your pyjamas and quickly put them on, then flopped backwards onto the bed. I'm just having a quick shower, baby. I'll be out in a sec, Hawks called from the bathroom. Okay, you called back from where you lay on the bed. It was a little cold, so you got up and found the blankets and put them on the bed, despite knowing that you'd be sleeping under Hawks's wing that night. Your cheeks heated up when you thought about Hawks and how he had kept saying that the two of you were going to get busy that night that you'd moved in. And tonight was the night. Just then you heard the water turn off in the shower and you froze, your heart starting to pound in anticipation. You heard the bathroom door open and Hawks's soft footsteps as he walked to the bedroom. He entered and his eyes locked with yours as he closed the door behind him. He was in just a towel. You swallowed thickly. He smirked as he walked towards you. I can see it in your eyes, baby, Hawks said lowly as he crawled up onto the bed. You shrank down under the covers, half propped up on your elbows as you pulled the blankets up under your eyes. Should I tell you what's going to happen tonight? He asked in his rich voice as he reached for the blanket and pulled it down just low enough to kiss your lips. Your eyes fluttered shut and he swiped his tongue along your bottom lip, asking for entrance. You complied and the two of you kissed slowly and passionately for a few minutes before Hawks pulled back. First, I'm going to put some pants on, he said as he backed off the bed. Huh? Wait, what? Pants on? You thought. You opened your eyes and looked at him. He hopped off the bed and walked over to a box with his name on it and clothes and then dug through it. You quickly hid your face as he dropped the towel and put a pair of pants on. You looked back over the top of the blanket when you felt him hop back up on the bed. He crawled back over to you and pulled the blankets down again so he could kiss you again, initiating a deeper kiss than before as he pushed you down onto the bed. You kissed for a while, comfortable in each other's presence. Then you reached for the bottom of your pajama top, intending to take it off. Hawks's hand on yours stopped you, and he pulled back from the kiss. What you doing, chicken? He asked slowly. I'm taking my top off because we're gonna... Oh, I should have warned you earlier, baby, Hawks said as he leaned in and ghosted his lips over yours. When I said I'd have you coming all night long, he whispered as he bit into your bottom lip gently, then released. I meant all night long. I take my time, he said as he kissed along your jaw to your ear. When you get to test drive a Lamborghini, they don't just hand the keys over, do they? No, you said softly. That's right, baby, he said in a raspy voice. They go through all the stats first, really get you excited about how good the ride's going to be, he said as he nibbled his way around your ear and rolled your head to the side so it could leave a trail of hickeys down your neck. So I'm going to make you beg for it, he said as he sunk his teeth into the side of your neck. You were blushing profusely already and sucked a breath in sharply as he bit down firmly, but not enough to hurt. He pulled the blankets down a little further, exposing the top half of your body, and ran his hands along your arms, then gripped your wrists and dragged your arms up above your head to pin them there, leaning up above you to kiss along your arms. The two of you lay there, sweating and taking ragged breaths in, utterly exhausted from your extended session. He reached an arm out and dragged you towards himself, pulling your back against his torso. Was that okay, baby? He asked softly as he kissed the nape of your neck. I hope I didn't go overboard. No, that was mind-blowing, you sighed, as expected of the number 2 hero. You flatter me, he chuckled. You rolled over and snuggled your sweaty torso against his, kissing his hot lips as you reached your face up to his. I love you, baby, he whispered, once he had pulled back from the kiss. I love you more, Kei, you whispered back. Kei. Haven't heard that name in years, he whispered sadly. My mum used to call me Kei all the time. You nuzzled into his chest as he pulled you closer. How long has it been since you saw your parents? You asked softly. Oh, I've lost count of the years, he replied sadly. I was only like 7 when I left. Was that when you went into the government training program? You asked as Hawks rolled onto his back and pulled you onto his chest. Yeah, he said. Our family didn't have much. Dad had some bad habits, he said in a soft voice, obviously reliving it all. I'm sorry, he said empathetically. Don't be chicken. If I hadn't been on this path in life, I may never have met you, he said with a smile as he lifted your chin so he could kiss your lips again, and you looked into his eyes. He stared deeply into yours for a few seconds before kissing you one last time. You're so beautiful, he breathed. You smiled bashfully. I never know how to reply when people compliment me. I'm just awkward. You don't have to say anything, just let me look at you, he said as he kissed you again. Was the government program horrible? You asked gently, changing subjects quickly. You had been quietly curious about what had happened during those years of training. He nodded silently. Yeah, I watched my best friend die, he said bluntly, and your eyes shot open. Keigo, I'm so sorry, you wailed softly, a heavy frown taking over your face. He had an amazing quirk, Hawk started, but it was too strong for his body. He sighed as he recalled his friend. Blue flames, exceedingly hot. He had an amazing area of effect too, could throw flames a good distance, cremating everything in its path. You moved your head to kiss his chest, and he kissed the top of your head, then lay his head back on the pillow and sighed as you put your head down his chest and let him stroke your hair. If he used the flames for too long, his skin would melt, leaving behind horrific burns, Hawks continued. Our in-charge pushed him too far one day, making him activate his quirk over and over, yelling at him to keep going. The flames were getting bigger and bigger. Toya was screaming. It engulfed him, Hawks said, revealing his friend's name as he completely relived the horrors of watching his friend cremate himself. His grip on you tightened. He burned himself alive. You grimaced as Hawks continued his story. It sounded like the government were ruthless in their training programs. Although I'm a product of them, and I still work for them, I do have a mind of my own, he said. That's why I refused to hand you over. Who knows what kind of stuff they'd have you doing? His face darkened. When I spoke to your dad, he said that they wanted you for spy work, which is fair enough. You're the perfect fit personality-wise and quirk-wise, but I know them, and I know that they'd stop at nothing to get what they want. But I don't understand, you said in a perplexed voice. What could be the worst-case scenario? Really? Hawks asked. You really want to know? You nodded hesitantly. Okay, just say the government official who's looking after you has taken a fancy to you. You're his spy, right? You have to do his bidding, Hawks said as he lifted your chin so he could look you in the eye. What happens if he makes advances on you? I'd tell him to stop, you said as you looked Hawks in the eye. Hawks let out a small huff. He'd just go ahead and have his way with you, he said frankly. Then, because of your disobedience in telling him no, he'd bring in some of his subordinates in on it as well, and demand you do unsavoury acts for them too. But he can't do that. Oh, yes he can, and he would, because he has the power, Hawks said with a dead look in his eye. Most, if not all of them, are corrupt. They'll make you sleep with the enemy just to get information, then let you be tortured if you get caught because, well, you got caught, right? So they can't use you again, can they? They'd just leave you to rot somewhere without a second thought. His arm tightened around you as he said his next line. I will never let the government get their hands on you, he vowed earnestly. I've seen too much from the inside. I know how it works. Thank you, you whispered, a tear slipping down your cheek. You didn't realise how bad it could have been had Hawks not saved you. You know about the silent registry, yeah? Hawks continued as he wiped your tear away. You nodded. This registry is for government use only, so not everybody knows about your quirk. There are a few other quirks that are on the silent registry too, like quirks for weaponization, truth serum, brainwash. I know there are people in the public that have these quirks, but the government like to use certain family lines, and it's usually because one of the family members is in government and can control the quirk lines, Hawk said. But it appears that your great uncle, who was in government, saw the abuse happening and didn't like it, so he helped your great-grandfather escape from the registry so that your line could live happily. Oh, so that's how it happened, you said. Hawks nodded. But then your father got greedy and started using his quirk for gain, got found out, tried to run, got caught, and then used you as a bargaining chip for his freedom. Your jaw fell open. What? Yeah. My guess he was going to have you kidnapped, save you, then continue to manipulate you while pretending that he was saving you, but making you do things for the government in the process, and I'm pretty sure I was right, Hawk said. But then when I exposed his plan, they must have changed tactics and wanted to get your mum to use her to manipulate you into doing things for them. You shuddered. What will they do now that you've exposed them and ruined their plans? You asked fearfully. I'm not sure what their next move will be because I've immobilized all their pawns. They're holding your father till they get you, but they don't know where your mum is, and I've got her monitored, so I'll know if they try and come for her, Hawks mused, talking out loud more to himself than you at this point. You listened quietly. It will become apparent soon that I've gotten married to a mysterious girl, Hawk said with a smirk as he kissed you on the lips. That's you, chicken. He rubbed his nose against yours, then lay back again. But your name is Anne on the marriage certificate, so that's all they have to go by. They don't know that you're yin. They can't identify you as yin unless they get someone who knows you properly to identify you for them. I'd put money on their next move being for them to send your father or someone from your past to visit. So when you're out, if you meet anyone from your past that would know you by yin, don't talk to them, he said softly yet firmly. But I've got an idea on how to change your looks slightly anyway, so don't worry about that part of it. You're a bit of a fugitive for now. Okay, well that's a relief because I don't really like to talk to people much anyway, you replied sheepishly. But what's this about changed looks? Are you getting me a makeover? You'll see, he said with a cheeky chuckle. Okay, you replied suspiciously. Do you think the government people will come looking for me soon? I'm pretty sure the president of the PSC will send someone to do a bit of snooping because she's already suspicious that I've taken you and your mum, Hawk said with a laugh. So the minute that she hears I got married, she'll suspect that it could be you, but she won't know. But what about my profile? You know, the one where you saw that I was involved in an accident and my x-rays and stuff? Isn't my picture up there? It was, Hawks leered. I have a few hacker friends who I did favours for in the past and they owe me. So let's just say that the girl in that picture with your yin name looks nothing like you. You giggled. I've got all bases covered, baby girl, he said gently as he brushed your hair back from your face. They're not going to get you. I'll fight to the death to keep you by my side. Your heart burst with love, and you kissed him again, grabbing his face and squishing his cheeks together so his lips would puff up against yours. It's just like a pufferfish, you exclaimed cheekily, doing the same thing that he had done to you before. He squirmed under you and rolled you off so he could pin you to the bed, and you shrieked playfully as he did so, giggling as he kissed you down your neck and cheek. Let's get some clothes on and snuggle, he said happily. Okay, you replied with a smile. After putting your pyjamas back on, and he put his pants back on, Hawks kicked the blanket off the bed and stretched his wing over you, covering you both completely. His brilliant red wings were so warm and soft that you fell asleep, backed into him, as he hugged you around the waist and snuggled his head in behind your neck. The next morning you woke to your favourite hot drink in bed, served by your hot husband. Morning, baby, he said sweetly as he handed you your drink. This is a thank you for last night, he said with a cheeky smile. You remembered the mind-blowing romp you had last night. Thank you, he said with a shy smile. I'll let you have a day to recover before we do it again, Hawks leered as he leaned in and kissed you. You squeaked with embarrassment, and he chuckled and walked back out to the kitchen again. Oh, hey, also, I got someone coming today to help with that change your looks plan that I mentioned last night, he called. Who? You asked curiously. Then you got a brainwave. Brian? Is it Brian? Is he giving me a makeover? You asked excitedly as you put your drink down and jumped out of bed, running to the kitchen. Of course, honey bunch, Hawks said as he flicked his hand like Brian would do. Oh my gosh, yay, you cried. Thank you, thank you. You ran and jumped into Hawks's arms, kissing him all over his face. Okay, he laughed. Get ready because he'll be here soon. You squealed excitedly and ran back to the bedroom to get changed. A little later, you were halfway through a heated make-out session with Hawks, straddling his lap on the lounge when you heard the most flamboyant knock at the door, and you ripped your lips off Hawks's and bounced excitedly in his lap, looking over towards the door. "He's here! He's here!" you said excitedly as you gripped your fingers into Hawks's shoulders. Hey now, baby, you're more excited to see him than me," Hawks said with a small chuckle. "Save that bouncing for me later, though," he leered as he grabbed a handful of your ass and squeezed firmly. He quickly slid his hands to your waist and wrapped his arms around you as he grunted and stood up. You wrapped your legs around his torso, clinging to him like a koala. He strolled casually to the front door and opened it to an extremely happy Brian, who clicked his fingers mid-air and greeted you both with a, "Hey girl, hey!" "Hi Brian," you said shyly as Hawks let you slide down his front. "Hey honey bunch, you ready to do some fun with Bri?" he asked as he wiggled his fingers at himself to indicate that he, in fact, was Bri. You nodded with a big grin on your face. Something in the corner of your eye caught your attention, and you looked down at the bag that Brian had slung over the crook of his elbow as he held his arm bent to stop it sliding off. It was your favourite colour. "I really like your bag, Brian," you said bashfully as you held onto Hawks's arm. Brian gasped with excitement, then did a dramatic scream. "Girl, thank you. Anthony does not appreciate. Can you believe him? Ugh," he said as he flicked an imaginary fringe from his face. "Anywho's, yin baby, let's hit the town," he said as he punctuated his words with a movement similar to the neigh-neigh. You smiled and did an excited little bounce beside Hawks, who was watching you with amusement. "Go get your things, baby," Hawks said gently as he shook his arm slightly to get you to go. I'll be back," he said softly as you ran to get your bag. "Hey, Brian," Hawks said in a low voice, watching you leave from the corner of his eye. "Yeah, boo-boo," Brian said as he popped a hip out. "Keep an eye on my girl, yeah?" Hawks said lowly. "I've put one of my feathers in her bag, so I'll have ears on her, but if there's any suspicious-looking people who appear to be following you, give them the slip if you can," he said. Brian hummed knowingly. "Also," Hawks said, "her name is Anne when you're out." "Boy, don't you even stress your fine self. You just leave it with Uncle Bri," he said with a flamboyant arm wave and a small finger click. "Call me if you need me," Hawks said with a wink. "Okay," he said, inhaling softly, touching his fingertips to his chest, excited as he got the go-ahead from the hot hero. "I got you, baby, I got you," he replied. "Thanks," Hawks said with a smile. Just then you came back to the door. "Oh, honey, we are going to have some fun today," Hawks said as he wrapped an arm around your shoulders and pulled you close to him. "Hey, now don't go spoiling my girl too much. I might just lose her to you," Hawks said with a cheeky smile. "I'd say you better watch yourself, but judging by the marks on baby girl here, I don't think she'll be leaving your nest anytime soon," Brian said with puckered lips as he eyed the hickeys on your neck. Your face flushed and you quickly covered them with your hand. "I see you," Brian said slyly to Hawks. Your winged hero chuckled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. I got nothing to say." "Save it for the jury, honey," Brian said as he turned you around and walked you off the doorstep. "Toodles, babes, we'll be back," he called to Hawks over his shoulder. "Bye," you called happily with a big smile and a wave. Hawks chuckled as he watched you leave. "So, what are we doing today?" you asked Brian as he parked the car at the small town parking lot. "First of all," Brian said as he hopped out of the car and pulled his bag out of the back seat, undoing the seatbelt that he'd placed around it. "Queen's got to start the day right," he said as he linked his arm with yours and sashayed down the street towards the local cafe. "Hey!" he greeted flamboyantly as he entered the small shop. All the waiters and waitresses looked up when he called out and their faces lit up. "Hi, Brian!" they chorused. He pulled you up with him to the register to place an order. "Hey, sweet cheeks," he greeted the guy behind the counter. "Can I please get a coffee and a..." He looked at you. You panicked. "What do you want to drink, honey?" Brian asked you brightly. Just any hot drink, please," you said softly, stepping closer to him. "And one of your finest drinks for my Queen Anne here," he said. You looked at him and smiled, and he winked at you. "Sure thing," the waiter replied and put the order in. "Won't be long." "Thanks, babes," Brian said as he stepped back with you to wait. "Do most people know you here?" you asked Brian softly. "Honey, everybody knows me," Brian said emphatically. "I've been bringing the love to this town since '91. You giggled. I can totally believe that too, you thought. After getting a hot drink each, Brian walked you out of the cafe and headed down the street. Okay, baby cakes, we need to get you a bag, he said, so you can match Uncle Bri. You beamed excitedly. He walked you towards the shop, then stopped. Okay, honey bunch, first we got to pray, he said as he put an arm out in front of you to stop you. Pray? You asked with confusion. Oh, yes, honey, we need guidance from the Queen. Queen? Brian closed his eyes and put his hands together, and you dubiously did the same, closing one eye but keeping the other one open so you could watch Brian. Dear Beyoncé, he started, with the most hallowed voice that you'd ever heard. Girl, we need your guidance today. Please bless us with discounts and bargains on handbags and accessories, and deliver us from cheap Gucci knockoffs. For thine is the power, the glory and the light, forever and ever. Amen. Amen, you repeated softly. Okay, we're covered now. Begone, Margaret, with your nasty-ass beige handbag, he said as he wrinkled his nose and shivered. You giggled again. I love Brian, you thought. After successfully getting a new handbag, you headed off to the hair salon. Your fine husband, he said as he pointed to himself, then flicked his hands like it was the biggest compliment ever to be asked to do something by Hawks, asked me to look after you today. So we're going to get you a bit of a makeover to get those big scary officials away from you. So I'm taking you to Jasmine. Who is Jasmine, you thought? Brian led you to the hair salon and opened the door, greeting Jasmine, who looked up at you as you entered. She was the most beautiful girl you had ever laid eyes on, and you just stared wide-eyed at her. Oh my gosh, she's gorgeous, you thought. Brian flitted his way in, and Jasmine beamed at him as he approached her. How's my smoochy poo? He sung as he kissed her on the cheek, then complimented her eyebrows and turned to you. Honey, this is Jasmine, the best hairdresser in town, he said emphatically while flicking his hands for emphasis. Jasmine, this is the wife of Hawks, he said proudly. Isn't she gorgeous? He complimented you. You looked down bashfully. Oh my God, really? A booming male voice said, and you jumped, looking up to see who had spoken, as it was only you, Brian, and Jasmine in the salon. I know, right? So jealous, Brian said to Jasmine. Wait, hold up, you thought. Pleasure to meet you, Jasmine said in the deepest, most masculine voice you'd ever heard. Whoa, what? You thought? Now, babe, we need you to channel your best John Bailey and work your miracles to transform this babe into mega babe, Brian said flamboyantly. It would be my pleasure, Jasmine said deeply. You sheepishly followed Brian's lead as he led you to the chair and sat you down, plopping down in the empty chair beside you, ready to catch up on all the gossip. Before I get to dragging bitches, let's have a wee chat about what you're looking for, Brian said to you as he clapped his hands excitedly. Can I suggest a certain haircut and a certain colour? Jasmine offered in her baritone voice. Oh, you gasped softly. Yes, please, I really like that cut and colour. I'm telling you, babe, Jazzy Poo is amazing, Brian said with hand flicks and finger clicks. Thanks, Pooh Bear, Jasmine replied deeply as she walked off to get her scissors and other items necessary for the makeover. So, Brian said once Jasmine had come back with her stylist tools, let's catch up, he said excitedly as he flicked a leg up over the other. I hear Miranda from the flower shop's been creeping. He took another sip of his coffee. Jasmine replied deeply. Her and Mr. Fudgepacker. You choked on your spit and coughed profusely. Oh, honey, do you need some water? Brian asked as he touched your shoulder gently with worried nervousness. Mr. Fudgepacker! Oh my gosh, did Hawks know he existed, you thought? Brian raced off to get you some water, and you thanked him when he returned and took the glass, gently sipping as he and Jasmine continued their conversation. You listened in quietly. It sounded like Miranda and Mr. Fudgepacker were having an affair. She's always crying about how her husband isn't faithful, but that's none of my business, Brian said as he took another sip of his coffee while looking away with raised eyebrows. You stifled a giggle. Ugh, she nasty, he added, after he'd swallowed his mouthful of coffee. Just then, Miranda entered the shop and Brian groaned. Oh my God, drama, you squealed internally. Hi, Miranda, Jasmine said stiffly. Hi, she replied curtly. Your sign, she pointed to the small A-frame out the front of Jasmine's shop, is glaring in my shop window. The sun is reflecting off it and it's hurting my eyes, she said in a sassy voice. Close your eyes then, sweetie, Brian said in his most passive-aggressive, effeminate voice as he leaned back in his chair to stare Miranda down. Miranda glared at him and he smiled sweetly while batting his eyelashes. "Thank you, Miranda. I'll move it in a sec," Jasmine said in her deep voice. The flower shop prude didn't say anything, but just spun on her heels and sauntered out of the shop with her nose in the air. "Bitch," Brian uttered under his breath. "Got nothing better to do than cheat and complain about petty stuff. That's why no one shops at her shop." You snorted and slapped a hand to your mouth. Then Brian realized that he had just said all of that out loud. "Oh my God," he said loudly as he slapped his hands to his cheeks. "I'm such a horrible person. Wait, I need to cleanse of this bad energy." He jumped up and grabbed a bottle of spray from Jasmine's counter, then turned and sprayed it liberally into the air while chanting something. As you listened closely, it was the lyrics to Lady Gaga's Born That Way song, and you giggled. Jasmine cracked a smile as she continued to work her magic on you. "Okay, we just need to set your colour now, babe," Jasmine said as she put the cover on your hair and set the timer. "Won't be long now. Would you like some music on? It's just us in here, so you can choose whatever you like." "Really?" you asked softly with sparkly eyes. "Sure," Jasmine said with a brilliant smile. Can I have this song?" you asked in a hushed voice. Jasmine nodded and walked over to her laptop and typed something in. Next minute, your song started and Brian screamed, "Oh my God, I love this song!" He squealed as he pranced around with coffee still in hand. You watched with delight as Brian did the most contemporary dance that you'd ever seen, complete with high kicks and splits. He was in his element. As the song came to the finish, you clapped enthusiastically. "Oh, God. Oh, I'm so unfit," he puffed as he flopped down in the chair beside you. "Oh, I haven't danced like that since I met Anthony." "How did you and Anthony meet?" you asked him curiously. "Oh, I saved him like a queen in shining armour," Brian wheezed, still trying to catch his breath from the enthusiastic dance. "Saved him?" you inquired. "Oh, he was being hit on by some ratchet bitch in the local club, so I sashayed my way in and held up my rainbow flag while hissing," Brian said nonchalantly. "Did you know he was gay?" you asked curiously. "Honey, my gaydar is packing more heat than your man's. I could see him from across the room, and it was love at first sight," Brian said dreamily. You blushed. Brian's comment reminded you of what you and Hawks did last night. Did you start dating right away?" you asked curiously. Brian gave you the most devilish smile and chuckled deviously. "Oh, honey, it wasn't that innocent. Let me tell you," he leered. "I took him back to my place, topped him, then he just kept calling me until I finally said yes to dating him," Brian said in the most smug voice you'd ever heard. "Oh, so he is the top in the relationship then," you thought with surprise. Just then the timer went off and Jasmine came back to continue working on your makeover. Another hour later and Jasmine had finished. You stared at the new you in the mirror, shocked at how good you looked. "Ah, sirens! Lord, they're coming for you!" Brian screamed excitedly. "Girl, take to the catwalk because you look amazing!" You giggled and stood up out of the chair. "Thank you so much, Jasmine," you said with tears of gratitude in your eyes as you turned to her. She opened her arms and engulfed you in a happy hug. "You're welcome, honey," she said in her deep voice. Brian was still fangirling away in the background and you smiled over at him as he fanned himself rapidly. Just a friendly note before we start the chapter. This one in the original book has a scene, an adult scene, so I have cut that out and I have faded my voice out as it starts and faded back in to continue on the chapter after it's finished. So the reason for there being just a bit of music randomly in the middle of this chapter is to indicate that something happened between Hawks and Yin, and then we continue on with the rest of the chapter, keeping it very PG and happy for everybody. Brian continued to fangirl the whole way home, bouncing in his seat as he drove, and was beyond excited, as you can well imagine, to reveal the new you to Hawks. He pulled up in the driveway of the house and flitted around to your side of the car, helping you out before closing the door for you. "Stay here, honey bunch. I'ma let your mans know that we're back and get him to close his eyes so I can present him to you," he squealed as he ran effeminately to the front door with his arms bent at the elbows, hands flapping wildly. You stayed out of view on the front doorstep and listened. "Hey, Bright, where's Yin?" Hawks asked loudly. "Hush, sweetie, hush, she's here. We've got a surprise for you," he sung. "Okay," Hawks replied dubiously. "Come, honey, sit. I'll bring her in," Brian said excitedly as he pushed Hawks back into the house and over to the lounge. Suddenly, Brian was there before you again. "Okay, baby, we're going to blow his mind," he said, snapping his fingers in the Z shape. You giggled. Hawks, honey, are you ready? Brian called loudly as you both reached the open front door. Ready, Hawks called back from where he was sat on the lounge. Eyes shut and all. Brian stepped you through the door, and you were greeted with a red feather that tickled you on your cheek before drifting over your hair. Oh, Hawks purred with a smug smile pulling at his lips. That's hot, he said lowly, still with his eyes shut. Get your damn feathers off my girl before I factory reset you with one slap, Brian said darkly to Hawks, that smug smile disappearing from his face in an instant. You slapped a hand to your mouth to stop yourself from laughing out loud. Watching Hawks get put in his place by Brian was just too good. Can I present, Brian said with flamboyant vigour, the babe that shines brighter than a diamond, the reason it's raining men, and the one and only Queen Yin, he said in his best gay presenter voice, doing jazz hands as he danced around you, complete with high kicks and Vogue poses. Hawks opened his eyes and you blushed, wringing your hands nervously as you waited his approval. Wow, he said softly with awe. Come here, baby. You walked towards him, and he spread his legs so that you could walk between them, and reached a hand to the back of your thighs. He stared up at you with his golden eyes. You look gorgeous, he whispered with a sexy smile. Thanks, he replied bashfully. Jasmine did an amazing job. Meanwhile, in the background, Brian was preaching all kinds of things, talking like it was a Sunday sermon. Can we skip to the baptism? Hawks asked as he leaned to one side to look around you, to the Queen singing Praise Beyonce Hallelujah in the background. I see you, honey, I see you, Brian said as he pulled a duck face. I'll take my leave now, beanies, he said flamboyantly as he catwalked to the front door. Thank you, Bri, you called softly after him. You're amazing. Oh, any time, boo-boo, I'm only a glitter's throw away, he said as he flicked a leg up behind him and threw an arm up in the air as if to throw glitter or confetti. Now go make me some winged babies so I can snuggle with them. And with that, he pulled the front door closed behind him and left. You just looked back at Hawks. Well, you heard the man, he leered as he stood up and grabbed you around the waist, heading to the bedroom. You screeched and dissolved into giggles, catching a glimpse of your new hairdo in the mirror as you passed it. Wow, it really does look good, you thought. After escaping Hawks's talons, you went about doing some more unpacking. Dinner's ready, Hawks called out, and you put the last book on the shelf in the study. Perfect timing, you thought, as you headed out to the dining area. You've been working hard, Hawks commented as he pulled you in for a hug, kissing the top of your head. You hummed. I just finished the study. Well done, he replied as he let you go and reached for 2 plates on the kitchen bench, lifting them over to the dining table. I gotta go back to work tomorrow, unfortunately, he said with a sigh as he sat down. Oh, I'm gonna miss having you around all day, you said sadly as you sat beside him. That's why you should get a job too, you'll go crazy here otherwise, he commented as he took a mouthful of food. You groaned. Don't really want to have to go through the whole interview process thing again, you mumbled. Get Brian to go with you, Brian said with a shrug. He'll do the talking. He chuckled. That's a good idea, actually, you replied. I'll look up some of the local ads tonight. After dinner, you and Hawks were chilling on the lounge. He was stretched out along the couch and you were straddling his lap, half lying down facing towards his feet, crouched so that he could see the TV over the top of you. You were on your phone looking at the local ads to see if anyone needed a new employee. Your ass was towards Hawks, and occasionally he'd cop a feel or give it a little smack, but then as time went on he got more and more pointed in his advances, paying more attention to you than the TV. He gripped both of your cheeks and dug his fingers into them, grunting with approval as he did so. You wiggled your backside at him to show that you were aware of what he was doing, and he gave it a little smack just for good measure. He took his thumb and swiped between your cheeks, moving further down so that he was rubbing over where your entrance was. Hey, whoa, Hawks chuckled as he reached out for you. I'm okay, you said as you got to your feet shakily. You tried to walk again and swayed heavily. Hawks jumped up and tucked himself away, then scooped you up in his arms bridal style. Where to, baby? I'll take you there, as he said as he kissed you on the lips. The next morning, Hawks got ready for work. I'll see you later tonight, baby. My feathers will be here again, so don't worry, he said as he gave you a goodbye kiss and headed out the front door. You sighed happily and went into the spare room to continue unpacking. Hawks strolled into his agency building, greeting people like he usually did. Hey man, where you been? One of his co-heroes asked. Moved house, bro, he replied with a light laugh. Got married too. Oh, his co-worker replied with a surprise. You move quick. I didn't even know you had a girlfriend. Trademark top speed, Hawks leered before giving his friend a small salute and continuing up to his room. He had just entered his office when he sensed an unfriendly enter the agency. President has come to grace me with her presence yet again, he groaned internally. Hawks, the president greeted stiffly as she entered the office without knocking. Should have knocked, boss. What if I was in the middle of a lurid act? Hawks said casually from over his shoulder as he stood at his kitchenette making coffee. This threw the president, and she blushed with embarrassment at him saying something so brazen without warning. That's very unprofessional, she said with offence as she walked stiffly over to the desk. So is your entering a room unannounced? Hawks shot back at her as he turned and stared her down through his visor. She cleared her throat and regained her composure as she crossed her arms across her chest and glared at him. What you want, Prez? He asked bluntly as he took a sip of his coffee, leaning back against the small bench. I believe congratulations is in order, the president said with absolutely no congratulatory airs in her voice. For? Hawks asked as he took another sip. Your marriage, she replied in a dead tone. Hawks eyed her for a bit before speaking. Thanks. Is that all? He asked as he took another sip of coffee and strode over to the desk to sit down. What's her name? The president asked pointedly, more of an interrogatory question than gentle curiosity. Anne Takami, he replied, sitting his coffee down on the desk. What was her maiden name? The president asked instantly. Is this an interrogation? Hawks shot at her, his piercing golden eyes honing in on her as he flexed his wings threateningly. No, You just what, Prez? Want to do a background check on my wife to make sure she doesn't fit the profile of an innocent citizen that you're trying to catch? Hawks asked as he leaned back in his chair and rested his arms on the armrests. An obvious power move. That's not check my wife's profile, but just know that you have no right to be digging into her background without any evidence to support your suspicions. You're not above the law, and I can bring you down if need be, Hawks replied in a frank yet stern tone. The president pursed her lips and glared at him while he maintained a threateningly cool stare. And I suppose you know nothing about the two agents that have gone missing, she snapped. Again, Prez, you've come in here with wild accusations, no evidence, and a chip on your shoulder. You're ticking all the boxes for a lawsuit for character defamation, Hawks replied smugly. The president spun on her heels and marched towards the door angrily. Hawks was not the person that you wanted to go up against with these type of things. He was too quick and cunning. This isn't the end of me, she replied curtly as she exited the office and disappeared into the hall. Hawks scowled as she left. She's bad news. I'll have to watch my step for a bit, he thought as he turned his attention to the paperwork in front of him. It was later that afternoon, and you were just heading back inside the house after hanging some laundry. You looked at the clock and smiled to yourself. Only a half hour before my man comes home, you thought happily. You walked into the kitchen to get a glass of water and heard a car drive past outside. It sounded like it was going suspiciously slowly. Funny, you thought as you put your glass down and walked to the front window to peek out of the blinds. There was a blue sedan doing a very slow drive-by, and you furrowed your brows in concern. That's very slow, you thought, as you watched them pass the house then leave. You walked back to the lounge and put the TV on, flopping down in the chair as you prepared to vegetate for the last half hour before Hawks got home. You were zoning out when you saw a shadow from the corner of your eye go past one of the windows that faced the backyard. Quickly grabbing for the remote, you switched the TV off and jumped up to investigate, sneaking over to the window in the study to peek out of the blinds. As you looked out, you caught sight of two men in plain clothing with their guns in hand sneaking around the corner of the house. Your heart leapt into your throat and you tiptoed back to the door of the room, watching as the shadows made their way to the back door. You stayed inside the study and watched with bated breath as the shadows approached the back door. Presently you heard one of them trying to open it, but thankfully you had locked it when you came in earlier. You panicked, backing back into the room and flicking your hands wildly with distress. Hawks, I gotta call Hawks. Unable to reach for your phone, you looked about the room and saw a red feather on the desk. You grabbed it and put it to your lips. Hawks, you whispered, almost under your breath. People are trying to break in. Oh, I don't even know if he's going to hear me from so far away. Is this message even going to get to him? You thought fearfully as you heard the people trying to open the door again. Suddenly you heard two thumps and a groan. You froze, still gripping onto the feather. What was that? You thought. A few moments passed and all was silent. You were desperately trying to calm your breathing when you heard the front door unlock. Baby? You heard Hawks call out. Hawks! You wailed as you shot out of the room and ran to him. jumping into his arms as tears of relief flooded down your face. "There were guys here, they had guns," you cried. "Shh, baby, I know, it's okay. I've dealt with them," Hawk said calmly. "I got your message." "You did? I didn't know if you'd be able to hear me." "I told you I'd always come when you called, at my trademark top speed," he said gently as he lifted your face to his and kissed you. You kissed back and hugged him tight, truly grateful for your winged hero. "I found 2 jobs," you said excitedly to Hawks as you walked into the lounge room later that night. "What are they, chicken?" he asked as he waved you to come over and sit on his lap. "One is working at the town library," you said as you sat down in his lap and leaned sideways into his chest, "and the other one's at the local clothing store." "Which one are you going to choose?" Hawks asked as he pulled your face up to his and kissed your cheek. I don't know. I'm not good at making decisions," you wailed softly. "You can think on it, chicken. There's no rush," Hawks said kindly as he stroked your cheek. "Did you want to go and see your mum next weekend? She's settled in now and they're allowing family to visit," he said. "Oh, that'd be nice," you replied happily. "Are you going to come too?" I've got someone else that I need to visit that weekend, so you go and see her and I'll go and see him and we can compare notes of our visits when we get back," he said with a sexy smile, giving you a small kiss on the lips. "Okay, should I be worried?" you replied suspiciously as you got up to leave. "Nah," he said with a chuckle. "Trust me, baby girl." "Okay," he said as you bent down to give him one last kiss before wandering off back to the study. "I'll be doing some groundwork to get my baby girl free of this mess," Hawks thought as he watched you walk away. "It's about time we dealt with some corrupt government officials and abusive fathers." The fated Sunday arrived, and you walked up to the doors of the rehabilitation facility, the handbag from Brian firmly clutched in your hand. You felt like it would bring you confidence if you took it with you, and already you were feeling more secure. I'm here to see my mum," you whispered to the lady at the front desk. "What's your mum's name, sweetheart?" she asked kindly. "Oh, it's, you gave your mother's name and maiden name." "Ah, Mrs. Yes," the receptionist said. "Sure, sweetheart. She's on level 2, room 16. "Oh, okay, thank you," you said shyly, pausing as you looked around for the lift or stairs. "Elevator is around the side here," the receptionist said, pointing around the corner. "Thank you," you replied sheepishly as you ducked your head and quickly walked around the corner of the elevator, praying it would be empty. It was. Upon reaching the 2nd level, you hopped out of the elevator and found your mum's room, reaching out and knocking softly on the door. "Come in," you heard her call from the other side. You opened the door and poked your head through. She beamed when she saw you. "Yin," she called happily. Come in, come in." You hesitated and pushed the door open, stepping in. It was then that you saw another lady in the room and froze. "Yin, this is Mrs. Todoroki," your mum said as she introduced the gentle-natured, silver-haired lady. "Ray, this is my daughter," your mum said proudly. "Hi," you said shyly with a small wave. "Todoroki. I remember Hawks mentioning that at the restaurant that we went to. He said it was owned by the Todoroki family. One of the sons worked there, and there was something else that he said." You stood there racking your brain, trying to remember what else Hawks had told you about someone in the Todoroki family. Then you remembered. "Oh, the older brother. What was his name? Toya? He was the one in the training program with Hawks. So this is his mum." "Nice to meet you, Yin," Mrs. Todoroki said sweetly. "Nice to meet you too," you replied softly, with a smile as you sat down in the chair next to your mum. "Well, Mrs. Lin, I'll let you catch up with your daughter. I'll see you later," she said as she stood up to leave. "Thank you, Ray. I'll see you for dinner," your mum said kindly as the other lady left. "She seems nice," you commented as you reached out and hugged your mum. "It's really good to see you. How are you?" "I'm really good, Yin. I'm getting the help that I so desperately needed," your mum said gratefully. "I didn't realise how bad I was." You teared up, happy that your mum had finally had a breakthrough and had admitted that she needed help. "I'm so happy, Mum, I really am," you said with a giant smile. "How have you been, Yin?" your mum asked. "Are you well?" "Oh, I'm more than well," you said with a small laugh as you presented your wedding ring on your finger. Your mum gasped. Oh my stars! Is this to Hawks? Is it Hawks?" You nodded with a big grin on your face. "Oh, honey," she squealed. "I'm so excited. When did you get married?" "Well, not long ago. It is a real marriage, but at the same time he's done it for protective purposes," you said. "He's a good man, Mum. He's really looking out for me, and for you too, of course." "I know, sweetheart, I know," your mum said as she eyed your hair. "You've changed, I see." "Oh," you said sheepishly, reaching to touch your new hairdo. Yeah, Uncle Brian." "Oh, say no more," your mum laughed. "He took you to Jasmine?" You know Jasmine? You gasped. No, not personally, she replied with a laugh. He just kept raving about her while I was with them. Oh, okay, he replied. I like it. It really suits you, your mum said with a gentle smile. Then she leaned forward and placed her hand on yours. Sweetheart, she said softly, are you pregnant? Mum, you gasped. No, I don't know. I don't think so. How embarrassing. Why would you ask that? Sweetheart, you are glowing. You've got this glow about you, she said knowingly. It's so embarrassing, Mum, you wailed softly, hiding your now bright red face in your hands. I would love a little grandchild, your mum said truthfully. No, Mum, you wailed again. Stop. Okay, I'm changing subjects now. Why is Mrs. Todoroki here, you asked curiously. Is it because of what happened to her oldest son? Her oldest son? Your mum asked curiously. Do you mean the youngest? Did he burn himself alive? You asked, confused. No, sweetheart, she poured boiling water on him, your mum said bluntly. Your jaw dropped in horror. What? That's terrible. Why did she do that? Her husband was horrible, a horrible abusive man, and he drove her to breaking point. Her youngest son had the same looks as her husband on one side of his face, and she snapped when she saw him poke his little head around the doorway one afternoon. All she saw was that red hair that reminded her of her husband, and she lashed out. She regrets it to this day, your mum said sadly. One side of his face? You asked confused. What does that mean? Oh, he has red hair on one side of his head and white on the other. He has Ray's quirk, ice, and her husband, Endeavour's quirk, fire. Oh, yeah, I remember now. Endeavour Todoroki was the father. Nasty man, it sounds like. Just like my own father, you thought. I see, you said. We've become good friends, your mum said. We've bonded over our horrible husbands and quirk marriages, she added with a chuckle. Oh, well, at least it's good to be making friends, he replied with a sympathetic chuckle. Your mum smiled at you. I'm glad you're well, sweetheart, she said as she leaned in and hugged you. I'm glad you're well too, Mum, you replied happily. You stayed for a few hours, talking about all kinds of things. Your mum seemed more at peace now, and you were grateful Hawks had brought her here. Further away, Hawks was doing some visitations of his own. He flew up to the building where they were holding your father and walked up to the guard there. Yo, he said with a smirk. No, sorry, Hawks, we've been given strict instruction not to let you in, the guard said, holding a hand out to stop Hawks. Really? Hawks asked as if he were confused. Who would give such an order? He asked coyly as he deployed a red feather and slid it past the guard and under the door. The President of the Public Safety Commission, the guard replied, unaware that Hawks had sent a feather in under the door. Ah, I see. Well, can't go against the boss's orders now, can we? He said dryly. See ya, he added as he backed away with his hands in pockets, then turned and flew off, landing a short distance away and sitting down by a tree to listen. He had seen the second-in-charge's car in front of the building and knew there would be some information shared about their next moves. He rested his head back against the tree trunk and listened as the red feather hid near the room that had a few people present. Hawks identified your father's voice, the voice of the second-in-charge, the man who was at the helm of this catch-yin operation, and a few others who must have been working for the second-in-charge. So you're telling me you have no idea where she is? The second-in-charge asked roughly to his subordinates. No, boss, we've lost any trace of her. We're suspicious Hawks has her, but we haven't been able to pin anything on him yet. Damn it! The second-in-charge, 2IC, spat angrily, slamming his hands down on the desk. If Hawks has her, we'll never get her. He's been trained by the government. He knows how to evade us. What if I could get her, your dad piped up. If I get her to you, I get to go free, correct? He asked, reminding them of his presence. Yeah, the 2IC grunted. You get paid and we ship you off somewhere. You'll never come back here again or we'll kill you. Fine by me, your dad said snidely in response. Hawks scowled at hearing your father drop you under the bus so quickly. Time to take out that arsehole, he thought angrily. The 2IC continued. Then once we have her, we mobilise immediately and use her to infiltrate the League of Villains. We can get her to touch them with doubts about whatever their plans are and cause them to commit suicide. Yeah, but that's dangerous work, Hawks thought as he rubbed his chin. The League will kill her before she gets anywhere near doing that. Plus, she's not ready for that type of high-level infiltration. She's come a long way, but she'll die, trying to convince them that she's legit. I've already contacted someone from the League. He doesn't know my name, but I've told him that I can get him information from the inside and get it to him through one of my workers. Workers being your daughter Yin, the 2IC said to your father. Do I get commission for that? Your dad asked snidely. She's a product of me after all. No, the 2IC said bluntly. You take the money that we give you and you disappear. No negotiations. Fine, your dad muttered. $500,000 is plenty for me anyway. I should hope so, the 2IC replied gruffly. Then he changed the subjects. Well, off you go back to your cell now we're done with you here, he said dismissively. Hawks listened as your dad was directed out of the room and back down to the hall. Jackass, the 2IC grunted after your dad had left. Does he really think we're letting him go free and giving him money? He sneered to one of the other men in the room. Dunno, boss, why? They asked. Because we're not giving him anything, the 2IC said loudly. He's going to stay right here in his cell and we're going to use him how we wish, with or without the daughter, he said as he got up from his chair and walked around a bit. Telling him that we'd pay him if he cooperated with us was a ploy to make him more talkative, and it's worked. He's stupid as hell if you ask me. Oh, the man replied. So he's not getting money and he's not going free? No, idiot, it was a lie, the 2IC replied. He's a valuable asset to us, and no one knows that he exists as one of the lexical quirk users, so we can wipe his existence from the books. Oh, okay, that's smart, boss. But what about the girl, the guy asked. The other two haven't come back yet. They were supposed to have a sneak around Hawks' new place and see if they could catch a glimpse of his wife to see if she's this Yin that we're after, but they haven't been answering their phones. Odd, the 2IC said suspiciously. I'll look into it. Hawks smirked. Won't find them anytime soon, he thought as he reached behind himself and scratched at the place that 2 blade feathers had been plucked from his wings. So what's the next move, boss? The guy asked. We need to identify Hawks' wife and see who she is. If we can confirm that she's Yin, then we can either coax her to come with us by using her dad as bait, or we can go ahead and still try to kidnap her, but that would be hard with Hawks around. Yeah, thanks for exposing and confirming your plans, idiot. Hawks jeered internally as he stood up and stretched. Okay, so first of all, I've got to get Yin's dad out of the picture. He needs to go to jail for emotional abuse, and I have the paperwork from the psychologist overseeing Yin's mum to testify for that, he thought as he stepped out from under the tree and spread his wings. Then I need to disable the second in charge and get him either incarcerated or killed by the League. If I expose his plan to the person that he contacted, then his head will be on the plate, he thought as he took to the sky. Then last of all, I need to have the silent registry disbanded. I can have that abolished by exposing it as part of the second in charge's doing. He flew off, making his way across to the rehabilitation centre to pick you up. You had intended on taking a taxi back home, but Hawks liked to fly with you, so he was coming to get you, ready or not. You looked at your watch and gasped. Mum, it's late. I should get going, you said with horror. It'll be dark soon. Oh, heavens, I didn't realise the time, your mum said as she stood up. Our dinner is ready downstairs soon too, so I should head down there to get a seat for Ray and I. Sounds good. Let's go together, you said with a smile. You both left the room and chatted as you headed for the elevator. She pressed the button to take the ride down, and you waited for the doors to open. The elevator dinged and the doors opened. Hey, chicken, a cheeky voice greeted you, and you looked from your mum to inside the elevator. Hawks, you said, a shy smile gracing your features. Oh, Hawks, your mum gasped with surprise. What are you doing here? I'm so excited for you and Yin. Congratulations. Thanks, Mrs. Lin, Hawks said as he stepped out of the elevator and kissed her in greeting on the cheek. She giggled like a schoolgirl and you shook your head. Hawks gave you a sly look and winked at you, which made your knees go weak. How are you feeling, Mrs. Lin? Hawks asked in his friendly voice. Oh, please, Hawks, call me Mum, she gushed. Oh, God, seriously, Mum? You groaned internally. I like that, Hawks said with a cheeky grin. Okay, Mum it is. As you all stood there chatting, Mrs. Todoroki arrived. Hawks looked up at her and smiled sympathetically. Hi, Mrs. Todoroki, he said gently. Hawks, she said with surprise. How are you? I'm well, thank you. How have you been? He asked politely. I'm doing much better, thank you, she replied. Good to hear, he said, a soft look in his eye. You watched him curiously. Mum, I came to pick up my lovely girl here, Hawks said sheepishly. We should probably get going. Oh, of course, Hawks, your mum replied as she stepped closer to Ray. We need to get going down to dinner anyway, she said happily. Sounds good. Let's all head downstairs then, Hawks said, pushing the button on the elevator to let everyone in. After saying goodbye to your mum and Ray, you and Hawks left to go back home. Does Mrs. Todoroki know you and her son were in the training together? You asked Hawks as you and he walked off down the street. No, I don't think she does. I only remember Endeavour dropping Toya off on the first day of training, Hawks said. But I've met Ray a few times as a full-fledged hero, he said. I've dropped people to this building before, so I've always made it a point to say hello to her whenever I'm here. He went silent for a bit, then spoke again. I don't know if she knows what happened to Toya. I assume she does, but I've always felt really bad about it, he said softly. I did see the whole thing after all. Oh, I see, you said sympathetically. Just keep quiet that I've told you, yeah? No one's supposed to know about the government training program, Hawk said as he smiled at you. You nodded as you looked up at him and smiled back. You know, he said as he looked away, you really took my breath away when I saw you at the elevator when the doors opened just before. Oh, you're just saying that to be nice, you said bashfully. No, I'm not. You're gorgeous, Anne, he said as he stopped you and turned you so that he could hold you around the waist, pulling your body against his as he lowered his head to your ear. I thought I'd like to take this sexy girl home and let her ride me all night long, he whispered lowly in your ear as his tongue brushed your earlobe. Your cheeks heated up at his words and you squeaked with embarrassment. What do you say? He whispered as he kissed down your neck. I say that we're on a street and people could be watching, you stammered in a flustered voice. Oh, you're right, he said brightly as he pulled back. Let's continue up there then, he said, pointing up to the sky. Hawks, you yelled, knowing what he was referring to. Don't you dare! But it was too late. He grabbed you tightly and shot straight up with one flick of his strong wings. Rocket launch! He yelled while laughing, your scream echoing through the streets. As he levelled out up in the sky, he rolled over onto his back and sat you up. Your knuckles were white, gripping into him, and he chuckled deviously. Rub that magic lamp back there, he leered cheekily. You know what? I'm actually going to do it, you thought angrily, ready for revenge. You reached back and grabbed a handful of his package. He yelped in surprise at your sudden attack and dissolved into laughter. Easy, Tiger, no need to grab it, he said with a laugh. Just rubbing is fine, you don't need to scrunch the wishes out of it. You're such an ass, Hawks, you said with a chuckle that was half terrified and half amused. Before long you were back home, and Hawks insisted on carrying you inside. He plopped you down on the lounge and pulled out a thick stack of papers from his jacket and placed them on the coffee table in front of you before walking over to the kitchen. What's these? You asked him, leaning forward to read them. These are what I'm using to get your father jailed for emotional abuse and manipulation. Clause 7b. No one shall use their quirk for the detriment of another's physical and emotional well-being, Hawks commented authoritatively. They're official documents from your mum's psychologist, he added. Wow, you said in awe. I'm impressed. You should have been a lawyer. I prefer to be a hero. I get to meet cute girls in closets and then marry them, he said as he strolled back over to you and kissed your lips. You want dinner, baby? Mm-hmm, you hummed happily, nodding your head. Good, because I got a whole meal for you right here, he said deviously as he gestured below his belt. You're impossible, you know that, you replied. He chuckled as he turned and headed back to the kitchen again. After dinner, you and he were sitting on the couch while he read through some of the paperwork that he'd picked up from the psychologist at the rehab facility while you preened his feathers for him. As you got to his large feathers, you noticed 2 holes in his wing bone that didn't have any feathers in them. There was a bit of blood on some of his surrounding feathers too. What happened here? You asked him curiously as you scratched some of the dried blood with a finger. What is it? He asked as he rolled his head back to look at you over his shoulder. It looks like these feathers are missing. Big feathers. And you're bleeding, you commented. Oh, he said with a chuckle. Never you mind about those. They'll grow back. I just pulled 2 blade feathers out to deal with some unwanted people. Deal? You asked suspiciously. What did you do with them, baby? He said in a low tone as he pulled his wings away and twisted his body so his face could get nearer to yours. No need to ask questions about things that you won't want to hear the answers to, he said as he kissed you lightly. Just trust me. Did you kill someone? You asked slightly fearfully. I'm a highly trained product of the government. I've killed many people, he said, but I will never kill anyone without reason, nor will I ever let any harm come to you, he said as he turned around and kissed you again, lying you back so that he could gently kiss down your neck and across your collarbone. Who could harm you anyway? You're too beautiful. You blushed and knitted your fingers into his hair as he came back up to your face and kissed you passionately. I love you, Yin, he breathed as he kissed down the other side of your neck. I love you too, Keigo, you replied softly. Do you know who else loves you? Hawks leered. Who? You asked dubiously. This, he growled as he pushed a very large bulge against the inside of your thigh. Oh my god, you squeaked. He chuckled deviously and attacked your neck with kisses again as you squealed in delight. That Monday, Brian came to take you for your 2 job interviews. Okay, now honey, which one are we going to first? He asked as he checked his eyebrows in the car mirror. Library first, please, he replied, holding the handbag on your lap that he had bought you. Okay, sweet cheeks. You know we need to pray, yes? We need guidance from the Queen again, he said as he held his hand out flamboyantly for you to hold on to it. Beyonce says where 2 or more are gathered in her name, there she'll be also. Hallelujah, amen, praise the Queen, he said as he fluttered his eyes closed to assume a posture of reverence. You giggled softly and closed your eyes as you held his hand. Oh, Beyonce, girl, you told us girls run the world, and we bring before you today the most precious of girls, Yin. She's going for an interview, Queen. Hear her plea, he punctuated loudly like a gospel preacher would. Give her your strong, independent spirit, and may she slay like a boss-ass bitch, grabbing this interview by the balls and riding it like Genuine's pony. For thine is the power, the love, and the light. Amen. Amen, you said softly with a smile. Girl, this job is already yours. Our prayers have been answered, he said as he pointed his nose in the air and opened his car door, confidently hopping out. Can I bottle some of Brian's confidence, you thought with a giggle, as you hopped out of the car and walked around linking arms with him. Come here, baby girl, let me check you, he said as he tutted around your face, smoothing your eyebrows and checking other things. Honey, you are gorgeous. No wonder Hawks went for you, he said with a wink as he pulled you in close, and the 2 of you sashayed your way towards the town library. Half an hour later, and a lot of talking from Brian, and you had the job. Your job was to reshelf the books. You were stoked. It was a quiet environment, minimal talking, and decent pay. You beamed as you left the building. Brian screamed to high heavens and hugged you emphatically. Girl, we need to celebrate, he squealed. Let's go to the cafe. My shout. You bounded through the door that afternoon after Brian dropped you back home, squealing excitedly. I got the library job, Hawks, you squealed as you ran and jumped into his arms. Hey, he replied with a chuckle as you barreled into him. Well done, when do you start? Next week on Monday, you replied happily. I'm really excited because I don't have to talk to anyone and it's expected for everyone to be shushed. He laughed. How did I not see that coming? He said as he kissed you. I'll drop you in on your first day, he said with a cheeky smile. No, don't, you replied. You're going to cause trouble. I know you. Ah, no fair, he replied playfully. Well, I've got more good news for you. Really? What's that? You asked as he slid you down his front and placed you back on the ground. Well, I've just spoken with the police commissioner and I'm having your dad tried in High Court this coming Wednesday. I have enough evidence against him to put him away for good, he said with a bright smile. You... Really? You said excitedly, immediately breaking down in tears. Baby, it's okay. Are you okay? Hawks asked tenderly with confusion. I'm so happy, he wailed as you hugged him. This is the best day ever. Does this mean I won't have to be hunted down anymore? Hawks hugged you back, then crouched down so that he could look at your face and wipe your tears away. It's the first step, my beautiful girl. We still have a little way to go and a few more people to take down, but getting your dad jailed for what he did to you and your mum is vital for this to work, he said as he tenderly kissed your lips, wiping more tears as they fell. Oh, I thought it was the end, you said as you sniffed heavily. Not quite, baby, but we'll get there, I promise, he said as he hugged you again. Stay strong. I won't let anything bad happen to you, but you still need to keep your guard up, he warned. You nodded. So, do I get to be there when the judge sends him to jail? You asked. Well, that's the thing. We can't take you in because if you attend as Yin, but have this new haircut and colour, you'll blow your cover, Hawk said regretfully. I'll be taking your mum, Brian, and Uncle Anthony in as witnesses. Them, coupled with the psychologist's reports, are sure to get him jailed for a very long time. Yay, he said excitedly. I'd pay good money to watch Brian take him on. I'll give you a running commentary when I get back from court, Hawks said with a laugh as he stood up. The day of the trial arrived, and your man was looking sharp as ever as he stepped out of the bedroom and into the lounge in a suit. Oh, you gasped as he tipped his glasses and smirked at you over the top of them. Like it, baby? He asked coyly as he pointed to his outfit. Mm-hmm, you hummed with a giant grin on your face. If you're good, I'll be your lawyer tonight for free, he said with a wink. That doesn't make any sense, he replied with a chuckle. Neither does you not taking me up on the offer. he leered as he grabbed you around the waist, picking you up against his body. You squealed and giggled in his arms as he kissed your lips, then put you back down. Good luck, he said positively. Get that asshole put away for good. Oh, that's my one and only plan for today, baby, Hawks replied with a smile. I won't be satisfied till he's permanently behind bars. You smiled gratefully with tears in your eyes. Thank you so much, he whispered. It was a long day as you waited for Hawks to come home so that you could ask him how it all went. Finally, the door opened and in Hawks walked, followed by Uncle Anthony and Brian. You quickly turned on the couch and knelt up, leaning over the backrest to see them. Brian, as you can imagine, was chatting away excitedly as they entered, and you tried to catch on to what he was talking about as he strutted into the house. And then Hawks started reading out that list, Brian said in an overtly excited voice as he held a hand up, then closed his fingers to his palms. Oh, honey, his wig was snatched. I swear I saw it fly all the way to Mars, he said with his very Brian laugh. Hawks smirked. I took great pleasure in reading out that list of offences and pointing them out in the rules and regulations book, Hawks said with a lopsided, self-satisfied grin. I've never seen anyone look so pissed. He even tried to quirk the guard, he added with a disbelieving laugh. What? You gasped as you caught up to the conversation. Yeah, Hawks said with a chuckle. That was the nail on the coffin because he was caught red-handed. You giggled and clapped your hands gleefully. Honey, your man is amazing, Brian said as he walked around the lounge and flopped down in the seat beside you, flicking one leg up and over the other. Come tell him, boo-boo, he said, indicating for Hawks to come and sit down so that he could tell you the full story. Why is he boo-boo now? Your Uncle Anthony asked sullenly as he walked over and sat down on the other side of you so you were between the two men, with Hawks sitting opposite. You turned back around and slipped down onto the seat, feeling safe and happy between your uncles. Because he's MVP today, so he gets boo-boo, Brian replied unapologetically to your uncle. I want to be boo-boo, you heard your Uncle Anthony mumble under his breath as he sulked beside you. It's so odd to see such a manly man sulking at not being called boo-boo, you giggled internally. It's okay, Uncle Anthony. I'll call you boo-boo, you whispered to him. It's not the same, he huffed, and you giggled, patting his arm. Bri, you said softly to the flamboyant rainbow to your right. Uncle Anthony is really sad. Brian glanced over at Uncle Anthony and reached a hand across you to his knee. Sorry, Bunny Fluff. I give Boo-Boo back to you after Hawks has had his turn. We share in this house, Brian said as he turned his attention back to Hawks. Uncle Anthony cracked a small smile. He seemed happy with that reply, and Hawks was free to retell the story of your dad being put away for good. It's a lifetime sentence, Hawks said at the end of his story. It would have been shorter if he hadn't quirked the guard, but because he did, the judge extended his incarceration time. You smiled and sighed happily. Well, that's him gone, you said. How was Mum? Was she okay? You asked, remembering that she had been one of the witnesses. She did really well, Uncle Anthony said from his spot to your left. She stayed strong the whole time and told it how it was. Oh, that's wonderful, you said happily. What an awesome day. Later that night in bed, you asked Hawks what he had planned to do next. Well, the next part might be tricky. I have to get in touch with some villains to get someone else taken out, he said bluntly. It's not a hit job. I'll just let them know that they were about to be subjected to spy infiltration, then give them the name of the person who was intending to see it happen. Will that work? You asked curiously. Well, it's my only plan at the moment, he replied. We'll just see how it plays out. With your father now behind bars, you focused on your first day of work. Monday had come and you busied yourself making breakfast as Hawks hovered ominously behind you, following you back and forth as your mind fretted over all the possible things that could go wrong on your first day. After turning around and bumping into him for the third time that morning, you finally acknowledged that he was there and looked up at him. Oh, hey, you're back, he said with a chuckle as he let his feet hit the ground. Lost you in your thoughts there for a bit. Oh, sorry, I'm just nervous, you said softly as you looked at the floor. I thought you were excited, chicken. Why all of a sudden nervous? He asked as he walked over and sat down on the chair, slinging an arm out across the backrest. Well, I was excited, but now that the day has actually come, I'm worried I'm going to stuff up somehow, you said sadly. What could go wrong? He asked. I could accidentally put a book back that's laced with drugs and get it on my hands, and the police come in to test me for drugs and I come up positive, and then they take me to the station and lock me up with my dad and I suffer in jail for all eternity, you replied, quick as a flash, coming up with the most wildly irrational fear your brain had thrown at you that morning. Hawks could see the stress on your face and decided to play the same card that you had put down instead of dismissing your fear. Well, when you get picked up by the police, they let you have one call. So call me and say, "Daddy, come and save me." And I'll say, "Sure thing, baby." And I'll fly down there, bust the door down and whisk you away, and then let Brian get in there with his pride flag and smack them with it, he said with a smile. You snorted and slapped a hand over your nose and mouth, imagining a very hyped up Brian getting in amongst the police and wreaking havoc. Having a little giggle calmed you down, and you walked over to Hawks, standing between his legs as he looked up at you. "Thanks, Daddy," he said softly with a smile. He purred as he looked up at you, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "You know, I think you'd better stay home with me today." "Why?" you asked, confused. "Because Daddy needs to be ridden," he growled as he grabbed you around the waist and strolled off towards the bedroom. You screamed playfully and fought to get free, all of your fears about the first day at the new job forgotten. After Hawks had relaxed you, he helped you get into town for your first shift. "Hey, chicken, just keep an eye out for any suspicious-looking men, and remember to only answer to Anne," Hawks whispered to you, reminding you of your undercover status. "I have a little more work to do today, but I'll definitely pop in to see how you're doing," he said as he pulled back from giving you a kiss on the neck. You nodded and smiled. "I will," you replied. "Good luck today." "You too, baby. I'll see you later," he said as he stepped back and shot straight up into the sky. You smiled and turned towards the library doors and pushed them open, walking in to start your first day. "Good morning, Anne," your new boss said as you walked into the office and headed to the lockers in the corner. "Hi, Mr. Bofa," you said softly with a smile. "Would you mind shelving these books?" he asked as he pointed to the trolley by the door that was laden with all kinds of reading material. "Sure," you said with a smile. He pointed out the codes on the spines of the books so you knew where each one went, and you happily pushed the trolley out into the library. "Oh, and Anne, if anyone asks where something is and you don't know, just tell them it's your first day and then come and get me and I'll help," he said in a friendly voice. "Thank you," you said gratefully as you headed out the office door with the trolley. "It's my first day. It's my first day. Sorry, it's my first day," you repeated internally, practicing it so that it would come out right when someone asked you. You were almost expecting to be bombarded with questions the minute that you stepped into the library and braced for people to come up to you, but no one did. The library was practically empty except for two schoolgirls, a lady with dark glasses on, and an old man who was asleep in the armchair with a book on his lap. You smiled as you passed the old guy who was out cold in the armchair. What a life, you thought happily. You walked into one of the aisles and started shelving books right away. You were absent-mindedly scanning the title of one of the books when the lady with the dark glasses approached you. "Hi, sorry, do you know where I can find books on this contemporary arts?" she asked. "I'm first A," you blurted out, then cringed heavily. "Wait, sorry, I meant to say, sorry, it's my first day." "Oh, I see," she replied. "I'll get the boss," you said quickly as you made to walk past her. No, it's okay, Yin. Don't worry, I'll look on my own," she said. You turned and looked at her. Then you let your voice trail off as you studied her face. "Why did you call me Yin? My name's Anne," you said bluntly. She smirked. "No, it's not Yin. You were about to ask how I know your name," she said as she stepped forward and reached out to grab you. Thinking quickly to cover yourself, you tapped her hand away as you activated your quirk. Doubt, you thought. She stopped and looked at you, her face showing hesitation, and you watched with heart pounding in your chest. Did it work? Was she thinking about me? Please may she say something with the word doubt in it so that I know. "You were saying?" You coaxed her. "Sorry, I thought maybe I'd called you by your true name, but now I'm not so sure. I doubt that I'm correct," she said. You breathed a sigh of relief and straightened. "That's okay. People call me the wrong name all the time," you lied. "My name is Anne." "Oh, okay, sorry," the lady said as she shook her head and walked off. You turned and ran to the boss's office. "Hi, I'm sorry. I need to get my phone and call my husband. It's an emergency," you panted, out of breath from the surge of adrenaline. "What's wrong?" Mr. Bofa asked with concern. I can't say right now," you said apologetically. "Please, I need to call him." Your boss nodded and you raced to your locker to get your phone. You rang Hawks and put your phone to your ear. "What's wrong?" he asked immediately, knowing something had happened. "Someone's here," you replied in a panicked voice. "Hang up, I'm coming," he said suddenly. "Count backwards from 10. You hung up and focused on counting from 10 to 1, the rising anxiety suddenly fading at the distraction of counting. By 3, Hawks had entered the library. You pointed into the shelving, your hands still shaking slightly. "Glasses, she," you stammered. He nodded and shot into the larger section of the library, quickly scanning each aisle. He was looking for a she with glasses. Quickly locating the only woman with glasses on, Hawks grabbed the lady who had questioned you. She screamed and fought, but Hawks held her tight. Shh! You hushed as you raced up to her, elated that you got to shush someone. What in tarnation? The old guy yelped in his old man voice, being woken abruptly from his sound sleep in the armchair. Be quiet, this is a library! Exactly, you whispered in a hushed tone. Name, Hawks growled lowly as he held the lady tight. Screw you, I'm not telling you my name, she growled back as she was walked to the front of the library by Hawks, followed by you. Come with me, baby. I need you, Hawks whispered over his shoulder to you. Sir, my apologies, but I need Anne for the rest of the day today. She successfully coordinated a citizen's arrest, and she will need to fill out paperwork at the police office, Hawks said authoritatively to Mr. Bofer, who had come out of his office and was looking most confused by the whole thing. Oh, sure, Hawks. Anything for a hero, he said as you left to go with your winged hero. Do I really need to fill out paperwork? You asked Hawks curiously. Nope, he replied. I'm taking this matter into my own hands, but I need your help. After getting this mysterious woman back to your place, Hawks tied her hands behind her back and sat her down in one of the lounge chairs in his room. What happened? Hawks whispered into your ear as he backed up to you. She said my name, my real name, you whispered back fearfully. It caught me off guard, and I let my cover slip a bit by accident, but then I quickly touched her with my quirk and made her doubt what she had heard. Then I rang you, you said. I'm impressed, baby, well done, Hawks praised in a hushed tone. That was very quick thinking. Thanks, he said softly as he kissed you. Then he turned his attention back to the woman who was glaring at you both from her seat. You're working for the 2IC, Hawks said matter-of-factly to her. Go to hell, Hawks, she snapped. Hell? You mean your hometown? He replied smugly. Come now, I wouldn't be so smart-mouthed if I were you, he said as he reached behind him and plucked himself out a blade feather. You gasped. Hawks, please, you said fearfully as he spun the blade in his hand, wielding it like an expert. Don't you think we should dispose of her like I did the others? Hawks said casually over his shoulder to you. The lady's eyes widened as she realised the two agents that hadn't returned had been killed by Hawks, and the look on your face proved to her that the winged hero wasn't messing around. Fine, she said quickly. Then she gave her name and details about how she had been sent to scope out and see if you were really the yin that they were after. Then, voicing that she had made a mistake because you were Anne, Hawks gave you a sly look as if to say, it worked, and handed his blade feather to you. Well, it looks like you've made a mistake, but if I ever find you or anyone else snooping around me or my wife again, you'll wake up back in your hometown of hell. Do you understand? Hawks asked as he walked over and untied her. She nodded rapidly. Go, he said sharply as he pointed to the front door. She got up and ran for the front door, leaving immediately. Hawks came back up behind you and hugged you around the waist while you held his blade feather in hand. You look hot holding that, he said lowly as he kissed your earlobe. Were you going to hurt her? You asked fearfully as you looked at him over your shoulder. Nah, course not, he said with a smile. I had a few options, he added as he calmly took his blade feather from your hand. You turned around and hugged him. If she had remembered you as Yin, I would have handed her over to the police for them to hold her as evidence for the next step in my plan, now that your dad is behind bars, he said casually as he leaned his blade feather up against the wall. But since she's convinced that she got the wrong person, I've used her as a decoy, so she'll go back and tell them you're not Yin, he said proudly. That should keep them out of off our backs for a bit. You smiled and squeezed him. Plus, I planted a feather on her, so I'll have ears on her when she gets back to the headquarters, he said with a chuckle. You giggled and shook your head. Ah, you think of everything, Hawks. Gotta be one step ahead, he said, tapping his head with a finger. I'm just proud of you for using your quirk so quickly. Well done, he praised again as he kissed your lips. Thanks, he replied bashfully, accepting his kiss. I was in the middle of heading into the enemy territory before you rang, Hawks said matter-of-factly to you. I managed to find the League of Villains and their hideout and was about to make contact with them to find out which one the 2IC was in contact with, but then you were more important, so I'll stay home with you today, then try and make contact tomorrow. Oh, okay, thank you, you replied gratefully. This is now 2IC's office. Boss, the woman who had tried to nab you, called as she entered the office. It's definitely not Yin, her name's Anne, and Hawks is very protective of her, she said as she sat down in the chair there. The 2IC grit his teeth. Damn it, he growled. You sure? Positive, she said with a nod of her head. I had doubts at first, but now I'm sure. The 2IC looked at her closely. Stand up, he said gruffly. She stood up. Turn around, he ordered. She did so. He walked around his office desk and plucked the red feather that Hawks had planted from her hip pocket and stomped on it, snapping the feather's spine and ruffling the plumes. Get this thing out of my sight, he said to one of the other guys who was in the office. The poor agent scurried to his feet and took the mangled feather, racing it out the door. Back at home, Hawks scrunched his nose in annoyance. He had been listening in on the conversation at the 2IC's office and was pleased at how it had been going so far until they had found his feather and contact had been lost. Seems as though Yin's quick thinking fooled them, but we're not out of the woods yet. She'll need to be careful, he thought as he reached an arm around you and pulled you into his side, kissing the top of your head. Little did he know that back at the 2IC's office, the 2IC himself was redoubling his efforts. If Hawks is being protective, then he's hiding something. I know it's her, and I'm going to prove it, he growled. How are you going to do that, boss? One of the agents asked. I'm going to talk to her father and get him to tell us about scar or any other marking that I can use to identify her, the 2IC said. But he got taken in and jailed for criminal quirk offences, the agent replied. I'll just talk to the warden and get him to let me talk to him for a minute, the 2IC said. Simple. Ah, good one, the agent replied with a smirk. The next day you went back to work, still on guard and ready to use your quirk at any given moment. Hawks had given you one of his feathers to keep in your pocket, just in case you needed him too. He was still on a mission to make contact with the League so that he could expose the 2IC's plan and hopefully get the in-charge killed. After I've got the 2IC removed from the picture, my last step is to abolish the silent registry. Then Yin can live a carefree life, Hawks thought as he took to the sky, heading to the hideout that he had found yesterday. Elsewhere that morning, the 2IC approached the jail that your father had been sent to and insisted on seeing the head warden. I'm here to see the father, the 2IC said firmly to the warden. I'm afraid he's in confinement and not allowed to be seen by anyone, the warden replied. But I'm the second in charge to the Public Safety Commission. My rank... Your rank means nothing when a man has been charged for criminal offences and his case is being personally overseen by a high-ranking hero, the warden said dryly. Hero, the 2IC said with angry knitted brows. Which hero? The winged hero, Hawks, the warden replied. God damn that bird, the 2IC growled internally. He's thought of everything to stop my plan going ahead. What was he jailed for exactly? The 2IC snapped at the warden. Various offences, but basically emotional manipulation for the detriment of another's well-being, the warden replied. Based on what evidence? The 2IC snapped. Psychological reports and witnesses, the warden replied bluntly. It was a solid case. Psychological reports from? The 2IC pressed. The wife of the man? The warden replied, slightly irked that the 2IC wasn't taking no for an answer. Where's his wife at? The 2IC asked. Now on a quest to get your mum. The mental health respite in town, I think, the warden replied. Why though? She won't help you see her husband, he said, confused. He still thought the 2IC wanted to get in to speak with your dad. Thanks, the 2IC said gruffly as he spun on his heels and left, intending to head to the health respite to see where your mum was. Hawks landed at the door of the League hideout and knocked. He heard movements inside, then someone came to the door and opened it. Hello, go away, the person said. Hey there, Hawks greeted with a friendly smile, hands pushed into his pockets. What can I do for you? Leave, the person said. So, which is it? Hawks asked with a laugh. You're answering your own questions there. Oh, sorry, it's part of my quirk. I'm an idiot, the person replied. What's your name? Hawks asked with a smile. Twice, what he said, Twice replied. Nice to meet you, and yourself, Twice. I have some information that will be beneficial for your league, Hawks said with a sly smirk on his face. Who do I talk to? What's your name? Identify yourself, Twice said suspiciously. Hawks, the winged hero replied. Suddenly another person appeared beside Twice. Hawks's gaze shifted from Twice to the newcomer, and he paused as his keen golden eyes met steely blue turquoise ones. What you doing here, hero? The second person asked in a haunty voice as he leaned an arm casually against the doorframe. Here to give some helpful information, Hawks repeated, squaring up with this new villain that had just arrived. The villain that had stepped up beside Twice was littered with purple scarring across his jaw and under his eyes. Where the scars met healthy skin were silver hooped staples that held everything together. He had intense turquoise eyes and raven black hair, and a personality that said, "Mess with me and it will be your funeral," while still maintaining a cool, aloof demeanour. "Why would you give us information?" the new villain asked as he tilted his head to the side, his intense eyes boring into Hawks. "Because this information helps me as well, if you decide to follow through," Hawks said tantalisingly, baiting Staple Man with his words. "Ah," Staple Victim replied with a smirk. "So it's not for free then," he said smugly. "Before we go any further with this discussion, I think it's fair I ask your name and ask if I can at least come in," Hawks said as he gestured to the fact that he was still standing at the door. The raven-haired villain remained silent for a bit before speaking. "I go by Darby," he replied bluntly, stepping back and pulling Twice with him to allow Hawks to enter. "Where's the rest of the team?" Hawks asked casually as he entered and looked around the empty room. It was just him, Twice, and Darby. "Out killing people," Darby replied sarcastically. "Why should we tell you where they are?" Hawks shrugged. "Doesn't matter, I guess. I'm just here to tell you what I know." "What's this in regards to?" Darby asked as he jumped up onto a nearby crate and turned to face Hawks, looming over him with his arms crossed. "One of your League members was contacted by the second in charge of the Public Safety Commission. He claimed he was going to leak information to you through an agent of his. Truth is, that agent was going to be a spy," Hawks said matter-of-factly as he looked up to Darby. Darby just looked at him, no emotion showing on his face. "Any reason you're on a crate, Darby?" Hawks asked when Darby didn't reply his comment. "Asserting dominance," Darby replied dryly. "Is that so?" Hawks replied as he flicked his wings and lifted off the ground to the same height as Darby. Darby smirked and uncrossed his arms, shoving them into his pockets. "Smart-ass," he said as he sighed heavily. "Yeah, it was me that was contacted. Why are you telling us this?" "Yeah, why? Are you demented?" Twice asked from the ground, staring up at the two who were eyeing each other off. "Because," Hawks said smugly, "if the second in charge were to be killed, it would greatly advance my own plans," he said truthfully. "And you want us to kill him," Darby replied bluntly, catching on instantly. "Well, it's a natural progression, isn't it?" Hawks said smugly as he took one hand from his pocket and rubbed his chin. "You find out someone's going to double-cross you, so you kill him." "For most villains, yes, but who says I'm like other villains?" Darby replied. "You don't know my past." "So you plan to keep the second in charge alive then and let him send a spy in?" Hawks asked sarcastically. "Talented villains you are. Go straight to the top of villain school," he added, clapping slowly. Darby narrowed his eyes. "Why do you need the second in charge gone?" he asked bluntly. "I told you it would help with my own plans," Hawks replied with a shrug, refusing to give too much away. "All right," Darby replied in an expressionless voice. "Thank you for the information. You can go now." "You're welcome," Hawks said brightly. "I'll see myself out." And with that, he floated to the door and touched down as he reached for the handle. "Pleasure doing business with you," he called over his shoulder as he shot them a wink and a peace sign, then left. "What on earth?" "Excuse me, but what the hell was that about?" Hawks asked, confused as all heck. "He's shifty," Darby replied, jumping down from the crate. "I don't trust him, and I never have." Twice looked at Darby. "Do you know him? Were you lovers?" the Deadpool knockoff asked. "The less you know about me, the better off you'll be," Darby replied dryly. "Okay, so you were a rapper in your past life and your name was McCrispy?" Twice replied. "I like you because your second personality speaks your thoughts," Darby replied in his calm, husky voice. "My favourite was when you called Shigaraki Decay Nene." "It's true though, it's no lie," Twice replied with a shrug as they left to go back to the others. "Best I find out what Hawks's plan is first before I kill the second in charge. Then I'll decide what to do from there. Guess it's time to ruffle the feathers of a government official and interrogate him. What a turn of events," Darby thought as he and Twice went back to the main hideout. The next day, after doing a bit of research, the two IC entered the mental health facility that your mum was at. "Good morning," he said to the receptionist on duty. "I'm here to see a mother." "I'm sorry, sir, she's not seeing any visitors," she replied with a sweet smile. "Oh, when would I be able to see her?" he asked. "Never, or if we receive a call or letter from the winged hero Hawks," she replied with the same sweet smile. The two IC scowled. "That flying bastard is one step ahead of me," he thought. "Well, what about the family? How are they supposed to get in to see her?" he asked in an irked voice. "Oh, Hawks always lets us know who's coming, so we know who to expect," she replied. "And he hasn't rung about you, so if you'd kindly leave," she said, gesturing to the door. "Have any family come in to visit?" That's unfair to lock her up and not let anyone come in, he spat angrily, angry at the fact that he couldn't get in to ask the questions that he needed. Oh, don't worry, the daughter was here a week or so back, the receptionist said. Daughter? The 2IC asked. The one with this haircut and this hair colour? He had enough information now about you and what you looked like that he could confirm that you were both Yin and Anne. That's the one, the receptionist said with a nod of her head. The 2IC smirked. Thank you very much. You've been most helpful. Goodbye. And with that, he left. I knew it was her. Anne is Yin. Now to nab her, he thought deviously as he hopped back into his car and drove away. Hawks arrived back home that evening at the same time that you did, and you were grinning from ear to ear. How was work today, baby? He asked as he opened the front door and gestured for you to enter first. It was awesome, he said excitedly. He chuckled as he followed in behind you and shut the door. What happened? He asked as he strolled to the bedroom and flicked the lights on, walking to the drawers and pulling some comfy clothes out. Okay, well, first of all, you said as you jumped up on the bed onto your tummy, bouncing a few times from the spring in the mattress, I was on the front desk and someone wanted to take a book out, so they came up to the desk for me to scan it, and I freaked out, but all they did was point to the book and smile, you said excitedly. So I took the book, scanned it, punched the return date stamp on the insert card, and handed it back to them, and they left without anything being said, and it was awesome. Hawks chuckled as he took his hero shirt off and threw it in the laundry basket. Sounds like the perfect day to me, he said as he adjusted his pants and walked over to the bed, mounting you from behind and kissing your ear and neck. How was your day? You asked, heavily distracted by Hawks' kissing you gently, lowering his hips to your ass and grinding onto you. Good, he replied in a low tone. Flew around, talked to some villains, flew back, met you, did some horizontal dancing. Horizontal dancing? With who? When? You asked, confused. With you, tonight, he stated in a raspy voice as he rolled you over and kissed your lips. You giggled and melted into him, his tongue entering your mouth, intertwining with yours. You felt a little warm lately, chicken, he said suddenly as he pulled back. You okay? You know what's really weird? You said. I was feeling so drained today, like super tired. I had to sit down a few times while reshelving the books. He hummed as he looked at you. When's your period due? Keigo, you squeaked. That's so embarrassing. Why did you ask that? He smiled that sexy smile. Tell me, Yin, he said as he leaned back down to your ear. When are you expecting it? You stammered, flustered at trying to remember when it was due. My periods are a bit irregular, so I don't know. I think it's soon. I don't think you'll get it this month, he leered with a cheeky smile. Why? You gasped, then your eyes widened. Do you think I'm... He nodded with a bright smile. I think you might be, he said as he lowered his body down to yours and kissed you again. Get a pregnancy test tomorrow from the pharmacy, he said after he'd finished kissing you. You covered your mouth with shock. But what if I am? You asked fearfully from under your hand. Then I'll be the happiest man alive, he replied, kissing you again and sliding a hand under your lower back so that he could roll you over on top of himself. I'm not ready to be a mum yet, you squeaked as you sat up. Baby, you have me, Uncle Anthony and Uncle Brian all here for you. You'll be an amazing mum, trust me, he said with a bright smile. But first we have to confirm it. You made another inhuman noise and covered your face with your hands. Hawks chuckled. Get the test. We'll wait to see what it says, he said as he did a sit-up to kiss your lips that were peeking out from between your hands. The next afternoon, Darby made his way towards the government building, taking the back streets and alleyways so as not to be seen. He had talked to Shigaraki about what had happened with Hawks the previous day, and although the head villain didn't trust the winged hero, he did say it would be worth looking into it to see if Hawks was telling the truth. Darby pondered things as he walked. I'm definitely taking out second in charge, but I want to find out why Hawks needs him gone. I could use it for my own personal gain if possible, or revenge on Hawks. Reaching the government office, he laid low, scoping out the people who were leaving. He knew who he was looking for, and he knew what time that person usually left. Pulling himself up into a nearby tree, he leaned back against the trunk and waited for the second in charge to appear. As darkness fell, Darby saw the 2IC leave the building. Jumping down from the tree, he made his way swiftly and quietly to the 2IC's car, and as the in-charge jumped in, Darby grabbed the driver's door and yanked it open. Who the hell are you? The 2IC yelled as Darby grabbed him around the throat and yanked him out of the driver's seat, pinning him up against the car. We meet again, Darby said with a smirk as he tilted his head to the side. I told you I'd be back. Who are you? The 2IC rasped with fear, his voice being choked by Darby's firm grip. The man you left for dead. The man you laughed at when he said he would be back. The man who's going to take your life. Darby growled darkly as his grip tightened on the 2IC's neck. You were going to send a spy to us, huh? Darby leered. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't cauterize you right here and now. Wait, I don't know who you are or what I did to you, but I'll tell you everything in exchange for my life, the 2IC whimpered pitifully. Talk, Darby snapped. The supposed spy I was going to send is Hawks' wife. She's a lexical quirk user. If you keep me alive, I'll help you get her. I wasn't going to really send her to spy on you, I promise, the 2IC lied. Ah, Darby sneered maliciously. So that's why he wanted you gone. Well, lucky for him, I agree with him on this one, Darby added, his turquoise eyes boring into the 2IC. Goodbye, he said bluntly. Time to watch some trash burn. He activated his quirk and hellish blue flames leapt from his arm, engulfing the 2IC and melting him instantly, the smell of burning flesh infiltrating the air as Darby left the scene, his black coat ruffling slightly in the light breeze. At about the same time that Darby was making his way to the government officials building, you were standing outside the pharmacy intending to buy a pregnancy test, but the anxiety was killing you. I can't just friggin' walk in there and buy a test. I don't know which one to buy, you thought, as you wrung your hands together nervously. What if they question me or judge me? You looked around, wondering what to do. I guess I could show them my ring to prove I'm married, your brain offered, desperately trying to help you justify your reason for why it would be okay for you to buy a pregnancy test. Slowly you walked up to the sliding doors and they opened. I'm doing this. Am I really doing this? You walked in, hands twisting the handle of your handbag as you casually perused each aisle until you found the one that had the pregnancy tests in it. Stiffly you walked down the aisle and spotted the tests on the bottom shelf, and looking away as you walked past them, pretending that they weren't your sole reason for entering the shop. You walked to the next aisle and stopped for a bit, intently looking at some constipation medication just to pass a bit of time before going back into the pregnancy test aisle. Okay, I know where they are, just time to get one, then go, you thought as you took a deep breath and stepped away from the constipation medication shelf, turned and then strolled casually around to the pregnancy test aisle again. As you entered the aisle, you quickly noted how many people were around. 5, that's too many. Time to yeet to the next aisle, you thought as you strolled through, past the tests, throwing them a quick glance before turning the corner and wandering into the next aisle. Okay, I saw blue. Clear blue? Is that a good one? I don't know what I'm doing, you thought as you scowled at the fungal medication you had stopped in front of. This is stupid. You can just go and buy one, you turkey. You spun around and walked back to the pregnancy test aisle and found, to your chagrin, that there were more people than before. Nope, you thought as you speed walked through the aisle, throwing the pregnancy tests yet another glance. You went back to the original aisle and stared at the constipation medication. Come on, just do it. Setting your face with determination, you entered the aisle once more. A number of the people had left, and it was just you and one other lady. You stopped and looked at the products just before the pregnancy test, not really looking at them though, just making it look like that's what you were after. Then you realised what it was that you were looking at. Condoms. Oh crap, you yelled with embarrassment as you spun and yeeted to the shelf on the other side of the aisle. Ah yes, vaginal douching kits, wonderful. Finally the lady left and it was just you in the aisle. Now's my chance, you thought. You quickly turned and crouched down, looking at all the different tests available. I don't know which one to get, you panicked as your eyes scanned each one hurriedly, trying to make an executive decision under stress. You were just about to reach out and grab one when your phone rang. Your soul left your body. Hello? You stammered into the phone as you quickly answered it and stepped away from the pregnancy tests. Hey baby, did you get the pregnancy test? Hawks asked happily from the other end of the phone. Shh! You hushed him loudly, paranoid that someone somehow could hear you. What's wrong? Are you at the library still? He asked, confused as to why you had hushed him. No, I'm at the pharmacy, you whispered. I'm about to get the thing, and then you rang. Oh, good, he said excitedly. Get one. I don't know which one to get. Which one's good? You wailed softly. They're all the same, aren't they? He asked. No, they're all different, you replied in an irritated voice. You know what? I'm probably not, that, so it's fine. I'm leaving. I'm coming home now, you said quickly. Hey, no, just get one, baby, Hawks cooed. Don't get frustrated. It's fine. Just pick up the first one that you see. No, you said in a quivering voice. I'm coming home. Okay, chicken, okay, come home and we'll snuggle, he said softly, feeling your anxiety peaking. You nodded and hung up, quickly running from the shop with tears in your eyes. As you opened the door to your house later, you burst into tears. Hawks was there in an instant. Baby, what's wrong? He asked tenderly. I was so embarrassed, you wailed as tears streamed down your face. I'm scared and embarrassed and my anxiety's killing me. And Hawks grabbed you into a hug and wrapped his wings around you, warm and comforting. He held you as you cried, carrying you over to the lounge so that you could snuggle together for a bit. After you had calmed down, he pulled you back from his chest. I'm sorry, you sniffed heavily. It was a stupid thing to cry over. Don't apologise, Hawks said with a soft smile as he wiped your tears away. Now I feel stupid, you said with a sheepish, weak smile. Hawks shook his head. Don't feel that way, baby, he said as he kissed you tenderly. My period's probably coming. I'm emotional and my boobs hurt, you said, wincing as you felt around them gently. Let me have a feel, Hawks said excitedly, cupping one in hand and fondling it through your top. Ow, you whined. That's sore. Aw, he pouted sadly as he took his hand away and slid it up under your shirt so he could feel your breast again. It's sore, Keigo, you said as you pulled away a bit. Hold on, let me massage it gently. It will give you some relief, he said, as he pulled you into his lap so that you were straddling him with your hands on his shoulders. He slid his hands around your back and undid your bra, helping you slide it off so that you just had your top on. You shivered as the fabric from your shirt rubbed your erect nipples, and immediately you were turned on. Man, my nipples are super sensitive today. You both lay there a minute, panting and rasping as you tried to catch your breath. What's going on with me? I just came twice in one session, you blurted out, your chest rising and falling rapidly. Hawks pulled out of you and rolled off onto his back. It's because you're pregnant, he panted. You have all the signs of early pregnancy. Seriously? He said back as you rolled on your side and snuggled into him. Yeah, he nodded. You need to get that test to confirm, but I'm 100% sure that I'm right. You lay there, your head swarming with thoughts as your heart calmed down. Hawks turned his head and kissed you on the top of your head. Baby, if you are pregnant and you're really put out by it, I'll support you in whatever decision you decide to make, he said as he kissed the top of your head again. Your eyes welled with tears and you let out a little whimper. You're so perfect and understanding, Keigo, you wailed, suddenly bawling your eyes out. Whoa, whoa, baby. Hey, it's okay, he said as he sat up and grabbed you in a hug. Don't cry. I don't know why I'm crying so much, you wailed. I don't even want to be crying. Hawks chuckled tenderly as he pulled your body on top of his. It's okay, chicken. Your hormones are just everywhere at the moment. I'll get a test tomorrow, you wailed. The next morning you stumbled out into the kitchen, rubbing your eyes sleepily. Good morning, baby, Hawks said cheerfully as he pulled the chicken strips out of the fridge. He opened the packet and you gagged. Oh God, you said sharply as you choked and covered your mouth. Sorry, he said quickly, putting the packet away and running to the window to open it. Oh, I don't feel so good, you mumbled through your hand. Hawks turned around and beamed at you. What? You asked as he strolled over to you and scooped you up for a hug. You buried your face into his neck and breathed deeply, feeling sick instantly at his scent. You struggled to get out of his arms and only just got free before throwing up in the sink. Hawks, you wailed pitifully. I feel terrible. I know, baby, I know, he said with a giant grin on his face. Why are you smiling? You snapped. You're experiencing morning sickness, he said excitedly. It's not funny, you said grumpily. Oh, chicken, he said as he hugged you again, sending you through another dizzy, nauseating spell with his scent. Keep away from me, you wailed, pegging your nose with your fingers as you ran for the bedroom. I'll call in for you and tell the boss that you're not feeling well, Hawks called from the kitchen. Thank you called back as you fell into bed, falling asleep almost instantly. After Hawks rang your boss and told him that you were sick, he walked into the bedroom to see how you were doing. You were curled up asleep, and he smiled as he stroked your hair gently. I'll be back after work, he said softly as he left. You woke up that morning feeling a little better. I guess I just need to get that test to see if I really am pregnant or not, you thought as you rolled out of bed. You got up and changed into some proper clothes to go to the pharmacy, taking Brian's handbag for good luck, of course. You entered the shop and headed straight for the pregnancy test aisle. You knew exactly where it was after being in it about 4 times yesterday. You walked straight up to the shelf and bent down, picking up the first one that you came across and quickly walking to the counter with it. Ah, no, you wailed when you saw the checkout clerk was a teenage boy. Oh, this is terrible. He called you to step forward and you handed the pregnancy test over, ready for him to ask you questions or make comment about it, but to your surprise he just scanned it and put it in a bag. "That'll be $20, thanks," he said in a bored tone. "Oh," you said softly. "Oh, I was expecting this to be a much harder transaction," you thought. You paid and left, quickly making your way home to do the test. At the same time that you were heading home, Darby was on his way to pay you a visit. He didn't usually do his villain work during the broad daylight, as it was too risky, but he knew that Hawks would be at work now, and this would be his only chance to get you alone. Hawks strolled into his work that morning, proud as punch. "Oh, I'm going to have a little chick in the nest soon," he thought happily as he strolled to the elevator and pressed the up button, waiting for the doors to open. "Hey, Hawks," a fellow co-worker greeted as he walked up beside the winged hero. "Morning, Captain," Hawks replied cheerfully. "Captain," the worker replied with a laugh. "You're in good spirits today?" "I'm always in good spirits," Hawks replied with a closed-eyed, wide smile. "Yeah, okay, good point," the co-worker replied with a chuckle. "But still, I feel like you're extra happy. It's good though," he added. Just then the elevator doors opened and the two hopped in to go upstairs. After exiting the elevator, Hawks entered his office and walked to his desk to sit down. The receptionist rang as his backside hit the seat. "Hawks, the president wants to—" "Ah, yes, of course. I knew I was having too good a day today. She just has to come and ruin it. Send her up," Hawks monotoned as he slumped his cheek in hand. "Okay," the receptionist replied sadly as she hung up. She knew what a pain the president could be. A few minutes later there was a knock on Hawks's office door. "Come in," he called, trying not to sound angry. "We need to talk," the president said darkly as she entered the room. "Ah, you remembered to knock this time," Hawks replied dryly. "Well done. Would you like a gold star on your progress chart?" "I have no time for games," the president snapped angrily as she marched over to his desk and slammed her hands down onto it. "You know what I find funny? Every agent that has been sent to keep an eye on you hasn't returned," she said, narrowing her eyes at the coy, relaxed winged hero. "And now my second in charge has gone missing." "What are you trying to say, Prez?" Hawks asked pointedly as he narrowed his own eyes and flicked his wings out as he settled back, with his cheek against closed fist and a finger resting on his cheek. "I'm saying that all my men are disappearing whenever they're involved with you. Coincidence?" "Oh, if that's the conclusion that you've drawn, then maybe you shouldn't be sending them to me," Hawks replied darkly, a very serious look in his keen golden eyes. There was an intense stare-off between the two leading people. Then the president spoke again. "This is all going in a case against you," she said lowly. "You're just digging your own grave," Hawks replied immediately, his unwavering gaze causing the president to feel a little uneasy. Hawks then felt something. His feathers twitched slightly as a wave of panic washed over him. "I have to go," he said with fear as he jumped up and turned, bolting for the office window and smashing through it as he took off at top speed across the city, heading towards home. Back at home, you entered the house and closed the door behind you, walking to the kitchen bench and taking the pregnancy test out to look it over. "How do you do this thing?" you thought as you opened the packet and read the leaflet. "Okay, so I pee on it. That's disgusting, but whatever." You stood there thinking a moment about whether or not you actually needed to go to the bathroom. "I guess I'll just drink some water or something." You walked to the cupboard and grabbed a glass, then went to the fridge to get yourself a drink. 15 minutes later saw you awkwardly collecting a sample of urine on a stick and then put the cap back on it and placed it down on the side of the bathroom sink, waiting to see the results. The leaflet said that it would state very clearly if you were pregnant or not by showing a pregnant sign or not pregnant sign. You paced back and forth, looking at the little screen occasionally as you passed. Finally the results popped up and you gasped as you stepped back against the opposite bathroom wall, one hand over your mouth as a tear fell from your eye. You heard the front door open and ran out of the bathroom. "Hawks, is that you? Baby, I got the result." "Who are you?" you asked in shock and fear as a man, who was not your husband, casually strolled into your house. He had gnarly purple burns all up both arms and across his jaw, large silver staples connecting the unburnt flesh of his cheeks to his scarred jawline as his intense turquoise eyes smouldered into you from beneath heavy-lidded eyelids. "Hey, Yin," he said with a devilish smirk. Who are you? I'm not Yin, I'm—" "No, I don't think you heard me. Listen properly this time," he said in a commanding, rich voice. "I called you by your correct name, Yin Lin." Your lungs seized and you panicked as he started to walk purposefully towards you. You backed away, not knowing where to run. Quirk, I need to use my quirk. What word? What word? Terror, terror, I'll use terror. You stopped and readied your hand by your side as the man in black approached you. As he reached out to grab you, you flung your hand up to touch him with your quirk, but he quickly evaded your attack, and before you knew it, he had apprehended you and spun you around, pulling your body back against his. His movements seemed eerily similar to Hawks's that night that you thought that the winged hero was going to hand you over to the government. Who are you? You whimpered. What do you want with me? The guy leaned his head forward onto your shoulder, his cold silver staples running along your cheekbone as he rested his head there. Name's Darby, he replied lowly. And as for, what do you want with me? Well, he said with a devilishly low chuckle, you'll just have to come with me to find out. No, please no, you cried, tears spilling down your cheeks as he turned you around and walked you out the front door. A few minutes later, Hawks came shooting through the open front door. Oh, damn, he spat as he entered. Yin, answer me, baby. Silence was his only reply. He shot into each room of the house, praying that you were hiding somewhere, but the place was empty. He saw the bathroom light on and flew in, severely disappointed when you weren't in there either. He was about to leave the room when he saw the pregnancy test sitting on the side of the bathroom sink. He walked over and looked at the screen. It was positive. You were pregnant. The whole time that Darby walked you down the back streets and alleys, you begged silently that someone would see you, but he was too cunning and avoided all human traffic. At one point, he let one of your arms go and you tried to quirk him, but although he looked like he wasn't paying you attention, he was, and you earned yourself a nasty second-degree burn on your left wrist. It stung and stank of burnt flesh, making you gag pitifully. Weak stomach, huh? Darby commented dryly. Wouldn't try and use your quirk again if I were you then. Eventually you ended up in a hideout, some kind of industrial building, and you were finally released from Darby's hold. You backed away from him as his cold, glowing eyes watched your every move. Don't look at me like that, it's creeping me out, you said in a soft mumble to your captor. You don't like the creepy stare? He asked, tilting his head to the side and backing a bit while giving you a lopsided, crazed smirk. I thought it was part of my charm, he added as he scratched the front of his neck with his fingertips. You scowled at him. Charm, yeah right, you scoffed quietly. I'm more dangerous than I look, don't cross me, you bluffed. You, dangerous? Yin, and then he said your middle name, Lin, daughter of, he said your mother's name, and then your father's name, who has been suppressed by her father her whole life and then taken under the protection of Hawks, the winged hero, only to be snatched away by a creepy villain? He asked in monotone voice, exposing your life story in a nutshell. You certainly sound like a dangerous person to me, he added sarcastically. Clutching at straws, you panicked and pulled out the only dangerous thing that you'd have ever done. I stabbed Hawks, you blurted out, fabricating your story a little to make it sound cooler than what had actually happened. Oh, did you now? Darby replied with a smirk. Well, he said as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a flip knife. I'd certainly like to see that reenactment. How about you try it on me too? He tossed you the flip knife and you caught it, panicking as reality set in. Okay, so how did it start? Did Hawks walk up to you? He asked, striding purposefully towards you with hands in pockets. No, wait, you begged as you flicked the knife open and held it out in front of you. Darby walked right up to it like Hawks had done, allowing the tip to press to his chest. Stop, you begged, backing back as you continued to hold the knife out in front of you. Darby walked you backwards right up to a stack of crates, and you stopped as your back hit it. Don't come any closer, you stated in a quivering voice, or I'll... Darby continued to move forward until his chest was against the knife point again, his smouldering eyes and sly smirk telling you that he'd read your bluff immediately. You'll stab me, right? He jeered. He took his hand from his pocket and placed them either side of your head against the crates. Well, this feels familiar, you thought. And then what happened? Darby asked slowly as he pressed his chest against the knife point. Please stop, you begged. Did he pull the knife away and kiss you? He taunted. No, he, Darby quickly grabbed the knife with one hand, flicking it away as he slammed his hand back into the crate beside your head, causing you to flinch and squeeze your eyes shut as a whimper escaped your throat. No more games, he growled. You're no longer protected by Hawks. He doesn't know where you are, and he'll never find you. You let out a laugh, then immediately covered your mouth with your hand. Darby narrowed his eyes. You think this is a game? I don't actually need you. In 1 second I can reduce you to ashes, he snarled as he grabbed for your burnt wrist and squeezed it. You cried out in pain. Darby threw your wrist away and pulled off the crates, turning and sauntering away as you slid down the crate and wrapped your arms around your knees, sobbing. After seeing the positive pregnancy test, Hawks strode towards the front door. He was on a mission to find you and get you back at all costs. He stepped out the door and came face to face with a government agent. "You're coming with us, Hawks," the man said darkly as he held up a CIA badge. "Sorry, pal, no can do. I'm on a mission," Hawks replied curtly as he went to step past the men. Immediately he was cuffed. "Yo, what's this?" Hawks asked in surprise. "It's called an arrest," the president of the Public Safety Commission said as she stepped out of the back of the black car in the driveway. "No, it's called interfering with a hero mission," Hawks replied sharply. "Listen, my wife has gone missing and—" "Oh," the president said slyly. "She's gone missing, has she? How terrible." Hawks was about to let loose and slice her open with his sharp quills, but decided against it, as the president was most possibly baiting him. His sharp eyes bore into hers for a second, and he refused to break eye contact, even as he was led to a car behind hers and forced inside of it, taken away to a government building. The next morning you woke up, after a fitful sleep, and looked around. At some point during the night you had been lifted up onto the stack of crates, given a pillow, and covered with a blanket. You lifted your head and immediately felt nauseated. "Oh," you groaned as you lay your head back down on the pillow slowly. "Yeah, it's like that," a rich voice said from your right, and you looked over to see who had spoken. It was Darby, casually leaning back against the wall of the building. "Could you just kill me now?" you moaned pitifully. "I feel like I'm about to throw up." Darby looked at you silently, his turquoise eyes keenly watching you. "You been feeling this in the morning lately?" he suddenly asked in a disinterested voice. You nodded, then immediately regretted it. "Oh no, I can't let him know I'm pregnant." He let out a low, evil chuckle. "At his trademark top speed, huh?" he sneered. "What's that supposed to mean?" You shot back angrily. The fact that you were feeling so crap meant that you just didn't care whether you lived or died at that point. "No need to play coy," Darby sneered as he pushed off the wall and walked over to you. You glared at him as he approached. "You may be shy, but you have fight," he commented lowly as he walked over. "That's why we're putting you to work tonight." "And if I refuse to cooperate?" you mumbled, lowering your face to your hands again and cradling your head. "You and the baby get cremated," he said bluntly. Your head shot up and you looked at him. "You know?" you asked in a quivering voice. "Does he know?" Darby replied as he crossed his arms across his chest and stared you down. You shook your head. "I haven't had the chance to tell him, but it's the first thing I'm telling him when he comes to save me," you said confidently. "You got a lot of faith in that sly bastard," Darby growled. "What would you know about him?" you snapped angrily. "More than you know," Darby snapped back. "Care to enlighten me?" you replied sarcastically. "No," he said bluntly. "Get your pregnant ass up. We're going to meet the League."